Oh, what's going on, everybody? Are y'all ready to rumble? Bro, I could have kept going. I was laughing. Oh god. I was like, I wonder how long I could go. Then I started laughing. No, I'm just kidding. All right. We're doing Marvel Rivals 1v1s today, and I'm not gonna be participating for once. Yippee! It'll be all my viewers, all my community members. They're gonna be duking it out for a chance to win a 1600 credit skin in the game. Whichever one they want, doesn't matter which one. Just, you know, I can gift things now, which is great. And I'm gonna be gifting the winner of the whole shebang a skin. So that's what's on the line. That and, you know, your typical reputation, street cred, all that good shit. $10,000. Now, who wants to bankroll the $10,000? Cause I can't. But yeah. Whoa, I'm no coward. Okay, I did my time. I did my 1v1s, okay? Let's see. Can I look at I don't even know if I have not even seen the predictions. I've not even seen the predictions. Let's see. We have I don't know how to tell. What does this mean? Is this saying that okay. No, wait, no, that doesn't make any sense. Well, maybe it makes sense. I don't know. It doesn't make any damn sense to me. All right, whatever. The predictions don't make sense. But it doesn't matter because we're just gonna find out. Go look at the emails. Go look at the emails. I'm not gonna look at the emails. Did you guys have to put down emails? Oh no. I'm not looking. I'm not gonna dox anybody. But we got a good turnout. As soon as I had signups available for this tournament, people were like, rah, 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 rah. They were all over it, man. And so we've got 16 people signed up for this shebang, dude. And it's gonna be a big one. It's gonna be a good one. Dox some of them. But yeah. She keeps running from me. I don't know what you mean, Gio. You can spend the points anytime, Gio. You literally could spend the points to 1v1 anytime, except for today, because we're busy. So we're gonna jump in. We're gonna get our first match started. Our first match is going to be Saiyan/6 versus Leviosa. Excuse me, I had a hiccup in there somewhere. And just to remind everybody that we are going to be doing random picks. God damn it, Gio. Get out of here, Gio. Get out of here with that. I said not now. We're going to be doing random picks, but we do have some bans. And those bans are mostly because part of the kit does not work with the 1v1 format that we have going on because it requires other teammates and other people, or they're just straight up freaking annoying to go against like Penny. So that's kind of the plan for today. I can have you guys roll for your own random picks, or I can roll for them, doesn't matter. Also, it would be super duper convenient if the people who are up next join the spectators list, so that way I can just get back into the queue, the lobby, and then we can just throw you guys in, if that makes sense. If that makes sense, I hope that makes sense. Yes, I know the skins are here. All right, here we go. Bing! All right, let's go set up our custom match. Yeah, we had to ban Penny because the last time that we did this, we got Penny a lot. We got a lot of rolls for Penny, okay? And what would happen is people, you know, obviously the way that you play Penny, you're gonna set up in a room, you're gonna put your spawner down or something, right? oops, and then people have to like come to you. You know, that's the whole point. People come to you, and you fight them and whatever. They got to step on your minds and shit. And people thought that was very obnoxious. So we banned her. We banned her this time. We don't have to worry about getting a penny. Let's see. Let's get, we need Sand and we need Lev. I'm pretty sure I have all of you guys added, but if you don't have me added, just let me know. I could boot someone out of my invite list. Okay, we got Lev, and then I'll get Sand in here as well. And then the next up is going to be Leo and Gage. So if I can get you guys, potentially, I don't know if Leo is on, but we'll wait for Leo. I'll get you guys in the spectators list. That'd be great. Oh, wait, there's Leo. He just snuck in here without me even seeing. Oh, boy. There we go. There we go. Okay, I didn't mean everybody. Not everybody needs to be in the spectators, but you can be. I just meant for the next match, because I know some people, they might, you know, they might be late or, you know, whatever. I just want to make sure that we can, like, queue up the people who are here. Just make it a lot easier. If you want to spectate, that's also fine. I'm just letting you know. Not everyone has to be in here if they don't want. Whoops. Let's see. All right, so we're gonna go to Empire of Eternal Nights. And if you guys need a refresher on how this is going to work, it's going to be the first to 16 kills, or whoever has the most kills by the end of 10 minutes. That's what you guys have available, is 10 minutes to get as many kills as possible, up until 16 kills. That's how this game mode is essentially set up. Now, should we open up? I'll open up the other servers just in case. I know some of y'all who are not in the US are gonna probably suffer from the ping, but I'll try to make it at least a little bit fair and open up the... Oh, wait, never mind. We can only pick one. So just kidding. I guess it's gonna be mine. I'm in the middle of the US. It's fine. Guess you can't do it the way that it works on the regular games where you can pick like multiple servers. So unfortunately for anyone who might be outside of the US, I am sorry, but you're gonna have to just deal with the ping. Oof. Yeah, it's an 07 for Lev with that ping. Good lord. All right. Gonna be in the practice ring getting ready. All right, no worries, no worries. All right. I'm gonna assume since you guys are in here that you guys are ready to go. And would you guys like to roll for your characters before we jump in? Because it'll be a lot easier if we're not fumbling. Chrono, thank you for the follow. So, and if you guys would like to roll, you can do !hero. And obviously, if it lands on anyone who's currently banned, then we'll move on to the next roll. Alright, Lev's got Star-Lord. Oh, and did we want to do predictions in chat? Do we want to set those up as well? Do we have mods that can maybe set those up also? Just Lev versus Sand? I would do it on my phone, but Twitch's app is horrible and does not let you do that. Squirrel Pep, thank you for the follows. What? What did you say? I was saying, do we want to set up predictions in the chat? Ooh, Star-Lord versus wait a minute. 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 Sand, how did you do that? This is not rigged. This is not rigged. This is a random rolling bot. That's insane. That's God's plan. God's plan. God is shining upon Sand on this day. Now, if Sand gets through this match and he gets Spider-Man again, I'm gonna call Cap. I'm gonna tell him to get his keylogger off of my fucking computer. That's insane. That's insane. But at the same time, Lev's got Star-Lord. That's not a bad pick. That's not a bad pick. Okay, where were we at on the predictions? Do we want to get predictions? Okay, good. All right, cool. All right. Hey, the predictions could be quick. They could be like a minute or something. You don't have to make them like super long or anything. Cool. We'll do predictions in here as well. Because I did predictions in the challenge thing, but I don't know how to read them. I don't know what's going on with that, so... So, it's just more for you guys, really. It's more for funsy onesies. That is insane, actually. So, if anyone does not know, Sandslash is a notorious Spider-Man player, okay? pretty much like I mean I don't know if can we look at the stats? Let's look at the stats while we're sitting here waiting for you know that to go through. 156 hours on Spider-Man, by the way. Followed very closely with 54 hours on Venom. As you can see, Sand has a type. I'm exposing him. 100%. I'm exposing him because I think this is very important for everyone to know. Meanwhile, Lev here playing a decent bit of supports, but a decent bit of Penny, and who is unfortunately banned from this competition. So, you know, 5.7 hours on Star-Lord, not horrible, not the best I've seen, but not horrible either. That's fine. It's at least he has at least played Star-Lord, so that's good news. But against the 156 hours of Spider-Man, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. Very interesting. All right. And the predictions have closed with an 83% for Sand. After seeing the picks, I don't doubt it. All right, we're ready. Let's go. Now make sure you guys pick the characters that you rolled for, please. Waiting to load in. I'm getting
You're
exposed.
on your own this time, so choose wisely.
Wait, what the?
The battle starts in 5, 4.
Oh,
3,
I guess that's just how it works.
2,
I was like, wait a minute, huh? Huh.
Someone's gotta stop Doom. I mean,
All right,
Dooms.
let's
I hope
see.
there's only 2.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
All right, we're gonna spectate Sand here, and we are off in our first ever 1v1 tournament. Let's get excited, everybody! Woo! All right, here we go. So, like I said, first to 16, or whoever has the most kills before the 10 minutes is up, and Sand is already getting a couple of hits on Lev, but Lev is doing a good job of avoiding him, grabbing that health pack. Sand gonna be able to get a couple pot shots around the corner. He's gonna try to whip him, but he just barely misses a couple of shots there as he does web him up. But Lev is being ever elusive here. Couple hits, a good knock up, and oh, Sand is on the board 1-0 versus Lev. Good matchup so far. I do like the way that Lev has been able to avoid Sand, even when getting wrapped up in the web and getting pulled forward, being able to avoid those uppercuts. Those uppercuts are definitely gnarly. It's going to do a lot of damage. It's going to control the situation. But Lev's doing a good job keeping himself untouchable. Oh, and Sand is hurt. He's going to have to go for a health pack. One thing about this competition is the fact that you have to keep on top of your health yourself. There is no going back into base. You're going to have to go and grab a health pack if you need it. Oh, Lev getting a little bit stuck on the ceiling there, but he's waiting and he is patient. He's hitting that E ability, and he is able to get a kill off on Sand. It is 1v1.
Now I've got something to prove.
Let's go. Sand coming back in now. Now, is he going to... He is going to go back inside. I was wondering if he was going to wait outside for Lev to come and meet him. Does he have eyes on Lev? He does. They're fighting in the main foyer now. And Lev is going to go ahead and throw out an ultimate. Is he going to be able to catch Sand around the corner, though? Sand's got a lot of places to run, but to no avail. Sand is down again. 2-1 Lev now. And we are off. Sand back in the action. Lev waiting for his prey. Neither one of them needing health packs so far. Oh, and a good hit and a good knock-up and an ultimate. Now, did Sand need to use that ultimate? That is the question. Given that Sand did indeed hit the knock-up. I am very surprised that he went for the ultimate, but I guess at a certain point you do have to ask yourself, do I use it and get it back quickly? Or do I save it for a dire situation?
Just be sure those are bad guys.
Hopefully it was worth it to him. It is 2-2 now. We are all evened up, ladies and gentlemen. Lev doing an excellent job keeping Sand at bay, even though he has played this character 156 hours. Let me remind you, 156 hours! Holding him at arm's length, using the range to his advantage. And unfortunately for these two, hiding is not going to help their cause. They only have each other to fight. And if they want to get higher up on the board, they're gonna have to find a way. Now, I do believe there might be a tie mechanic in this game. We will see. In the event of a tie, we will have to do... And we will have to get at least one more kill out of somebody. Another couple good hits, but Sand is hurting. He is running. He is diving. He is looking for a health pack. Good to know where the health packs are on this map. For anyone who is going to be competing a little bit later, just be aware that is going to be your only lifeline. Trying to get some pot shots there. Sand is on controller. And Lev just barely nicks him there in the air as Sand is fighting for his life to stay alive here. Trying to flip around, but it is going to be difficult inside these tiny close quarters. Alright, health pack is back up. Lev is full health once again. 3-2 in Lev's favor, and Lev's going to go ahead and ult again, and Sand probably should have hid there because now he is fair game. Going to grab that health pack and run through some portals, try to make some ground between him and Lev. And it is enough. Lev is fully spent out of his ultimate now, and Sand returns the favor with another ultimate of his own. And it is now 3-3. We are tied up yet again. This is a very close match. And to be honest, I am glad that it is close. It worried me a little bit that Sand was going to get his absolute favorite character, but I think Lev is putting in the pressure. It's fight night, baby. The chatters are fighting. Alright, Sand looking to maybe stay outside if possible. Looking around for Lev, seeing if maybe he could bait him out. Going through some portals now, looking for Lev. Again, they got about a little less than 5 minutes to make up at least one more kill in order to win this match. They found each other. Sand gonna go in for the kill. Can't quite hit. Lev is gonna do his E move, trying to spin to win and get some hits off. Sand does get that health pack. Comes back down on Lev, gets a nice knock up. Not quite dead though, and Lev is not able to get that health pack. Runs over to another health pack, is able to pick that one up. Sand is missing some health. Is the E move gonna be enough? It is! And Sand is unable to get a grasp on Lev whenever he is using that E spin to win move. It is 4-3 in Lev's favor now, and they have 4 minutes left. Will Sand be able to recover that kill? Will Lev get the better of him? I think Lev is doing a good job of hitting not only his E ability and spinning away from those web hits, but also being able to flip out of them. He is completely invulnerable when he flips out. Oh, and Lev has his ultimate again, but is it gonna be enough? Oh, it's the battle of the ultimates, and Sand wins by just a hair. He was able to get the health pack right at the end there, but even so, that was a close one. And Sand is able to tie it up once again. That was incredible. And that time, I would say good use by Sand to use that ultimate. An ultimate for an ultimate, and Lev somehow got his ultimate off first, but was not able to complete the kill. Perhaps he wasn't able to completely aim his crosshairs on Sand while he was flipping around. Or it could be the fact that Spider-Man's ultimate is just a little bit stronger. Sand knows where Lev is, but does Lev know where Sand is? Sand patiently waiting now. Much like a spider does, waiting for their prey to walk right into their trap.
Watch out, they're headed our way.
He comes flipping over. Lev hitting the E move, trying not to get hit. Oh, but he's hurting. He grabs the health pack, and now Sand's hurting, and Sand's gonna have to look for some health here. And he does grab it. Lev hot on his heels. Getting in some good hits. Oh, and that E ability is so dangerous. Lev is able to complete another kill. And we're back 4v5 in Lev's favor. Just trading blows at this point.
Did you see that?
Now, is Lev going to be able to get a commanding lead here, or is Sand going to be able to get another kill? And oh, it's the E ability again! It has been extremely difficult for Sand to get a hold of Lev whenever he does this ability. Not only that, but it is doing a lot of damage if Sand stays close. Sand is going to have to find a way to maneuver out of it. Lev is going to use his ultimate once again. Sand is on 12 HP at the moment. He's going to need to look for a health pack. He's going to need to look for an in. Lev's ultimate is over, but if he finds him... There's a health pack, but Lev looks like he might have seen Sand go through the portal.
Pretty sure those are bad guys.
A little flip here, nothing landing. Sand's gonna now use his ultimate, and he has completed it with a kill, but it is 6v5. Sand is gonna have to get one more up to at least tie, and they have a minute left. And if possible, Sand will need to get at least 2 kills to completely win the match.
Only 60 seconds left.
60-second marker has now been verbalized, and we are looking for each other. And does Lev know that Sand is there? Sand trying to get a couple of pot shots in, not able to do it, not able to get in the knockup, staying far, far away from Lev's ability now. That is spent, but now what will Sand do? He's got a couple of HP lost. He's gonna go for the health pack. He does, but Lev's gonna shoot him down from a distance. Sand is gonna be at a disadvantage from a distance. He does get a hold of him, but Lev, hanging on to his health, did grab a health pack. Nice hits there, nice knock up there, but oh, the E ability is just gonna be too strong in those close quarters, and Lev is up 7-5 now, as we have only a couple seconds left, and it is going to look like this is Lev's game here. Fantastic first match from everybody. GG's to all of the participants, and congrats to Lev for moving forward. That was a good matchup. All right, let me edit the there we go. Submit. All right, Lev is going to be moving forward into the round 2. But first, we have many, many, many more matchups to go. Good job, everybody. Good stuff, everybody. Sorry for playing close quarters. I honestly believe, Lev, that was what Sand had to do regardless. Given the fact that Spider-Man is a very close quarters kind of combat, that's just all he could do. All he could do was come in close, try to get those knockups, try to get those hits. Because as we saw during that match, it was incredibly difficult for Sand to land those pot shots toward you as you guys were moving around the map. The only thing he could do was zip toward you and try to knock you up, try to get those hits, try to get those melee hits. And unfortunately for Sand, I think Star-Lord is a really good contender when it comes to close quarters combat, with the added benefit of also having ranged combat. Yes, definitely. I definitely think that Spider-Man works much better out in the open, but I think it could have also benefited Lev being able to play out in the open as Star-Lord, being able to fly around and get those get those perspectives on you. It's really hard to say, but definitely I think a more open map benefits Spider-Man the most, and being able to play indoors, it definitely hurt for sure. If I fly, I'm dead. Yeah, that's true. That's true also. Spider-Man against the flying character also could be tough, but it just depends. It really depends. But that is one thing to consider for anyone who is also going to be competing, is make sure you know your map. Make sure where you know your best spots are going to be. All right. Next up, we have Leo Carnage versus Big Bad Gage. And I'll have you move over here, Leo. And if you guys would like to roll for your heroes, you can do ! hero. Keep in mind, we do have the band heroes. Nah, Sand, you did fantastic. I'm learning a lot here today. I will say I'm learning a lot here today because it's teaching me ways to actually play against and counter some of these characters. I have been terrified of Spider-Mans ever since this game started, right? And it's good to see that Star-Lord can stand up to a Spider-Man pretty well. All right, let's see. Gage is playing Mantis, followed by... let's see. Leo, do Hero once again. I think I got overloaded. Hey, what's up, Zero? I still get cold sweats when I hear this Spidey ult. True. And you guys are basically fighting ult to ult there. And I will say, I do think the Spider-Man ult it did end up being better than the Star-Lord ult. I think the Star-Lord ult took a little too long to actually, you know, fight someone down. There we go. Okay, we have a Mantis versus a Black Widow. This is going to be very, very interesting, given the fact that Mantis is a support class, but Black Widow is often considered one of the, shall we say, less powerful DPS characters. Now, I will allow for reroll, however, Gage has to okay the reroll, and he also is allowed to reroll if he wants. That is up to you guys. If you guys can both agree to reroll, then you can reroll. Also, can we get a prediction up, please, if we don't already? Oh, we do. Thank you. Let's see. I haven't seen from Gage. No reroll. Okay, Gage is calling for a no reroll, so we're going to keep to our initial competitors. Mantis versus Black Widow, everybody. It's going to be very interesting. Now, Mantis is known for having decent DPS, having been a strategist character. But will it be enough? Will it be enough to be able to buff herself and do damage against this Black Widow, who, with the proper angles, could out-damage Mantis without even knowing where she is? We will see. Also good to keep in mind, too, the fact that Black Widow can be a threat when in close quarters, getting that nice knock-up stun, if you can land it, as well as having the dual batons for melee. Let's see. And so far, it's looking like the prediction is leaning more toward Gage in this scenario. Gage, definitely a decent competitor in this game, has been able to reach Grandmaster level in ranked. But he hasn't gotten there with a Mantis. Does Gage even play Mantis? That's really the real question. Does he play Mantis enough to be able to outwin a Black Widow in a 1v1 situation? Let's just take a look-see. 2.8 hours on Mantis. And Leo, I am very curious. Do we have any Black Widow play here? 24 minutes on Black Widow. Hey, it's better than 0, am I right? Alright, everybody. Alright, everybody. We are ready to go. Let's rev her up. Start the match. Good luck to both of our competitors. This is going to be a very interesting one, I think. I do think, in a way, even though Black Widow is not known to be very strong, she is still a DPS.
You're on your own this time.
She still may have a better chance versus a strategist. We will find out.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I've done things.
And we are off. First to 16, or whoever gets the most kills in 10 minutes. Let's go. Leo versus Gage.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
We're off. Leo now scoping around, looking to see if maybe he can find Gage, who does appear getting a better angle above Leo now. And we have to also consider that Leo is on controller. So sniping is going to be a bit of a difficult task. But as I mentioned earlier, Black Widow does have some other skills up her sleeve if necessary. Leo's going to go ahead and grab a health pack there after getting a couple of doinks from Gage. Gage looking to walk around here. Try to get a sleep off and does. Able to hit Leo and wake him up to get the very first kill on Leo.
I'll finish the job this time.
Now, you do have to remember that whenever you sleep a hero, they will be woken up as soon as you hit them. So you have to make sure that you do plenty of damage before then so that it's worthwhile. But it could also work in Gage's advantage as well. If Gage wanted to sleep Black Widow and then be able to run away, if necessary.
So we haven't won yet?
Another kill for Gage now. It is 2v0 in Gage's favor.
I spy some bad.
Getting slept once again. Getting a nice headshot there from Gage. Gage definitely using his sleep to his
Widow is
advantage.
operational again.
Now Leo's gonna have to come up with some other strategy here. Perhaps baiting Gage out into the open so that he can actually utilize his sniping capabilities. He's gonna have to get on the board here somehow. 3v0 so far. So we are 8 minutes in. Good hit by Gage with the sleep again. Gage hits, misses a couple shots there. As Leo tries to ult, and unfortunately, it does not touch Gage, who is currently very shielded up. Gage now 4-0 versus
Widow is
Leo.
operational again.
The sleep is definitely becoming a very big problem for Leo here. Gage does miss with the sleep as Leo tries to get a couple shots off here.
I spy some bad guys.
Gage able to get a couple shots off as well. Leo's at 4 HP. Another hit on Gage, but he's about half health. And oh, that is it. Leo not able to escape in
I'll
time.
finish the job this time.
And it may be time for Leo to start considering maybe going a little bit more melee. Maybe getting in Gage's face a little bit more. As he falls again to Gage 6-0 with 7 minutes left. Leo still has plenty of time, but he will have to think of another strategy.
So we haven't won yet?
This is going to be difficult. Leo does have the opportunity to stay outside if he so wishes. Try to bait out Gage out to the open. Now he does get a good shot off there, staying full health himself. Unfortunately for him, Gage is able to heal up
Bogies, here they come.
with his self-buffing ability. Oh, gets a nice kick there and a shot, and there we go. Leo is now on the board. It's 6-1 in Gage's favor. That is what we're talking about. Good work by Leo trying to get that kick out there, trying to stun Gage so he can get a nice shot off. Because that gun does do a lot of damage, especially up close. Gage once again using his sleep mechanic to get yet another kill there.
Widow is operational again.
At this point, I think Leo will have to dodge those sleep mechanics if possible. Gage now undefeatable in his ultimate. And for Leo, this is probably going to be a waiting game. Oh, and immediately gets slept. And unfortunately, Gage is just right behind him, gunning for him. 8-1 in Gage's favor. Gage is now halfway to the goal of 16 to win this match. Can he do it before the almost 5.5 minutes are up? Another plasma burst from Leo. Almost direct hit, but not quite. And Gage unfortunately gets the health pack before Leo can finish off Mantis. Leo now gonna go get a health pack. Aiming toward the portal. Hoping to see Gage come through it. He does, but unable to get the hit. Leo once again going in for the melee, but unfortunately it does not pan out this time as Gage gets yet another kill.
I'll finish the job this time.
I would like to change perspective, however, for some reason, the F keys are not working. Even though it says F1 through 0 to change them. Actually, 1 through 12, I think. For some reason, it doesn't seem to want to work even though I keep pressing it. Oh, wait, never mind. F7 works. I don't know why. I don't know why, because it said F1 through F12. But okay. F7 works too. Now we're on Gage's perspective, and Gage has now 10-1, got the sleep off, and dies to Leo! That was a good shot by Leo. Leo now on the board for 2. as Gage comes back to life. I didn't even really see what happened there, but it looked like it was a very good shot by Leo. Gage missing a couple of his shots here. Leo missing a couple of his shots here and there. Gage getting another shot off as Leo desperately tries to run away and grab a health pack, and he does. Oh, and Gage sees him coming. He says, nuh-uh, not today. Goes for the ultimate, gets a couple shots off, and gets yet another kill. 11-2 now in Gage's favor. That ultimate is just absolutely diabolical, making Gage almost unkillable while being an extremely deadly force. Not at the moment, Pen, although I'll let you know if we do. Another plasma burst from Leo, and unfortunately it's not enough as Gage hits him with the sleep and gets another kill. Unfortunately for Leo, the plasma burst is only going to be viable if he directly hits Gage right in his pointy little face. That has been the only way that I have been able to get a kill on anyone with that ultimate, unfortunately. And unfortunately for Leo, he got us another sleep into the face, followed by a couple hits to the head from Gage. 13-2 now. Gage is only 3 points away from winning the whole match. He's got 3 minutes left. Will he be able to get a kill per minute? Let's find out. It's because Gage is on F7, technically. That's so weird. All right, well, fair enough. I don't know how you even tell, but good comms. All right, Gage now looking around for Leo. Leo coming through the front door yet again, trying to get a couple shots off. Is completely taken unawares by Gage, and Gage just barely shoots his pinky toe to get yet another kill. It's 14-2, and this is close to getting wrapped up, ladies and gentlemen. Good efforts by Leo. Good kills by Leo. Unfortunately, it's just not enough. Gage using his teleports now to kind of suss out where Leo might be coming from. Kind of peeking through here and there to see if he can get a glimpse of his competitor. Leo now potentially considering staying outside, potentially going in through another door, which is smart. You don't want to keep going through the same place, knowing that your enemy knows exactly where you're coming from. Leo now sussing around, looking for Gage, looking through the portals, trying to find him, trying to take a pot shot. And now, unfortunately, Gage knows where Leo is at, but Leo has the high ground. Will it be enough? That's a 1 hit. That's a 2 hit. Oh, and Gage is hurt. He's going to go ahead and ult and throw off a sleep. Leo's going to kick him off. Is going to be enough. Oh, the plasma only just went off, but it was not enough. His Gage, I believe, was still in his ultimate and unable to be killed. That was extremely close by Leo. Couple hits by Gage now, as Gage knows exactly where he is. And there it is, the final hit of the match, 16-2. Gage has won the match. Congratulations and GG's to everybody who has competed. Oh, for sure. That I do think that Black Widow there, it was definitely going to be a tough one. At that point, it was going to be who has the best aim of the group. And unfortunately, being in close quarters like that, not being able to get sneaky little perspectives off on Gage was definitely going to hurt, as Gage had the advantage of being able to not only sleep you, but also doink you down from a distance or even up close. That was definitely tough, but it was very, 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 very exciting to see Leo get some kills there. Congratulations to Gage, and good job, Leo. Honestly, I don't think I could have done any better. That's just a really, really tough matchup. All right, we are moving on. I will submit Gage as the winner there, and Gage will be going up against Lev in round 2. But first, we have yet another match in round 1. We have Orin and Skrull. So let's see if we can get those guys in here. All right, we'll invite Orin, and then I don't know if I have Skrull. Skrull, are you here? Are you available? Are you ready? Oh, let me go, sorry, my friends list is, like, humongous. Let me remove somebody real quick. Now you should be able to add me. Yeah, unfortunately, they only give me 150 friends on here, and I have maxed out completely. Alright, there we go. Now I can invite you. There we go. Like I said, if anyone is trying to friend me, just let me know. Just ping me in the chat, and I'll release someone back into the wild here. Alright. Scrope has rolled for Hawkeye. Predict is up. And let's see who Orin will roll for. If Orin is in the chat, please roll for your character, !hero. And we have Storm! Very interesting. 2 DPS characters back to back. Let's go! Hawkeye versus Storm. A flyer versus a sniper. This is going to be very, very interesting, especially given the fact that half of this map is indoors and the other half is outdoors. Where will they decide to shoot it out? And let's see, Orin being favored here by the predictions so far. Sniper versus Flyer is going to be crazy. However, it all comes down to how well these guys are going to be able to play their characters. Let's just view their careers real quick while we do these predictions. Scrope, for example, let's see. How much has he played Hawkeye? Only 5 minutes of Hawkeye versus Orin, who I, for some reason, can't view the stats of. That's fine. That's I think the stats have been hidden. That's okay. Either way, though, it's gonna be very interesting. Scrope having only played a couple minutes of Hawkeye versus Orin, who is going to be flying in an easy pick for a Hawkeye. It's gonna be very interesting. Don't shame. Don't shame for the hidden stats. It's okay. It's not a requirement to have your stats available. Just throwing that out there. Some people do want to hide their stats, and that is completely okay. I get it. I don't really like people scooting around in my stats either. Never played Storm. Oh, this is gonna be so interesting. We have 2 participants that have barely played their characters. Oh, this is fucking raw. Oh, and right at the last second, it looks like Scrope is favored to win with a 64 versus a 36% chance. All right, let's get to it. Game on. Let's see what we can do with a Hawkeye versus a Storm. Will Storm be able to DPS the Hawkeye down? Will Hawkeye be able to shoot the Storm out of the air? We'll find out.
Starts in 5,
This time on Dragon Ball Z.
3, 2, 1.
Good luck to both of yous.
Becoming an Avenger was
First
the
to
best thing
16,
I've
or
ever
whoever
done.
has the most kills by the end of the match. We'll see. There was indeed a prediction.
You've got 1
Favoring
shot.
Scrope
Take down
mostly.
as many enemies as you can.
This will be very interesting, as I don't believe the community has really seen a lot of Orin or Scrope play. Scrope now looking around, trying to see if he can snipe out a Storm out of the corner of his eye. Meanwhile, Orin has taken to the skies, hiding out on the top of the building, waiting on the roof to see if Hawkeye makes his appearance. Orin now going inside the building, checking around, checking the corners. I do think it's going to benefit Orin here to be in a bigger environment where he can fly around. But at the same time, the more he flies, the more space Scrope is going to have in order to shoot him down. Oh, and it looks like Scrope might have gotten a lock onto Orin, and now Orin knows where Scrope is. No hits just yet. Go back to Scrope's perspective here.
Heads up, back guys.
He takes a couple of shots. Storm hot on his heels, getting some damage in, getting some close hits from Scrope, and it's Orin's first hit for the win there.
Still
1-0.
breathing, still
Orin up.
fighting.
Scrope now coming in. Going to look around and see if maybe Orin is stuck around in the foyer. Doesn't appear to be the case. Orin now looking around for the Hawkeye. Both of them sort of waiting for the other to come around the corner. Oh, and does Scrilp see a little tiny bit of Orin there? Not quite. Doesn't appear to be. They do not know that they are directly under one another. Oh, and Orin makes his appearance. Scrilp desperately trying to get some hits, getting some melee in, and Orin already has his ultimate. Gonna go in here with the ultimate now to try to get a kill, and he does! Orin up 2-0.
Got some unfinished business.
Unfortunately for Scrilp here, that ultimate is going to be absolutely diabolical, especially considering that Orin doesn't have to go against anybody else.
Never miss.
Now Scrilp is going to take his turn, going to go ahead and ultimate. Is he going to be able to utilize the ultimate? He's got a couple of good shots, and there it is. There's the kill shot. Scrilp on the board now, 2-1. Doing some celebratory melees against the banisters now. Getting in some practice shots as Orin comes back into play. Not really able to utilize that ultimate too much there. Did get a nice clean shot. Unfortunately for Scrilp, there was only one after shadow to shoot there. Scrilp here's Orin now. Orin coming over to Scrilp. Scrilp unawares, getting a couple shots before he can react. And oh, Scrilp has shot Orin out of the air. 2-2. We are tied up now. So Orin comes back in. And unfortunately for Orin, flying straight above Scrilp is not going to be the play, as that's going to be the easiest way for a Hawkeye to get a point. Orin now peeking around, going through a couple of teleporters here. I think Scrilp is on to where Orin is at, but does Orin know where Scrilp is? As they sort of try to outmaneuver each other here. Orin definitely not trying to bait Scrilp outdoors at all as Scrilp comes through the teleporter. Orin now seeing him, tries to hit a shot, misses and gets an arrow to the face in return, and Scrilp just takes the shot. 3-2 now with Scrilp in the lead, which is honestly very exciting, given the fact that he was down by 2 at the very beginning of this match. They still have 5.5 minutes left to get some points on the board. Orin going to go for the ultimate again, but oh no, Orin is way down below. Is he going to be able to go up? Is he going to be able to go down? Where is he going to go to get Hawkeye? Hawkeye is not able to go up, and he is going to be able to get that kill. 3-3. We are tied up again. And unfortunately for Scrilp, Orin went exactly where he was. He knew exactly where he was and was able to get that ult off. If Hawkeye had been able to stay upstairs, would Orin have been able to get the ult off? It's hard to say. Orin now getting downed as Scrilp gets his hands, or rather arrows, on him. 4-3. Oh, and Orin responds in kind. Barely getting out of spawn just to get a kill off of Scrilp there. And I'm not sure if Scrilp had any of his HP missing. We have to be careful with our HP here, given the fact that you do not automatically refresh to your full HP whenever your opponent dies. Orin now waiting up the stairs for Scrilp. Scrilp waiting in the foyer for Orin. It is a bit of a waiting game as the other tries to figure out where they're going to come out. It seems the foyer is definitely the most favored place to fight. Ooh, and Scrilp has eyes on Orin now, but does Orin see Scrilp? Couple shots there. Couple shots there. Nothing quite hidden. Oh, we got a shot on Scrilp. Orin's going around, and oh, it is just able to pop that ability right before Scrilp can get the health pack. So unfortunate. 4v5 with Orin up by 1. Absolutely good play by Orin as Scrilp tried to grab that health pack, just not quite in time. Orin now charging up, trying to get that ultimate off. Almost died before getting the ultimate off, but fortunately, Orin was able to keep it. Unfortunately for Orin, unable to find the Hawkeye now, as Scrilp is able to go through a couple of teleports and narrowly evade. Oh, but Orin gets his revenge. Hawkeye goes for a couple shots. He's lining it up. He hits it. It's 5v5. It's all tied up once again. Very, very close match. We have 3 minutes left. And we're 5v5 on the board. It's going to be a matter of who gets the most kills at the end of this match. And can they avoid a tie? Orin now peeking around for Scrope. Scrope does have his ultimate. And it'll be interesting to see if he uses it and if he's able to use it a little bit better this time. Orin now gearing up. Scrope going for the ultimate, getting a couple of good shots regardless of the ultimate. It works. And it is now 6v5 with Scrope in favor. Excellent, excellent shots by Scrope. I think he's getting the hang of these Hawkeye bolts. Even though he'd only played a total of 5 minutes before this. Sometimes all it takes is just a little bit of practice. Orin now have to be very careful. Coming up by Scrope now. Able to get a couple of good shots. They're very, very low, both of them. But Scrope is just able to get those shots off a little bit faster and a little bit more accurately.
I'm in good shape now.
As Scrope is up 7-5 now. This is a very back and forth match. We just never know where it's going to go from here. Orin getting eyes on Scrope again, but Scrope getting those shots through the doorways. Orin is not able to reply, and Orin is shot down again like a baby bird out of a tree. And Scrope is up 8-5 now. A minute and a half left. Orin's going to have to pull out something big here. Orin's going to have to take Scrope by surprise. And instead of trying to end the ultimate, Scrope is instead going to run away. Oh, but he is found out by Orin. And Orin's going to get the ult on him, but it's not long enough. Now Orin just needs to get a couple hits, and there we go. 8v6 now. Orin getting that
unfinished business.
very, very necessary kill there a minute to go. Orin needs to come back by 3 points in order to win. Ultimate down. Scrope 88% into his ultimate. Looks like he is able to see where Orin is at. Orin unfortunately misses their shot with their ability. Tries to take a couple of pot shots. Gets pushed away by Scrope, who is able to shoot them out of the air. 6v9 now with Scrope up.
Down to 30 seconds.
And unless Orin can pull off something absolutely incredible here, I do believe it is going to be all ogre. Oh, and a couple of good shots there, but unfortunately Scrope is just way too big of a force to be reckoned with up close like that. It's unfortunate because they're both very long-range characters, but when you don't have to shoot an arrow long range, it ends up being extremely diabolical. Scrope up by 11 now, and we'll take it for the win. GG's, everybody, and congratulations, Scrope, on your victory. He got those machine gun shots. Definitely a tough matchup for Orin there. However, I do think that was a valiant effort by both parties. Definitely back and forth, too. It was not a clear-cut match, at least not at the beginning. Maybe in a little bit, you know, after getting a couple of deaths there, Orin might have been feeling a little bit of that pressure. It's really hard to it's hard to play in these environments when it is 1v1. There's no one backing you up, and all you've got is yourself trying to figure it out. Orin trying to figure out Storm on the fly. You guys are welcome to do a rematch on your own if you wish. But for now, we will mark you down, Scrope, as the winner. And we'll move on to the next match. Inky Goose versus Deadman 2500. Hey, Gooblin's going pretty well. Got our first 3 matches down, and now we're going to get our 4th up and ready. Let's see. Let me grab... Do I have Deadman on here? We got predictions up. I'm not sure if I've got Deadman. Why have you added Deadman? Oh, Oh, okay. 1 second. Let me go ahead and kick somebody out of my friends list real quick. Okay, there we go. You should be able to invite me now. Alright, so far, predictions are looking good in Goose's favor. And if you guys would like to roll for your characters, go ahead. Goose has rolled Iron Man. And then we'll see who Deadman has. There we go. That works. Oh, perfect. Thank you. Thank you, Rune. Alright. And Deadman has Iron Man also? Ooh, mirror match. Very interesting. Okay, that's a first for this tournament. Now let's just take a looky-see at the stats here, shall we? Oh, is this a new account, Deadman? Have you not played Marvel Rivals on this account? Let's see. So for Goose, 3.5 hours on Iron Man. Not terrible. Definitely not one of his preferred, but he has played him a decent bit. We good with that? I'm good with that as long as you guys are good with that. Like I said, if you and Deadman want to swap, want to roll again, you're welcome to, but you guys have to both agree to reroll. Deadman has never played a single game of Marvel Rivals. Ah. Okay. Well, predictions ending with a 95% towards Goose. I do think that is going to be in his favor. We will find out. But who's to say? I mean, as we saw in the last match, sometimes learning on the fly, being thrown into the deep end can work out for you. Very interesting. Deadman, what convinced you to try out for this tournament,
You're
by the
on
way?
your own this time, so choose wisely.
I'm very curious.
The
If
battle
Goose
starts
throws,
in
I'm
5,
jumping off my chair.
4,
No throwing
3,
allowed.
2, 1.
Very, very interesting. All right, first to 16, or first to, or I guess whoever gets the most by the end of the 16 minutes. 10 minutes, rather.
You've got
Watch him
one
be
shot.
cracked, yeah.
Take down
Exactly,
as many
exactly.
enemies as you can.
All right, and we're off. Deadman getting a feel for Iron Man, as he has never played not only Iron Man, but this entire game mode. The game completely. And Goose going in with the laser beam from the get-go, shooting him down in the corridors. Deadman trying his best to get some pot shots off, but Goose is just too quick for him. Able to use the tech that Deadman just has no idea how to utilize. Goose waiting now for Deadman to come back. See if he can suss out where he is. Deadman, it sounds like, might have moved away. Is he going to be able to find his way through this map? Oh, and Deadman's just getting absolutely laser beamed from the back, and it is over for Deadman. 2-0 in Goose's favor. Goose being just a bit toxic, spray painting on Deadman's body. Goose now sort of getting his bearings as he waits for Deadman to come back. Yo, thank you for the gifty. All right, looks like both of them are in the foyer. Is Deadman gonna be able to see him? He does not see him, but he knows that he's here now. Goose comes in, charged up and ready to go. Deadman taking a laser to the face once again. 3-0, Goose's favor. Goose being toxic. What never happens? Able to suss out Deadman. Uses his ultimate. Misses, but just barely. But it was enough of a spray for it to kill Deadman from behind. 4-0, Goose favor. This is wholesome for Goose. Oh, man. Well, I mean, to be completely honest, Deadman knew what he was getting into. But hey, I gotta admit, I appreciate the cojones on Deadman trying to enter a competition for a game that you've never played, trying to get 1,600 credits for a skin for a game that you don't play. I mean, that's kind of a bold move. I gotta respect it. Goose going into the foyer now, able to hear Deadman. Deadman trying to figure out the laser beam. Does figure out the laser beam, but a little too late. As Goose is able to throw the missiles at him. Goose, no! Goose, no! No, that's just rude. Goose, no! Bad Goose. Oh god, Goose has been unleashed. This is, you know, this is gonna inflate his ego for a long time. I hope you guys know. And Deadman coming into, unfortunately, a weird situation, but is able to get the ultimate off. Thankfully, in Goose's face. Deadman on the board now, 5-1. And, you know, maybe if Deadman can just avoid Goose up until he gets his ultimate, then maybe this is winnable. And maybe Deadman should consider doing some, you know, air humps back. But unfortunately for Deadman, I don't think he would know how. Goose now 99 and 100% of his ultimate. Doesn't necessarily need it, but does have it in his arsenal if he wishes to use it. Let's see if Deadman can avoid this ultimate this time. Goose now looking around for Deadman. Deadman slinking off into the corner. Is he aware? Does Goose know where he is? Or is he just flying? He is just flying in some random direction. Deadman now circling back into the foyer. And I will say, for anyone who competes in the future, if it is hard to find somebody, just meet up in the foyer. It's probably the easiest way to do it. It's just keep meeting up in the middle of the map. Laser beam to laser beam, and unfortunately for Deadman, Goose had the just slightly better aim there. But Deadman is able to figure out the laser beam trick now. Goose 6-1.
Maximum pulse.
Goose going for the ultimate. Hits the corner of the building. How embarrassing. Goose trying to do the laser beam now. Deadman getting a laser beam off on his own, and is just too wiggly to be able to hit Goose. Goose with that pinpoint accuracy. It is true, Deadman is on a controller. However, once again, everyone knew going into this tournament that it was going to be crossplay. Slight advantages there, but at the same time... Oh, and Deadman coming in with the ultimate again, getting him his second kill of the day. 7-2 now, Goose's favor. I will say too, though, controller does have aim assist, so there's that, right? Oh! Well, thank you for helping us hit the sub goal. I don't know why. I don't know why something threw, but okay, that's cool. Thank you for whoever subbed, I guess. All right, they found themselves back into the foyer, and Deadman is just getting laser beamed straight up the cheeks once again. Goose was able to find him and suss him out before Deadman could even find him.
I got cleared of that.
Thank you, Rude. Thank you for the sub. Thank you for the 2-month sub. Ads are stinky. We hate ads. Oof. Goose now zooming around the map, looking to see if he can find Deadman. Deadman looks like they might be hanging out in the foyer once again. Goose having his ultimate again. Will he actually be able to hit Deadman with it this time? Oh, and once again, oh, the disrespect. Goose laser beaming and finishing off Deadman's dead body with an ultimate. Just burning that ultimate because he can. 9-2 now with 3.5 minutes left.
I don't think that's welcoming committee.
Deadman trying to laser beam around the corner. Both of them trying to laser beam around the corner. Oh, and unfortunately, again, Deadman too wiggly to be able to hit Goose with the laser beam. 10-2 now. Goose is up. I guess he hit it this time. Well, yeah, I'm going to count that as another miss. Goose now just waiting for Deadman. He might have seen him around the corner there as Deadman gets a couple of shots off, waiting for him to come through the doorway. Oh, and Deadman. Honestly, a good call from Deadman trying to wait and bait Goose out of the building. But alas, it was not enough. 11-2 now. Deadman coming back up on Goose again. Will he be able to get a sneaky shot off? Or is he going to wait? Oh, he tries the laser beam, but doesn't quite hit. As he sees Goose coming around the corner, humping the air, tries to do the laser beam once again. Goose just being too close to hit. Goose just absolutely BMing now. It probably would be easier just to melee at this point. And there is another kill for Deadman. 11-3 now. Oh, it's painful to watch. It's painful to watch. Yo, what's up, Iron Game? What's up, Zero? That is tough. Iron Man both meeting themselves in the doorway here. Goose just downing him. Oh, hitting him with the ult again. It's so painful. 12-3 now. Goose is up. As he flies around, Deadman might be able to hear that. Does find him. Goose still does not know where he is. But doesn't matter. Breaking some of the terrain now as he tries to clear away some of the debris to actually hit Goose. Hitting him with the ultimate and does manage to hit him despite aiming at the table. And it is 12-4 now. Deadman getting another kill. Deadman definitely getting a lot more confident now with the laser beam. Firing off a couple of missiles to no avail. Goose, once again, downs him with a laser. 13-14 now for Goose. Everyone knows geese have no honor. Half a minute left now. Unfortunately for Deadman, there is no way to come back up, but there is a way to reclaim any dignity lost. If he could just get another kill on Goose. Deadman now halfway to his ultimate. Does he hear Goose in the other room? I don't believe so.
The final 10 seconds.
Goose trying to play the piano with his laser beam. To no avail. And it looks like they're going to end it there. Goose with a win, 13-4. Congratulations and GG's, everybody. That was Deadman's first ever match ever in this video game. And, well, it was no surprise that he fell to Goose. I do have to commend him for trying. Like I said, it takes a lot of balls to come into a tournament that for a game that you do not play. And, I commend that. Deadman MVP. Goose gonna move on now to round 2. And next up, we have Dynams. You know, I've never really thought about how you say your name. Now that I'm saying it out loud, now I'm realizing I don't know how to say your name. Versus Geodead. Alright, let's get you guys in here. Whoops, I keep hitting the wrong button. There we go. Boop. Alright, we got Geo, and let's get X in here. Hopefully you guys are ready. We got predictions up. X versus Geo. Time to see who they're gonna play. Honestly, Deadman, you did your absolute best, man. I mean, I really feel like you were getting the hang of it. Hopefully after that, you know, you'll continue to play the game and not get, you know, mogged off. Not everyone is an asshole like Goose, I promise. Alright. X is going to play the Thing. And who is Geo gonna play? Did Geo roll his character? Geo, we were waiting for your roll. Winter Soldier. We have a Thing versus Winter Soldier, which is very, very interesting considering Geo, known lord of the Thing, but unable to play him himself. And let's just check the stats here. As I said, 32 hours on Thing. However, how long has he played Winter Soldier for? Bada 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 bada. 2.9 hours, so basically 3 hours. And how long has X played The Thing? 2.8 hours. So we are actually quite even here in our playtime. This is going to be very interesting. A tank versus a DPS player. Geo definitely running these predictions at the moment. And just to you know, throw this out there, just to consider, do not consider the rankings, as some people prefer to play in casual queues, which there's nothing wrong with. This is going to come down to skill and luck, much like anything really in life and in video games. Are they going to get a character that they can actually play? Are they going to be able to play them against the other person's character? We'll find out. All right, predictions are over. Let's rev up those fryers. We got a match. This is going to be very interesting. Geo, definitely known to play all different types of characters, but mostly leaning towards support and tanks. So we'll see
You're
how
on
this
your own
pans
this
out
time,
for him,
so choose
playing
wisely.
a
The battle
DPS
starts in
character.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And let's get her
I'm
done.
actually the strongest one there
First to
is.
16, or whoever has the most at the end of
Hulk.
10 minutes. Both characters going to be on solid ground
You've
this
got
time,
one
no
job.
flyers.
Take down as many enemies as you
And
can.
as I said before, if you guys are having any issues finding each other, just go toward the foyer. That seems to be the best place to fight. Doggy. All right, here we go. X hanging out in the foyer now. Geo coming up around through a different portal. Looking around for X. Is he going to be able to find him, or is X going to find him first? Now he's going to go right back outside. And in this scenario, it's going to be very, very important for X to get up close and personal to Geo in order to do the damage that he needs to do. X not going to be very ranged, if at all, versus Geo, who is going to be almost completely ranged. Which would be, in my opinion, the smartest route to take. Given the fact that as soon as you get up and close and personal with those fists of the Thing, that it's going to be all over. Getting a couple pot shots now off of X, but X is tanking it like a champ. Punching Geo, but unfortunately unable to get up close to him. Getting a couple of good shots there. That wind-up punch got a lot of range on it. Both of them about half health. Both trading blows. Geo going to escape and try to get some health. Is X going to do the same? Appears X went through a different way to get into the house.
I could probably use this.
Both of them have now healed up completely. No points on the board just yet. As they both try to look for each other once again. Geo now on the roof. Which would be a great vantage point for him if he does run into the Thing again, as the Thing would have absolutely no way to get up there other than trying to use the teleports himself. Geo almost got a sneaky shot there, but decided not to try to shoot. Jumping over to the opposite way now to get a better vantage point inside of the house. Meanwhile, X is now running around outside looking for Geo. Probably getting a bit nervous that he would have gotten some kind of vantage point. Looking on the roof now, finding Geo on the opposite rooftop. It's going to be extremely important for X to get down and try to get to Geo before he can get shot down. Dashing now over to the health pack as Geo just litters him with bullets. Geo now aware that X is below him. Still no points on the board yet. X is living off of the sheer tankiness, while Geo tries a pretty good job of getting away. Oh, and unfortunately for Geo, the grapple hook is not going to work here, considering the Thing cannot be displaced. And X gets off a kill using his ultimate, which had just popped. But Geo does have his ultimate. He can hit him again if he is able to get it off. Good work by X hunting down Geo and using that ultimate. And just in the nick of time, Geo almost able to jump out of it, but hit right at the last little bit. X now dashing in to try to get another couple hits, using those Fists of Fury. Oh, and they both go through the teleporter. Geo running for his life. X throwing pot shots here and there. Geo getting a health pack. But is it going to be enough? X hot on his heels now, as Geo tries desperately to find another health pack and maybe a better vantage point. Oh, does X know where Geo went? He goes through the stairs, the unending stairs, and through a different portal. Grab a health pack for himself. Both of them at max health once again. This has become a bit of a cat and mouse game as they both try to look for each other. And oh, there's X right around the corner, throwing fists left and right, getting those hits. And Geo is unable to run away from those Fists of Fury. Geo down 2 now. But he does still have his ultimate. Will he use it on this next combat encounter? Getting hit repeatedly now. Ew, that's not good. Geo trying desperately to use his ultimate. X not even minding it, saying, oh, that tickles, while getting just absolutely slugged in the face. Ooh, that's gotta hurt. X now up 3-0, and Geo's gonna have to find something to work here. Unfortunately for Geo, as I said before, this is a tank character. Geo's gonna have to get a lot of shots off on X, and X is going to have to stay away from some health packs in order to pull this off. But will Geo be able to get enough damage before X can either punch him down or get a health pack to survive? X trying now to get the dash, does get the dash, does get a couple of hits. Oh, and Geo's stuck on the ceiling, desperately trying to get indoors, does grab a health pack. Getting clobbering timed right in the face and then just punched repeatedly after. It's 4-0 for X. That is a toughie. That ultimate definitely putting in the work. That time being dead on. As Geo is clobbed and repeatedly, brutally smashed in the face. Time is of the essence here. If Geo has any shot, oh, he is unfortunately met by a slam from X, who takes this opportunity to keep pelting Geo. Geo tries to teleport away. Will he be able to actually run? Oh, and he tries to go for the health pack. Is it enough, though? He's not able to get away from X and his fists. And his ultimate does nothing. It did manage to take out about a third of X's health, but unfortunately for Geo, he stayed just too close. What's up, Toes? That is just absolutely brutal. Hopefully we can see Geo at least get on the board by the time these 3 minutes are up. And may I remind everyone, too, how the prediction went. Geo up by 92% in the predictions. However, he's got this game running away from him. And X once again has his ultimate, which has just absolutely been diabolical for Geo. Geo comes up through the teleport now, probably trying to get a good vantage point up on the roof. Once again, retreating to the roof, able to get a little bit of a grapple there, but alas, it doesn't matter. They make figure eights through the air as they try to escape one another. Oh, and unfortunately, X just misses his ultimate, but he does get a couple of good hits in. He is getting low, 135 health. Is this the time? Does Geo finally get the hit? X does fall off, but into the health pack. Geo also receiving health for himself. And that was the closest we have seen Geo to getting any kind of progress on X here. X half health, but getting those shields really quickly. Bouncing in and out of this portal now. Geo trying really hard to bait out X. But unfortunately for Geo, he's gonna have to make a lot more ground than that if he's gonna want to have any chance of making it against those fists. Oof. And it is 6-0 in X's favor. 1.5 minutes left, and unfortunately, I think that this is going to be it for Geo. Can he at least get on the board? X now just waiting for his prey to appear. Geo walking around outside, trying to get a better vantage point. Just any kind of distance that he can from X, not wanting to stay indoors and continue to get clobbered.
Only 60 seconds left.
Yikes. This is looking tough. Both desperately trying to find each other now. Oh, and does Geo hear him? He does. Taking a shot around the corner. Getting the high ground. Staying away from X as much as possible. Throwing out abilities, but X is coming fast around the corner. Looking to potentially go up the stairs here. Dodging shots left and right. Now there's 2 X's as he goes through a portal. Geo running for his life now. Taking another couple good shots, some very good shots in X's face. Grabbing a health pack. Being able to get the grapple. Oh, avoiding the ultimate. Getting some good shots off. Getting the ult off. And finally getting on the board. It is 1-6. X is still up by 5. And unfortunately for Geo, it's not going to be enough time to come back. But he did get on the board at the very end. Congratulations, X. And GG's to my competitors. Oof, that's a toughie. Oh, that was painful. And wow, honest to God, I think that both players played very well, but X just had that extra edge. See what I did there? Yeah, we make jokes here. We have fun here. All right, X moving forward now to round 2. And next up, we have Sir Saval and Incro. X liked it. That's all that matters. All right, let's see. There we go. Let's grab Sav and let's grab Incro. Here we go. And you guys are welcome to roll your characters anytime. We got predictions up. Who will win this 1v1? X just bouncing on that thing. You know what I'm saying? I'm playing Honkai. Too bad. Alright, Saval is going to be playing Thor, and Incro is going to be playing Psylocke. Very interesting picks. Another DPS versus a tank. Let's see the stats. Saval, known tank player, but let's see here. Oh, 12.4 hours. His second most played character, followed by Incro, who has played a total of 3.8 hours on Psylocke. Not horrible. Definitely not the same amount that Saval has played Thor, but still a considerable amount. At least enough to know how she plays. More of an assassin-like character going up against the almighty Thor, who is going to be much more of an in-your-face, tanky melee character. Now, Incro is going to have a little bit of range advantage here, but will it be enough? Will the damage be enough to take out Saval before Saval can get up in the face of that beautiful, beautiful Psylocke? Mwah. Delicious. All right, let's see. And as the predictions are rounding out here, we got Incro up. Oh, but it's changed just a little bit. It's very even now. Oh, and slightly siding over to Saval as people are seeing the careers now, and Saval just barely taking the predictions. Let's see how it pans out. Let's start her up. That is tough. I mean, we gotta, you know, we gotta have some sympathy for Geo. Not only has he lost to X, but he's also lost to me, and that's gotta be a heavy blow to his ego.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2.
Hugs in the chat for Geo.
I've fought Oni.
All
Slay
right.
demons.
First to 16
This
kills,
should be
or
easy.
the most kills within 10 minutes. Let's go. I do believe I've updated the
Take
bracket.
down
If
as
you're
many
not seeing the
enemies as you
update, you may have to refresh. And we are off. Incro starting outside. Saval inside.
The enemy has
So
arrived.
finding Saval now, who's just waiting for him. Saval getting up in his face, but Incro does have some dashes, able to get out of his grasp, able to go invisible. Just prowling around him like a cat with her prey. Getting a couple of pot shots off, but it's barely touching Saval, who is able to shield up. Saval having a little bit of range there as he gets a couple of hits, and Incro's only got 20 health to his name. He's gonna have to hit that health pack, and he's not able to. Saval gets the hit 1-0 to start off the match.
Mind, body, and soul.
Good awareness on Saval's part, able to stick to Incro like glue before he can get a health pack. Incro coming back into the house, hoping to catch a glimpse of Saval before he can catch a glimpse of him. And boy, do I like glimpsing this Psylocke skin. Ooh, ooh, it is hot. Hearing some clomping around. Now Saval finds Incro first, as they do a couple of dashing maneuvers. 50 HP on Incro. He's able to get the health pack. Saval's lost his prey now, as Incro recovers and finds a better vantage point up top. Comes back down, goes in for a couple of shots, does a bit of a dash out of the way of Saval's swing. Saval now throwing out his hammer, trying to get some range damage. These little pot shots tingling. We're getting a nice little combo there. Able to chunk down Saval quite a bit, but he does have shields. And fortunately for Incro, his ultimate is used up as Saval gets the kill. 2-0 now. Saval is up. And that is a major blow to Incro now. His ultimate being extremely good, especially considering that none of the damage would be shared by anyone else in this matchup. It is a 1v1, meaning that Saval would take all of the damage in that ultimate. Incro going back in now. Getting a couple of good shots, able to grab and nab the health pack before Saval can, but oh, it's just too much damage. Saval taking another kill, 3-0. Going up against tanks is going to be difficult. However, there are ways to outmaneuver and outshoot tanks. As we have seen, Incro's gotten some really good damage. It's just, unfortunately for Incro, unable to avoid the damage that Saval is putting out as well. 4-0 now. Saval takes a major lead. We got 7 minutes left in the game.
Reborn once more.
What's most unfortunate with this matchup as well is the fact that Saval obviously has a lot more experience with this character, and you can definitely see that advantage here. Oh, able to just get Incro out of that invisibility.
You're falling behind.
And 5-0, Saval's favor. No, and then keep in mind, none of our contestants today are bad at any rate. It all comes down to, like I said, some skill, but also some luck. Getting a character that you know how to play and play well, but also getting a good matchup. Some characters are just going to be bad into others. A Storm turning into a Hawkeye is always going to be tough. And there we go. Incro now on the board, 5-1. Using his ultimate there. Thankfully being able to actually get the ultimate off without Saval killing Incro there. It was very, very close, and it almost looked like he was going to get canceled out of his ult. But he was able to survive and pop it off and get that kill. That's what he desperately needed, and it might be what his strategy will be moving forward as he tries to continue building that ultimate. Saval getting some really good ranged hits here. Following through Incro. Oh, and not going through the portal to stop him from grabbing the health pack. Incro dashing away now, trying to get some space between them. Saval trying desperately to follow. pushing Inkro through the portal. Inkro going through the portal yet again. Very surprising that Inkro is not choosing to go upstairs instead. Choosing to bait Saval through the portals. Saval getting a little mixed up here. Trying to follow Inkro through the portals, through the room. Trying to get his hands on him, but unable to. Inkro definitely getting hurt there, grabbing that health pack at a very opportune time. Saval looking fairly hurt now. Half health, still having some shields. Oh, but is he going to be able to get enough shots? Inkro just barely going around that corner, and oh! Saval unable to avoid the Inkro ult. And when I tell you, that was the closest that we have had now. 5-2 with Saval still up. Inkro now having gotten 2 kills, but only through the ultimate. Is he only able to get a kill through the ultimate? We'll find out. Definitely had Saval on the ropes there as they were continuing throughout the house. But as soon as he is caught, it is a bad time for Inkro. And, oh, just barely avoiding that hammer. And unfortunately for Inkro, got a little stuck after that teleport. It is 6-2 now. Extremely, extremely close. And I'm unsure, it kind of looked like when Inkro used his ultimate that Saval might have been trying to use his ultimate as well. It looked like he had jumped up in the air. Not sure if that was his ultimate though. Saval now sussing out Inkro's location. Trying desperately to keep up with him. As he zips and zoops through all of these portals and is able to catch him before he can dash away. It's 7-2. Saval's favor. It's definitely going to be tough. We had a choice. I know a lot of us have talked about potentially banning everyone except for DPS. However, a lot of people in the community felt like it would be possible to take down a tank. Oh, and there's a good ult by Inkro. This time not out of necessity. Getting a kill there on Saval is 7-3. A lot of people in the community said that you are able to beat down tanks. It just takes a certain kind of character and a certain set of skills. As some tanks are also very limited. Saval taking another kill there, 8-3. As he's able to catch Inkro. It's going to be tough. But at the same time, we've seen a lot of quote-unquote unwinnable matchups. You never know. You never know how this can unfold. And like I said before, Saval had an incredible amount of luck on his side, given the fact that he does play Thor and plays Thor well. At this point, it is just going to be a bit of a cat and mouse game for Inkro and Saval, as Inkro tries desperately to avoid Saval's hits while simultaneously trying to hit him. Saval getting the AoE effect on his ultimate and getting the kill on Inkro. It is 9-3 with a minute and a half left. Yeah, unfortunately, we had a bit of a discussion about whether to include tanks or not. We also considered maybe not having supports in the game either. But as we've seen, Gage was able to make it work with a support. So it is possible. I'm sure a lot of people would say the same thing if it was a DPS versus a support as well. It just kind of depends. And that is why we do random characters here in this tournament. To not only... Oh, and unfortunately, Inkro is once again beaten out of his ultimate. It is 10-3 now, with Saval still up. It definitely is doable, but it can be one-sided. That's one of the reasons why we did random picks. That way no one could play their mains. Everyone had equal chance of getting a good character. Quote-unquote good. Because what might be good for you may not be good for me and vice versa.
Down to 30 seconds.
It all comes down to luck and skill with that character. Saval now skulking around the outside looking for Inkro. Inkro baiting out the hits,
Our adversaries
trying to avoid those long ranges, able to bait out the hits now. Saval trying desperately to get closer to Inkro so that he could pelt him with some hammer hits. Inkro staying well out of his range, doing as much damage as possible, getting him to half health, and unfortunately that is game end. Inkro just narrowly getting another kill there, and it is Saval's game to take. Congratulations, Saval, and GG's to everyone involved. Very, very good performance by both. I will say, it was going to be a very difficult matchup just going into it, knowing that Saval plays Thor well, knowing what he can do with Thor, and I think at the end of the day, it's going to come down to what are the weaknesses and how can I exploit them. There was also a chance to ban any other characters that we did not want to see in this competition, and we also did not ban any others. We did end up banning at least one tank. We considered potentially banning Hulk just for his bulkiness. But as I said, I took the feedback from the community, and this is what we agreed upon. Saval moving forward to round 2. Next up, we have Rune and Pep. Let's go ahead and see. Is Pep here in the chat? Do I have Pep added? Prediction is up. Oh, 1 second, Pep. Let me go ahead. Remove someone from my list. Okay, go ahead and add again. There we go. Alright, let me go ahead and add you in here. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna assume it's Pep. It's like Pep XXH, but I'm gonna call you Pep. Alright, let's roll for our heroes. We have Rune playing Magic. And Pep, if you would like to do !hero to see who you play. And Pep will be playing Thor, another Thor player. All right. Let's see. Predictions are up. Who we got? Rune running away with it potentially with a 75% chance. And let's check out the careers. Let's see. Rune having a nice spread here between characters. How much has Rune played Magic? Rune has played Magic for a total of 16 minutes versus Pep, who has played Thor for 20 minutes. So about even on the playtime once again. And it looks like Pep is a big fan of Psylocke and Luna and Venom. Once again, a very healthy mix here of characters. You love to see it. No one completely one-sided versus anyone else. Now, if you guys would like to reroll, you are welcome to. However, both parties need to agree. So if Pep and Rune would like to reroll, you guys both can reroll, but you have to both agree to it. Keep in mind that both of you guys have not really played these characters. Both of you have not played your characters very long. So there is still a chance that this could work out. Up for a reroll. All right, we have our first reroll. Go ahead and reroll your characters. Our first reroll. All right, and Rune has instead re-rolled for Hulk. What does Pep have? Let's see. I must have missed where Hulk was. Where is Hulk? I'm silly. Okay, there we go. 24 minutes on Hulk versus the Punisher. Once again, another tank versus a DPS. And Pep has played a total of 0 time on Punisher. So, very interesting. Once again, characters that neither one of you guys have really played so much. And in the interest of time, we will go ahead with the rerolls. We won't roll them again. Good luck. Have fun. We got a Hulk versus a Punisher. Now, this is going to be very interesting, given the fact that some consider Punisher to be extremely useful against tanks, right? I mean, dude, as long as he is far enough away, he can absolutely pelt down some bullets and potentially
You're on your own this
knock
time,
down
so choose
a tank.
wisely.
However, it's going to come down to whether
The battle
Rune can
starts
get
in
up
5,
close
4,
and whether Pep can stay
3,
away
2,
and dog
1.
down his opponent.
You know a word I don't like?
First to 16 or the person who gets the most kills in 10 minutes, and here we go. In all honesty, I do not know how this is going to go, especially given the fact that Pep does not seem to have really played a whole lot of Punisher. However, like I said, if I were to look at this matchup, I would say that Pep would have a bit of an advantage, just based off of who his character is and how much damage he can output. But this is going to be very similar to the Thing match that we had earlier, where if Rune can get up close and personal, those Fists of Fury are going to hurt. Pep now hearing the footsteps of Rune, and oh, he does not know that he's right behind him, getting banished and punched out almost immediately. Rune on the board, 1-0.
This is not over.
It's up to you, Endless. Because we might have some rerolls, so I would probably just do the predictions before the rerolls, or before the rolls, rather. Just anytime. Because if we have a reroll, it's not going to matter whether people vote for the roll or not. Like in this case. Also, we have to do quick predictions, just because we don't have a lot of time for these matches. I don't want to take like all evening doing these matches, so I want to get into them as quick as possible. So we're only doing like a minute or so for the predictions. Alright, Pep now running around, trying to get a good vantage point on Rune. Rune also seeking out, might have found Pep, potentially. Jumping around now, looking outside the building, and oh, he's found him! Coming in for a good punch, jumping in on Pep's face, popping the shield now, and unfortunately for Pep, getting knocked out. It is Rune 2, Pep 0. Now, I will say for Pep, once again, Pep not knowing how to play this character may be the detriment here, because Pep should have an advantage against this Hulk. Having not only the high damage output assault rifle, but also the shotgun. Will Pep know to use the shotgun? And he does so now as Hulk gets up close and personal. Will Pep be able to stay far enough away to avoid those fists? Rune grabbing the health pack. Pep going in for the ultimate, but unfortunately Rune is on top of him. 3-0, punching him right out of his ult. And unfortunately for Pep, that uses it. He is back to building up his ultimate. Pep now banished, as Rune tries to take advantage of it by going in with the fist, jumping in and getting those shots. It is 4-0 for Rune. Pep learning a little bit of the strats now, as we can see. He does pull out the shotgun. Now it's going to be a matter of how close do you get and can you withstand or avoid those punches.
Stronger again.
Rune waiting patiently, jumping in on Pep. Pep trying desperately to get away, trying to jump into the turret, not exactly understanding how the turret is working. And Rune grabbing the kill with the slappy hands during his ultimate. Thankfully for Pep, this ultimate will be over by the time he comes back in, but that is just absolutely diabolical. Rune now 5-0. And this is going to be tough. If Pep can set up his turret in a good location, he might be able to pelt down major damage. However, it's going to be up to Rune to then avoid that turret or destroy it. Whichever comes first. Rune now trying to traverse the map as he looks for Punisher. Punisher is hanging out up top. Pep pelting down some bullets. Gets baited out and banished from long range, which is honestly quite incredible to see. Some more slappy hands from Rune, being one of Rune's only ranged options, along with the banishing. Going in with the shield, pelting down some more fists for Pep. Pep, unfortunately, getting back into a corner, but, however, Rune's not done yet. Rune having been popped out of Hulk form, but it does not matter as Rune has the gun and is able to take that last shot needed to get the kill. It is now 6-0 in Rune's favor, but, however, in Pep's favor, Rune is unable to Hulkify. Will Pep be able to get their first kill? Now it is just a game of guns as Pep desperately tries to get those shots, and oh, Rune just gets the Hulk off. That's so unfortunate for Pep, who now has to deal with the big hulking bruiser as opposed to the tiny little banner man. And it is just a punch out. An absolute knockout. 7-0, Rune's favor. That's gonna be tough. Pep can get away from the Hulk with a zipline. However, Hulk has the benefit of being able to jump very long distances, and unless they fight out in the open, it's going to be very hard to traverse inside of this house. Pep now going for the ultimate, trying to get as much damage as possible, bannerizing the Hulk. Rune trying desperately to get away, but unable to. Pep is on the board at 7-1. And that's exactly what Pep needed for that ultimate. Needed to damage down the Hulk to get him into banner form and be able to take out Banner easily. Just absolutely shredding through that tankiness. That is exactly what Pep needs to do. But unfortunately for Pep, he only has about 4 minutes to do so to make up for all the lost points. Is it a comeback? Is Pep finally able to figure out his kit against this hulky man? Rune now just looking for Pep as they attempt to find each other here. Pep hanging out in the foyer, hearing those gigantic footsteps now. Hoping, trying desperately to get a couple shots off. Ooh, and Pep might have just found him. But is Rune gonna be able to walk into his trap? Oh, and Pep gets out of the turret now. Afraid that Rune might know where he is, and he does. Actually, a good call by Pep not to stay in the turret because he would have been a sitting duck, but it does not matter as Rune gets yet another kill. 8-1 now for Rune. Able to get the jump on Pep, and unfortunately, Pep is just unable to get a good spot and to get something going against this Hulk. Rune now trying to get the stun off. Does not quite get the stun off, but does get the shield. Pep trying desperately to shoot through the shield. Shoot anything at all now. Shotgun blast and all, but Rune is going to ult up and get even tankier as he tries to follow and find the Punisher. Lost him for a second there. Pep going in for more damage. The Hulk's ultimate is over. Pep is now running away and using his own ultimate, which is a good move considering that it would have been harder to get through the massive Hulk. Getting him down to Banner and getting the kill. And now we are at 2-8 in Rune's favor. Pep once again on the board, getting some good shots with that ultimate. But again, is the ultimate the only way he's going to be able to get that damage? Pep now patiently, cautiously waiting. We got a minute and a half left as he sees whether Rune's going to come into the room or not. Definitely some good damage coming out of Pep. I think Pep is finally getting up into step, and oh, Pep just narrowly avoids some damage there As he tries to set up against the Hulk's going to jump at him, but he's not there. He's going to take the shotgun out and try to pelt him with some damage, but he's not able to get away. Would a zipline work to get out of the way? And it's not enough. Rune just barraging
Not done yet.
Pep with some
Only 60
fists.
seconds left.
There's only a minute left on the clock. And that was an incredibly close call for Rune there, as Pep is able to get some decent damage going, but unable to secure the kill.
All patched up.
Rune now half damage as Pep just keeps littering him with bullets. Pulling out the shotgun, but Rune's got the shield and he is bruised. This is Pep's chance to get back on the board. It is 9-3 now. Rune's still in the lead, but at least Pep is finally feeling himself. He's getting some good shots in with that shotgun. And one sort of wonders if Rune is giving him a bit of a chance, given that he did not jump into his face the moment he saw him. Jumping up now behind Pep, excuse me. And it is not enough time for Pep to do anything about it. Rune takes it, and it is a victory. GG's, everybody. GG's. Congrats, Rune. You move on to the next stage. And we have one more matchup in round 1 to do. And it will be Farim versus Endless. Also, my bracket is being a butthead, so let me refresh real quick. There we go. Alright, submit. There we go. Alright. And the last deciding game to figure out who moves on to round 2. We have Farim versus Endless. Predictions are up. Thank you for the hydrate. I have a mic because I am casting today. Alright, it looks like everyone is in. Farim is taking a pre-game shot. We'll see how that works out for Farim. Would you guys like to roll your heroes? What's my hole called? I stunned him. It would not let me grab him and toss him around. Well, I guess that makes sense, because I think technically in the stun you're like banished. Like no one can touch you. Like, you can't move and no one can touch you. Alright, Farim has rolled Winter Soldier and Endless has rolled a Moon Knight. It is a DPS versus a DPS. And let's check out the stats while we wait. Endless, known Penny enjoyer, but unfortunately for them, Penny is banned in this match. And let's see. Winter Soldier. No hours played. Versus Endless, who has played 5.5 hours of Moon Knight, his second most played. Very interesting. Will the experience add up? Will it help Endless in this matchup? Be very interesting to see. We've seen a Winter Soldier play before, however, it was against a tank. This time around, it's going to be a much more even playing field. Damage versus damage. Who is going to out-damage the other? Now, the only downside here is going to be for Moon Knight not having the benefit of having other teammates being able to bounce off those onks. So it's going to be a lot. It's going to be on him to hit him dead on. All right, and majority of the votes skewing for Endless here. Let's see how it pans out. If Farim has the aim, then the Bucky just could take it. Yeah, the only reason you have 0 accuracy is just because you never played him, Farim. That's all. Just remember, you've got a grapple.
4,
And you've got a
3,
throwing ranged
2,
ability,
1.
as well as a dash.
Sometimes I wish I could go back
Just
into the
utilize
deep
that
freeze
kit.
for a few more decades.
16 kills, or whoever has the most at the end of 10 minutes. Let's go!
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
We are off. Farim checking corners like a good soldier, going into the house now. Looks like Endless is already inside, looking for Farim, possibly seeing Farim there, and it is ready to go. Farim is down to 92 health, 142 now. There's an Ankh there, taking out that Ankh, getting some decent damage. They're both about the same damage here. Gets that grapple hook off, unable to hit another shot on Endless, and there it is in midair. Farim getting the first kill, and it is 1-0. Absolutely exhilarating first matchup here, as Farim makes good use of all of the kit and all of the technology available to them. Endless also making good use of the kit, trying to use that Ankh to his advantage, trying to get as much damage as possible without even having to aim at Farim. Farim hearing those footsteps now, but where could they be? Endless now in the foyer, waiting for Farim. Hearing those footsteps yet again, just narrowly avoiding each other. As they patiently run around. Farim now going back inside. Oh, and he might have just caught a glimpse there of Endless. They're about to meet up, and around the corner, and Endless has no idea. Farim's gonna get a couple pot shots, but Endless is gonna put down an Ankh. Is it gonna be enough? And there's an ultimate. Farim's caught in it, but just barely, still about half health. Unable to get the kill. Grabbing the health back and doinking Endless in the head for a 2-0.
Some sort of Ankh? I took the Ankh off the board.
Taking out that Ankh. Good work by Endless trying to put down that Ankh. But unfortunately, it was not enough. And taking him out that time with another Ankh right on the backside and a good shot to the face. And now Endless is on the board, 2-1. This is a much closer matchup now. And we got about 7.5 minutes left. Both gonna look for each other again, probably hearing each other's footsteps going around and around and around. Farim just barely noticing. They're gonna dash up to Endless's level and trying to hit him with that ultimate, which he does, so he's got to get the kill, and there it is. Farim getting that ultimate kill, 3-1. Unfortunately for Rim, the ultimate is not going to help him too much, given that he's still going to have to get a couple hits on Endless after the fact. Endless going in with that Ankh. Rim throwing out grapples to no avail. 107 health on the board, and oh, they're both really low. It's just going to come down to a couple more shots, and Endless goes in for the melee at 3-2.
You thought I was gone for good?
Coming into the doorway now, and Farim may have to consider going in a different way. Does Endless see where Farim is? He does, and he pops the ultimate right on top of him, throws down the ult, and immediately slings him with a boomerang. And now we are tied up. It is 3-3. Excellent work by Endless, getting that intel, dropping the ultimate, and getting a decent chunk of damage before finishing off with the Ankh. Another Ankh hit there as Farim is taken down to half health, unable to get a hit on him. Farim now scrambling to get close, but to no avail. Endless getting some melee hits as well as the final blow. It is 4-3. Once again, another very close matchup. Endless not needing his health back, but staying incredibly near it, flying up into the air, trying to throw down the Ankh. Farim avoiding the Ankh this time.
Good.
Throwing in a grapple, grabbing Endless, very good grab, and doing enough damage to get the kill. It's 4v4. We are tied once again, as it's Endless's turn to come into the building now. Farim just waiting, throwing down the Ankh. Trying desperately to jump up into there. 48 health, looking low, and Farim takes that shot. 5-4 now. In Farim's favor. Is he going to wait for Endless to go back through? Is Endless going to go back through the same way he does? And they may want to reconsider going through the front door, as Farim uses his kit to get yet another kill. 6v4 now, as he gets a nice uppercut hit. Endless is going to need to rethink this strategy. And he does, going through a different direction this time. Would be a good idea. Jumping up behind Endless now, getting the Onk hits, still getting a couple of Onk hits. Brim is low and is caught inside of the ultimate trap that Endless has set for him. And it is 6v5 now with Endless catching up once again. He's got his Onk out at the ready, but it's going to get shot out by Farim, who is waiting at the doorway. Oh, and a lot of really good Onk hits there. Farim getting a little bit of shield, but definitely looking hurt. And all it's going to take is one hit, and Endless does it, tying it up once again, 6v6. We got about 4 minutes left, and everything is tied up. We're going to need somebody to take the lead here. And does Farim go through the front door again? Yes, he does. Endless down with the Onk. Nice heavy Onk hits there. As Farim grabs the health pack, grabs a couple of shields, tries his best to throw. Endless now baiting out the corner, seeing if he can maybe get a couple of hits on Farim. But Farim is long gone, coming around the top corner now. Endless missing a couple shots there as Farim tries desperately to get something going. Surprise attacks just not quite working. Endless grabbing that health pack and getting a lot of really good hits there on Farim. Farim looking low, but grabs the health pack to also heal up a little bit. Both of them not quite full as Farim stuck in the ultimate, gets heavily chunked by Endless in his ultimate. But not dead yet. Farim grabs another health pack. Endless thinks, oh, you know, that might be a good idea, actually. Goes and grabs a health pack for himself. Farim comes back in. Endless goes in with the Onk, which has just been diabolical to Farim so far. And Farim doing absolutely nothing close range. Endless gets it with a melee hit. It is 7v6 in Endless's favor. Definitely a lot of good kit strategy going on here, especially given the fact that Farim has never played Winter Soldier before. Farim gonna go for the ultimate, but unfortunately it is not enough. Endless is bleeding, but not hurt. And as I said, it's going to be very difficult for Farim to make that ultimate worthwhile if he does not get any more hits off of him after the fact. Endless doing an amazing job keeping Farim at bay, getting close and using those melee hits to his advantage. Farim getting the grapple on him, getting good hits on him, and finally able to doink him down into submission. It is 8v7.
Get up.
Farim only a point away, but there's only 2 minutes left. Is Farim going to be able to make up that and then some? Farim jumping up into the air now, seeing if he can get a good vantage point on Farim. Farim having the high ground. Endless going for the health pack. Farim hot on his heels. Getting some good Onk shots there. Farim taking some shots. Not getting baited into the ultimate. Oh, and getting a nice headshot onto Endless as Endless was trying to do as much damage as he possibly could running up to him, thinking Farim was going to run away. It is 8v8 now. We are all tied up with a minute and a half left. It's really going to come down to who gets these last couple kills. Endless going now for a health pack, being half health. Farim almost having the ultimate, shooting down the Onks now. Doesn't know there's an Onk over to their right. Oh, getting Onked down and Endless with the good shots. 9-8 now.
Only 60
And if Endless
seconds
can
left.
hold on to this lead, he may just be the victor. Thank you for the follow.
Thank you very much.
Sensing Farim coming through the front door, going through the teleport. Farim desperately trying to get that ultimate off. Not able to hit Endless, however, and running straight into an Onk. Endless is 10-8 now. And Farim's got to make something happen in the next 30 seconds. Or it's going to be all Jover. Going through the front door once again.
30 seconds.
Rise and fall.
Endless throwing an Onk smartly right in front of the teleport. Farim unknowingly running right into his trap. Endless missing a couple shots there. Unfortunately, no Onks for him just yet. He's trying to sling something, but Farim's taking a lot of damage, and he's going to get more damage, but he does not die to the ultimate. It is 10 versus
Guess
9.
Gumshoe's got
Endless
my
comes
back.
back. It's 5 seconds. Are they going to be able to get another kill? They're not going to be able to get another kill. Oh, it's so close. It's so fucking close. But Endless takes it 10 to 9. Holy shit. Both of them on the edge of death, and it was so close. Woo, GG's everybody. Holy cow. That was a good game. Give it up to Farim. Honest to God, that was Farim's first ever game with Winter Soldier, and they almost ended up winning the whole thing. But some excellent onks by Endless, being able to bait Farim into those onks and get a whole bunch of damage before Farim can even interact. It was definitely a good strategy. And unfortunately for Farim, the aim was just not enough. But very good shots by both. Very good effort. And that is our final round of round 1, with Endless taking it. All right, we move on to round 2. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Our next game is Leviosa versus Gage. Congratulations, guys. Very good work. Super fun match to watch and to commentate on. That was awesome. All right. Here we go. We have 4 matches in round 2, and then we'll move on to the semifinals after that. This is going to decide who fights in the semifinals. Thank you guys for the follows. Can we get predictions up for Gage versus Leviosa, please? Gage having picked Human Torch, Lev having picked Hela. Okay. Once again, 2 DPSs back to back. However, one of them is a flyer and one of them is not quite a sniper, but you know, sniper adjacent. It's going to be very interesting to see how this pans out. Oh yeah, you got some time. We're going to do the predictions. Don't you worry. Thank you guys for the follows. Let's just let's peep the stats here. I know Gage has played a decent amount of Human Torch ever since Human Torch came out. 11.4 hours, definitely a decent chunk. Versus Lev, who will be playing Hela and has played a whole 41 minutes of Hela. So definitely not nowhere near the same amount of experience. However, Lev does have the upper hand, being somewhat of a sniper class character. Being able to snipe flying characters out of the sky with ease. However, it is going to come down to whether Lev has that aim or whether Gage has that skill to be able to get around his weaknesses. Jesus Christ, Farim, do not do 10 shots. Jesus Christ. But not Farim, you did fantastic. For that being like your first ever match, I think that went really well. I would honestly say maybe you should pick up Winter Soldier. Like, I thought you did really well. All things considered. I think like everything being against you there, I think you did really well. That was I think the closest matchup that we have had so far. But also, like, with such a wide experience gap, it's kind of incredible to see, honestly. 10 is a lot. That's a lot of shots. That's a lot of shots. Maybe just like 1 shot. Oh my lord. All right. So let's see. And predictions are up. Gage winning with a 73% prediction. Let's see how it pans out. Hiatus, thank you for the raid. Welcome, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hope you guys are doing well. We are hosting a 1v1 tournament with the community. Going into round 2 of our games. Going pretty well.
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely.
All right.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3.
Once again,
2,
we are
1.
first to 16 kills, or whoever has the
My
most
domain
kills
will one day
within 10 minutes.
encompass all souls.
You guys know the drill. Now let's see if Lev can figure out how to play Hela.
You've got one job. Take down as
And
many
we are
enemies as you
off.
can.
I'm doing good, Hiatus. How was your stream? Lev automatically getting the higher ground as he peers around for Gage. Gage moving inside of the building. Checking out the foyer, seeing if there is a wild Hela about. Lev just fine to stay up top, looking around at the teleports to see if maybe he could spy a little fire guy. Oh, and there he is. It's going to be the shootout of the century as Gage tries to outshoot Lev and does. Gage on the board, 1-0. Good effort by Lev, but unfortunately for Lev, Gage just has that experience. Being able not only to shoot people down, but also to dive bomb them. The last bit of damage that they need. Alright, Lev choosing to go back outside. Will this work out in Lev's favor? Or should Lev stay inside and not allow Gage to have the upper hand of being above? Lev now going all the way up top, going to try to get some shots. Oh, and tries to get one mid-air, but doesn't pan out. Gage with that damage. 2-0 for Gage.
Horrors I'll make for them in hell.
Is Lev gonna be able to get those shots? So far, a valiant effort. Unfortunately for Lev, just on some unequal footing. Losing his potential advantage there. Spying a little bit of a fiery nugget outside of the house there. As Lev tries desperately to get on Gage's level and unfortunately unable to. Lev backing back into the house. Gage not letting up as Lev pots some more shots up in his direction, but all the damage is severe. Lev unable to bird up is just gonna have to walk over to that health pack as Gage comes back outside where he is comfortable. Able to go up incredibly high. Ooh, narrowly avoiding that dive bomb. However, the autos take him out and Lev is down 0-3. Gage definitely winning the fights in the skies. But will Lev be able to withstand the heat? Haha. Oh, puns. Lev now choosing potentially to stay indoors this time. Waiting for Gage to come through, which he does. Lev trying desperately to get some shots. Trying to use that heavy damage shot, but missing. Getting hit way too many times for comfort, and Gage once again gets that kill. It is 0-4. As Lev needs to figure out a different strategy if he's going to make this work. He's got about 6.5 minutes to overcome this deficit. For Lev, I think it's going to be all about positioning and being able to catch Gage unawares. Being able to get those couple of shots without Gage even knowing where he is and being able to finish him off. The best thing Lev has in his arsenal is those auto shots. He has to land those shots, and unfortunately, he is just getting pushed off the edge by Gage. It is 5-0.
Immortality has its privileges.
Seems the high ground is not so high when you can fly. Lev once again choosing to go up, getting a lot of good shots on Gage there, trying desperately to avoid, and there we go. Lev is on the board. It's 5-1 in Gage's favor, and Lev finally has gotten those hits that he is so desperately seeking. Will it be enough to stay up here and to keep shooting at Gage? Gage now using his ultimate to his advantage, but didn't even honestly need it. Dive bombs for the kill. It's 6v1. Lev now having an ultimate advantage, but now it's more of a question of where and when is he going to use it. Immediately using it, and Gage, all he has to do is tuck away and wait. Poking his head out. And unfortunately for Lev, it was just too early. Gage easily able to avoid that ultimate altogether. standing right into the fire, exactly where he landed through the portal, and Gage know this, setting up the trap for a 7-1.
Make for them in hell.
Gotta definitely be frustrating for Lev. Trying just everything they can to make it work. Lev now stuck behind a firewall, quite literally, as Gage sets his little traps around the teleports and around the front door, spying Lev now. He seeks to get some shots from above, and he is shot down out of the sky by Lev. Excellent shots by Lev, as Lev is now 2 and 7.
Rekindled.
It's exactly what Lev needs. Just some opportunity to be able to shoot into the sky a couple times to get those shots. Oh, engaged dive bombs, narrowly avoiding Lev, and oh! They kill each other? That is a first for this tournament so far. Both of them dying at the exact same time to each other's auto attacks. Lev now birding up to the top, trying desperately to avoid these fiery balls, but unfortunately, Gage has the upper hand, quite literally. 9-3 now in Gage's favor. Definitely a good trade for Lev, however, Lev cannot afford to give Gage any more points. Lev is gonna have to get something going. We have 3.5 minutes left. Lev taking lots of damage here.
You need to eliminate 6 more players.
Jumping, desperately trying to avoid this damage. Gage now going to grab a health pack here, just to top himself off, as he awaits for his victim yet again.
Supernova!
Ulting now, once he spies Lev, popping all of his tornadoes in one spot on the roof, but Lev is nowhere to be found except for there, where Lev goes through a teleport. Gage knows exactly where he's at. Unable to confirm a kill with the ultimate, but so very close to, and does Gage not see Lev? Lev desperately grabbing a health pack, ulting now. Gage needs to play the avoidance game, which he does. And unfortunately for Lev, he's unable to get any shots off on Gage with this ultimate. Hella ultimate definitely going to be hard to use in this scenario when all you have to hit is one person. Another dive bomb onto Lev. It is 11-3 now. All Gage needs is another 5 kills to win, or to run out the clock, which is about 2 minutes left. Thank you for the follow, by the way. Lev getting picked out yet again, stuck on the side of the building, unable to maneuver around, getting absolutely pelted by flames, and Gage is 12-3 now, absolutely owning the skies. Will Lev be able to get a good vantage point? I think that's been the name of the game so far. Just being able to get a good perspective on Gage. Gage get yet another kill. 13-3 now. Lev unfortunately out of the game, but can still put up some good fight here and overcome. Lev now coming through the portal, levitating out, going back in through the teleporter, going to the top, but unfortunately it won't be enough. There's no health packs up here. And Gage gets yet another kill, 14-3 now. As Lev comes through the portal once again, floating down, looking for Gage, and Gage just knows exactly where he's gonna come through. Lev needs to find another route to the outside. Gage is eyeing it all like a hawk, knowing exactly where the ins and outs are, definitely showing his map awareness.
Supernova!
Ulting yet again, throwing down some of those tornadoes, going instead inside as Lev ducks in. Trying to get something going, trying to avoid all of that damage, and it doesn't matter as Gage finds his 16th kill. GG's, everybody. And congratulations, Gage, for moving on to the semifinals. There we go. GG's. Definitely was going to be a tough matchup considering all of the time and experience that Gage has had with this character. And the fact that Lev just unfortunately does not have the same kind of experience with Hela, nor was he able to really get any kind of upper hand throughout the entire match. Definitely the ping can be a problem, but I do think that Lev, he had a lot of really great shots, a lot of really great plays, and unfortunately, any other time, I think Hela would have been a fantastic matchup against the Human Torch. But at the same time, when you are the only person on your team, you're just going to get dogged down by all of that damage. It's just tough to avoid. Alright, we have Skrip and Goose up next. Let's get those predictions rolling. Let's get those characters picked. No, it was a really good try. Everyone has done a really, really fantastic job. And I'm also super happy that no one has just straight up given up. Even when, you know, the odds are dire, I'm glad to see that you guys are still trying your hardest. That's all that we can really ask for. Alright, Skrip has rolled Doctor Strange, which is very interesting considering Goose is a big Doctor Strange player himself. Let's see what the stats are looking like on Doctor Strange. Skrip having played a wide variety of heroes. 1.8 hours on Doctor Strange. Not terrible. Goose now rolling for Penny. You'll have to roll again. Oh, Strange is banned? Oh, my bad. Sorry. Roll again. Roll again. Actually, wait, did we ban Strange? Why did we ban Strange? So far we banned Penny, Invisible Woman, Adam Warlock, and Loki. I don't think Strange was banned. Unless he's supposed to be. Is there a reason why he should be banned? Cause, I mean, based off of his kit, I think he'd be fine. Oh, he's banned in that game mode. Oh, did not know that. All right, well, you learn something new every day. All right, I'm just gonna add that to the list for myself. I did not know that the game mode itself actually had bans. That's interesting. I mean, shoot, who cares? He could do portals in portals. Who cares? Well, either way. All right, Skrip going in with Storm. Goose going in with Loki. Now hold on now there, Goose. Hold on now there, Goose. I saw your reroll, sir. Oh, so you're right. You're right. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. I'm silly. I forgot. All right. All right. Storm versus Human Torch. Thank you. Dude, there's a lot going on, okay? There's a lot going on. We don't even have a prediction up yet. Like, I don't know what's happening, okay? I'm just trying to figure it all out, okay? I'm still trying to figure out why Strange is banned. All right. Let's go. Human Torch versus Storm. That's actually a pretty decent matchup. Two flyers in the skies. Who's going to fly the highest? Ooh-wee. Do we have a prediction? Endless might have dipped. So hold on. Let me set up the prediction real quick. Let's gauge. Get your points. There we go. All right. So this is Goose versus Skrip. There we go. There we go. Yeah, honestly, I did not know. I did not know that Strange was banned. Are there any other map bans that we know about? That I should know about? Because, I mean, so far we've gotten pretty lucky. But the last time I did this, I don't remember Strange being banned. I don't know if it ever landed on Strange. To be fair, I don't recall, but that's kind of interesting. Alright, get your predictions in as we go and check out the statistics. Let's see. So, Goose is going to be playing Human Torch. which he has a total of 37 minutes on, versus Skrilp, who is going to be playing Storm. And he has a total of 7 minutes on Storm. So not a lot of time on either one of them, interestingly enough. So it's going to be a battle of not so much skill, but potentially wits and maybe luck. I, honest to God, could not tell you between Storm and Human Torch who would be better. They seem near identical to me. And usually are played together rather than against each other. It's gonna be very interesting to see how, like, the aiming is gonna be working, since both of them will most likely be flying. They're gonna have to hit each other while in midair. And Human Torch having that dive bomb ability, I mean, he's not gonna really be able to dive bomb anything if Storm is not on the ground. Storm has her little zappy ability, but that also is just it's just a line ability, so you're still gonna have to line it up like you would a basic damage dealing bolt. You know, like it's gonna be very interesting. Also the fact that I'm not sure Storm is not really able to like get up into the air with her ultimate, so might be able to hit like the tops of the ultimate, but would Human Torch be able to fly above the ultimate? Similar in the same way, I mean, Human Torch's ultimate is just the tunnels. The tornado tunnels on the ground. Both of their ultimates being very ground-based. It's going to be very interesting. I'm predicting this to be somewhat of a low-scoring match, so it'll be very interesting because it'll be very, like near exact, like almost mirror match level. Skrilp just taking it, or sorry, Goose just taking it by a bit, 63-37, and we'll see how this pans out. Ghoskies. And that may all be on the fact that Goose has a little bit more experience with his character, but as we've seen, that doesn't necessarily matter. You can still do a lot with a character that you don't really know. It's all going to come down to who hits the shots most in the air. I agree. I agree.
The battle starts in 5.
The ults are going to be near useless to one another unless they happen to catch each other inside of the building. If they catch each other inside of the building, then we're talking.
I fight for her.
All right. Ready up. Here we go.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
We are off. First to 16 kills, or whoever gets the most kills in 10 minutes, which I think this is going to be a full 10-minute match. If I were to guess, Skrilp getting a lot of really good basic autos here on Goose. Goose dipping away now from the damage, having not really found Skrilp yet. Skrilp going for a little bit of health there as they sort of circle around each other in the air. Goose now getting a couple of autos. Both of them getting incredibly close, but Skrilp is just a little bit more accurate and gets on the board first, 1-0. Skrilp now energizing up, but to no avail. Goose nowhere to be seen. At least Skrilp knows to not be in the fast stance. Goose going down yet again, 2v0. To another couple of good damage autos there. Goose definitely getting taken down to Pedge from his first match with the Iron Man versus Iron Man. Getting 2 flying characters back to back. Very interesting for Goose, especially considering Goose is more of a tank player generally. Skrilp now flying up in the skies. Eyes like a hawk, head on a swivel, looking for Goose. Goose gets another good shot, but Skrilp gets that E ability off. Hits him dead on in the face. Skrilp gonna go grab that health. Gonna go ahead and ultimate now. Trying to find Goose, desperately trying to get Goose. Oh, but it's not enough. Goose is able to fly right over it and get a couple of shots in, but Storm still has those shields for the moment. Now they are gone as Goose gets a couple more shots in. Getting hit quite a bit, and there he goes. Goose is down 0-3. And this definitely seems like it's going to be more of an outdoor match. I hope everyone has their jackets, because it is getting stormy. Goose now poking his little head out of the hole here as he tries to eke his way outside and just gets absolutely barraged with autos. 4-0 now, Skrilp in favor. And Goose is going to have to get something to work. As I said before, experience means nothing. It's going to come down to skill in this matchup, which is almost nearly identical. Goose does have his ultimate. Is he going to be able to actually use it with Skrilp this high up into the air? Goose now coming out of the main door, flying down, trying to get some shields on himself, trying to look for a health pack. Unable to find one and gets taken down in the doorway. It is 0-5 now. Up on Skrilp. And Goose has to start making some decisions here. It is only 7 minutes, a little under 7 minutes now. He has time to make it up, but he's going to have to think a little more strategically than this. He's looking around, trying to check his corners for Storm, trying to bait her inside, perhaps to use his ultimate. But will Storm take the bait? And it looks like he gives up on his bait strategy when he goes down, trying to avoid the damage, trying to grab the health pack, does grab the health pack, throws down his ultimate instead, misses a couple times, does grab her in her ultimate. Oh, and almost shoots her out of the sky, but it wasn't enough. 0-6 now.
Just ask Ben.
And unfortunately for Goose, the strategy, in a way, was sound. However, Storm incredibly tanky in her ultimate. Wasn't able to take her down within the ultimate itself. Dives down back again, trying to get back into the building. Undercover. As we've seen with the last match with Gage, those Human Torch autos can be diabolical. It's just about hitting them. And unfortunately for Goose, they're just not landing. 0-7 now. Skrilp up.
Let's light this candle.
Got about a little over half the match left. Goose unfortunately unable to make it on the board yet, as he tries his hardest to stay undercover while throwing out some pot shots, trying to get anything going. Able to get some decent damage there, but running out of health packs and running out of health in general. He's down to 11 HP and looking a little terrified to peek his head out that window. Oh, and Skrilp is ready with that E ability. Absolutely blast Goose out the gate, and Goose could not make anything happen. It's 0-8. Skrilp definitely showing a lot of finesse here with these autos. Having used their abilities somewhat, but the main star of the show here has definitely been the autos, especially when powered up. They are hurting, and Goose is taking it just straight up the ass now. 9-0. Goose just trying to get any kind of foothold he can, unable to out-snipe Skrilp. And probably needs to find another doorway to the outside. Skrilp now waiting for him to come out. Goose looking around for his prey, but becoming the prey himself.
You need to eliminate
Getting hit by those powerful autos yet again from Skrilp. 10-0 now, and Skrilp has the opportunity to end this game even earlier. My earlier prediction actually not coming to fruition. Goose just unable to out-damage this Storm, especially when it comes to a 1v1 duke out in the skies. 11-0 now for Skrilp. Goose laying a goose egg? There's an egg joke in there somewhere. Storm is able to buff her autos, which makes it that much harder to not only avoid but live through. If Goose gets hit, it is a massive chunk of damage, and Goose unable to make his ultimate count, especially considering that Skrilp is way above the ground and seemingly unwilling to move. And unfortunately for Goose, at this point, staying indoors is not going to be a good call, given the fact that Skrull could just patiently outwait and outlast. Ooh, the ultimate straight through the window, catching Goose up in those gusts and getting the kill. 13-0 with 2.5 minutes left. It's not looking good for the Gooster. 14-0 now. Goose unable to get through that window for anything. He needs to find a different place to come out of the building, or at the very least, try to bait Skrull into the building. I think at this point, that's Goose's only chance.
One more player.
Getting shot out yet again out of the sky. 15-0. Goose obviously not able to make it happen in the skies. Resigning himself to his fate at this point, trying to dive down to avoid some of those autos. Skrull coming in for the kill and getting it. It is a 16-0 blowout. GG's everybody, and congrats Skrull on the victory. Hey, that Storm was nasty. And once again, I would like to reiterate, maybe consider playing Storm. I've not really played a lot of Storm before. Maybe consider picking her up. Just saying. Whew, that was a tough one, but GG's everybody. Good effort all around. I think that was tough given the fact that Goose, especially, I haven't played with Skrull, so I don't know what their general playstyle is. I know Goose is more used to playing those tanks, and just having to play a completely different sort of game is going to be tough. Especially when you have someone as powerful as Storm coming after you and able to hit those shots mid-air with near complete accuracy. That's what I'm saying. I think maybe you should look into playing her. Just saying. I think you guys are starting to figure out, hey, maybe this character would be fun. That's like what happened when I did the 1v1s. I suddenly found a bunch of characters that like I could actually play. It was crazy. All right, Skrull moving on to the semifinals with Gage. That's going to be a very good matchup. But until then, we have X Dynames and Sir Saval up next. All right. Johnny's pretty ground-based. This is true. This is true. And you got very humbled, Goose. I will say you got it really, honestly, very easy from the beginning. And I mean, no one wanted to see you go out like that, man. But I will say you were humbled at the very least. Hoax onion scented balls. Thank you for the follow. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Alright, next up, we are gonna have Saval on Magneto and Dynames on Psylocke. Once again, a Psylocke versus another tank. Very interesting. Now, I will give you guys the opportunity to be able to reroll if you wish. Do we have a mod that can do the predictions, by chance? Honestly, Goose, I thought that was the most evenly matched matchup that we were gonna have all night, and that blew me away. Like I said, I'm kind of learning some things from this. I'm learning that like a Johnny into a Storm really isn't as evenly matched as I thought it would be. Damn it, Inkro! God, trying to get Inkro to do work is just ugh. I think Endless is still gone too. He's getting food. All right, hold on. Now, if you guys re-roll, you guys will both have to re-roll. That way it is the most fair. Oh wait, never mind. I think Endless is back. Johnny's autos are like shotguns, so Storm has the range advantage. That's true. That's true. I will say Skrull's aim while like floating, while the other person's also floating. I mean, I do think like flying characters can be easy to hit if you're like got like sort of a sniper, but I wouldn't consider Storm's auto abilities to be sniper-like, you know? They're very floaty, so I'm just very impressed. But I do think that Storm getting up close was the ticket. Now, Goose getting up close should have also meant that he could get some good shots off. It just seemed like Skrilp got just enough shots over Goose to be able to clutch it. All right, so Saval, if you're cool to re-roll, you guys both have to re-roll, but that's up to you. I will say Saval is more of a tank main, so Saval getting another tank, definitely going to be tough to go against. And I don't know how X's Psylocke is. Thank you for the prediction. It's up to you, Saval. Yeah, both have to re-roll just in fairness, because otherwise it's just us picking. We might as well pick what characters we get at that point. If you like your roll and you don't want to lose your roll, then it's probably not worth it to re-roll. I'm not touch this character, so it'd be rough. That's fair. All right, okay. Saval has decided that he does not want to re-roll. We'll reconsider our statistics here. Saval's top character is a Magneto with 12.7 hours on the character. And as X said, has not played a lot of Psylocke. One of the two characters that X has never played. This will be interesting. People want to see Jeff versus Jeff. That would be interesting. But I don't want, you know, I don't want to give Geo like flashbacks or anything. Right click, give shield. Yeah, just give X all of the encouragement that you can. Give him all the tips. The only thing I'll be able to say, X, I don't play a lot of Psylocke, but I mean, she does have a dash, she does have an invisibility, and you can do your right click and then do it again to basically throw it and then wrench it back. And that does like double the damage, essentially. It's basically shoot, throw, rethrow, dash. That's kind of the rhythm you want to get into. And then you just keep doing it over and over again. Whoa, Geo. Okay, I didn't know he had a shotgun in the beta, alright? It was a beta. How was I supposed to know he had a shotgun? The game just came out. Sorry, I don't know everything about every character the first week that the game comes out. Stop asking Skrilp if he's a kobold. Alright, are we ready? 83% Saval. Here we go. Good luck, everybody, and have fun. Now, we just had a matchup where someone had never played their character before and they won handedly. It is possible. Do not freak out. It could happen.
This time, so choose wisely.
You got this. Both of y'all got this. Not that I'm not biased either way or the other, but I know X is probably shaking in his boots right now, so I'm just gonna say good luck, and you got this. I believe.
For all mutants. At last, I have
it doesn't
made it
have an
reality.
icon showing the shotgun, and why would I be looking at that icon?
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
Like, not everyone in the game has like a secondary like gun. Anyway, doesn't matter. We're off. Saval getting a couple good hits in there and is able to secure the kill a couple of seconds into the match. 1-0. We are off to the races. Saval getting some nice autos in there. As X is going to try to find a way in. Now, this is a tank that does have a decent bit of range, unlike the other tanks that we've been seeing. Is X going to be able to do the reach around here and be able to get some damage? He does have the shields on.
Exactly.
He tries to peek around the corner, so Valve does grab that health pack. You have to be mindful of the health packs. In this game mode, it's going to be the difference between life and death. Unfortunately, both health packs are taken, and X is taking a lot of damage. He's on his last leg. Literally on his last leg as he goes down. 2-0 for X, or sorry, for Saval. And X is going to try to make something work. He
Enemy has arrived.
spies Saval outdoors, goes invisible, tries to get close to him. And close might be the only way that he actually gets something going. Gets a lot of good damage here. Is going to go ahead and ult, but unfortunately he is gone.
Farewell.
But still incredibly low as Saval has not found a health pack yet. Is he able to get around the shield? He is bubbled up and teleported. And Saval is right there for the kill, and an X does get the kill. It is 1-2 now with Saval being in the lead. We are on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Good moves by X, just sticking to Magneto like ass on grass. That death does not count, so don't worry.
Give up so easily.
Just a bit of a strategic move through the map. That's all it was. We continue on as X looks around for Magneto. This is going to be the biggest advantage that X is going to have, keeping Saval away from those health packs and trying to down him around those shields. He can get around the shields, but unfortunately that bubble is going to be hard to contend with. X has got a lot of good damage. He will just have to use it very wisely. Lots of good shots to the head. X might have spied Saval on the top there. As X looks for a way in, Saval comes down. X close as he dashes in and tries to make something happen, but he is downed by Saval's autos. It is 3-1 in Saval's favor.
My light cannot be snuffed.
Saval once again looks around for the Psylocke. Able to do some really decent auto shots there. It's surprising how much damage that a tank can do with just an auto shot. Peeking around the edges here for X. X having taken a portal into the house now. So they sort of scurry around each other. They can hear each other's footsteps now. Saval taking a couple shots, hoping to see Psylocke around the corner somewhere. Not quite seeing, and X comes around the corner instead, taking a couple shots.
Exactly what I
Getting some damage, but unfortunately for X, he's taking some damage through the wall there. X gonna now go ahead and find a health pack, coming back in for a fight. Saval putting up the shield, putting it on cooldown, putting up the bubble now and getting some good shots yet again. X trying their best to get the ult off. And unfortunately for X, oh, and never mind, X does get the kill. Saval just
is a mutant's greatest
almost
gift.
narrowly avoiding death by popping his own ultimate, but to no avail, unable to get the ultimate off, holding on to that ultimate for a long time, waiting for X to get out of their ultimate, but alas, that ultimate lasts a long time. X now 2-3. Catching up a little bit as X is figuring out a little bit of the tech here. That ultimate definitely coming in clutch. Both of them around the same percentage for their ultimates, having used them at the same time. Saval not getting any use out of his, although he did get to live just a teensy bit longer there. X putting in some pot shots now from the doorway. Saval's trying to get around and trying to do a little bit of a shot through, but didn't quite get X. As X was going for the health pack, bubbling up now to save himself, trying to get off a big hit, but missing. And now backing up to get his own health pack. X coming in for some more. Goes in to get a couple of hits, dashing out of the way, but it's not enough. He's just getting pummeled by Saval's auto attacks. Saval on the ropes now, jumping into the health pack, which is conveniently at the foot of the stairs there. X having not found any health pack, trying to do a desperation ultimate, but alas, not getting enough damage for the kill as Saval goes through the portal. Saval getting a nice shot there, a nice cheeky shot, going up 4-2. X definitely hanging on by a thread, desperately needed to find a health pack somewhere. Needing to clock those health packs around the room. Getting some good shots here, but unfortunately taking some shots as well. Running into the banister and taking the kill shot. Saval 5-2 now. Saval now going to search around for his prey. As X comes through the front door once again, and I gotta say, y'all, you gotta check what entrances and exits that you guys are taking. Saval going to the 360 no scope, And clutching yet another kill, 6-2. X unable to make a play there. Gotta watch those entrances and exits. X trying to go around town. Saval checking that. X able to grab another health pack. Saval's gonna go for the ultimate, but threw it through the portal and hit the top of the portal instead. X has a chance, but alas, it was not enough. Saval was incredibly low, but unfortunately X was also low and takes an auto right to the face. X now 97% of their ultimate. This is another chance to get a kill, but X is going to have to do something big if they want to catch up to the 7-2 here with 3 minutes to go. X dipping in and out of this portal, unaware that Saval is coming in fast. Saval getting some really good shots there, thinking that X is going to go through the portal again, which he does. Comes in for some dashes. It does nothing against the bubble. X now taking some more hits, trying to hide behind the banister, really needing to get some health back. Waiting for those health packs to come through, but instead going for the ultimate, which does enough damage to get Saval. It is 7-3 with Saval up. X pulled off their ultimate move, and it does get a kill, but now what? X is going to have to find some more strats. They're going to have to start diving and weaving through these portals to try to even get some kind of damage, as they take a whole lot of damage. Magneto now almost halfway, but X is hurting, going to get another health pack, trying desperately to shoot Saval in the meantime, but Saval's not stupid. He's going to go get his own health back. X coming back, trying to get a couple cheeky shots around the corner. Saval bubbles up. X not able to do anything until that is over. Shielding up now. Saval just trying to get those shots, trying to do some autos, anything. And X is able to get a nice melee kill. It was a little bit of a melee off there, but Saval, I think, unfortunately, might have missed their melee. It is now 7v4. X making those power moves. Saval using that bubble, but it might have been a waste as X was nowhere near. X grabbing that health pack right from under Saval, taking those hits. Saval now desperately trying to ult, but it's not enough. As X uses their ultimate against them, and as we found out before, Saval's ultimate cannot withstand the damage that X puts out on their ultimate. It is 7v5 with Saval up by 2, but there is a minute left, and it is possible. It is possible here, but X is going to have to pull off something incredibly skillful here.
Farewell.
Saval playing it a little bit safer now, trying his best to jump up and get the high ground, but X is right on his toes, trying to get a couple of those good shots. Saval's getting those shots too, and it's not going to be enough. He's dashing through, but it's not enough as he does not get the health pack, and now it's looking even more dire. 8-5 with Saval up.
Out of sight.
X definitely getting some good kills here, but I don't know if it's going to be enough to withstand. He's got 67% on his ultimate, which would potentially guarantee a kill, but it's not going to be enough time. He's got 10 more seconds. He's trying desperately throw as much damage as he possibly can towards Saval. Saval going in with the sword for a melee. There is no health packs, and it is over. GG's, everybody. Congrats, Saval, on yet another win. What's up, Dragon? And Saval is moving on to the semifinals. GG's, everybody. Once again, we are seeing people overcome their lack of experience here. I have been positively amazed at how well people have been able to play characters that they have barely, if ever, touched. Honestly, good effort by X. Probably one of the better Psylocke plays that we've seen tonight. Being able to use that ultimate against Saval's ultimate has worked out twice. Being able to sneak around him and get a lot of good shots. Saval just, you know, hitting most of his shots as well, which, again, surprisingly, the tanks do a lot of decent damage. And, you know, being able to get up those shields and those bubbles to save himself at the last minute. It was a really good effort by both. And like I said, falling off the map was fine. It was just a strategic relocation. That's all it was. It's fine. It happens. But hey, at least it didn't end up in a death, right? I mean, that would have been worse. But thankfully, falling off the map does not equal a death on your part. It does not equal a point for your opponent, so it works out just fine. All right, we're going to move on. Rune Knot versus Endless. Let's put up those predictions. While you guys do that, I'm gonna go hit the little Rebels room. I'll be right back. And we're back. All right, we have our predictions up. Endless up 87, Rune 13%. Very interesting. Okay, let's get you guys in here. There we go. All right, what happened with the rules? What happened with the rules? Okay, because I'm seeing a lot of rolls. Are we doing Storm Spider-Man? I got Spidey twice. Well, I mean, we saw that before with Iron Man, so it does not surprise me. It does happen. It does happen. Very interesting. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So in the interest of time, I mean, okay. I was not here, to be fair. So, what I will say is, the reroll was the same character, so that stands. But since I wasn't here, you guys can reroll again if you want, but both of you have to agree. I was not expecting anyone to roll while I was gone. But that's up to you, because I mean, you know, you guys rolled. This could be a reroll if you want. All right, we're re-rolling. I want to be able to see it just so I can track who's who. We can't do Strange. Endless will have to re-roll again. We can't do Adam. Actually, both of you guys got to re-roll. Both of you guys got to re-roll. I'm sorry. Yeah. Okay. All right. Endless on Winter Soldier. That works. Okay. And we got Rune. Hulk. Wait a minute. Vern played Hulk last time, did he not? Yo. Wait a minute. Is Rune just gonna like sweep this with like all Hulks? Damn. That's interesting. That's interesting. All right. Well, Winter Soldier versus Hulk. That's what we got. Let's see here. So Endless has played a total of 51 minutes on Winter Soldier. Rune has played a total 24 minutes on Hulk, and I don't know if that includes the little bit of Hulk that he played earlier in his earlier matchup. So this will be very interesting. Very interesting. Now, Rune, you did win with your Hulk last time. Will he be able to pull it off once again? We will see. And I don't know. Will beginner's luck prevail or not? I mean, granted, both of these contestants have about the same amount of playtime on each of their characters, so we will see. It's kind of a bit of a twist. I mean, if anything, learn from Farim. Farim did an amazing job. If you learn anything from Farim, I think it'll be a good thing. You guys got this. Let's go, baby. First to 16, or whoever gets the most kills in 10 minutes wins. Good luck. Have fun, everybody. I believe in you.
Banner can smash things too.
Let's
like
get it,
instruments that
baby.
don't work.
All right, and this is for the last spot in the semifinals.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
And here we go. Rune going ahead and hulking out as they work to try to find each other, and they do in the foyer. Rune trying to go for a banish, but it does not work. Endless taking a nice shot up the bow, trying to keep his distance, which would be smart against Hulk, and Hulk trying desperately to get in close to Endless, and also failing a bit to do so. That health pack has been taken, but Hulk's going to take it again as it comes up. Endless just getting pelted with fists, and Rune is up and on the board first, 1v0. Rune taking those health packs now, having to heal up that massive health bar that Hulk has. Going through, trying to find Endless yet again. Endless definitely having a good shot, considering he was able to keep his distance from Rune. Rune now sneaking up on Endless as he sees him in the foyer once again. Endless unaware of what's happening. Going for the banish and the clap, neither one hitting. Trying to get close in with the shields. Endless dropping down, needing to keep his distance. Trying to use the grapple, which in this case, excuse me, might not be the best play. A little bit of spit went down my throat. Oh! And Endless getting pelted once again. 2-0 in favor of Rune. And unfortunately for Endless, his attempts to try to get away have just been in vain. Now, I will say, the grapple may not work very well for Endless, just given the fact that the grapple is going to make you even closer to the Hulk, and being close to Hulk is never a place where you want to be. Rune trying again to get through that portal and failing again to get through that portal. Looking now to try to find Endless, who is in the middle again. Endless looking around, looking to hopefully keep some distance. Does Rune see Endless in the distance? I don't know. Is he going to try to hide from him? Is he going to try to find him? They keep kind of passing each other like boats in a breeze. Rune going upstairs now. Looking around, trying to find any sign of Endless. Endless hanging out in the middle. And like I said, if you guys ever want to find each other, just go to the middle. It's just easier. Endless definitely needs to get on the board here. Definitely needs to make some plays. Most likely needs to start using his dash to get away from the Hulk rather than close to the Hulk. Endless does have his ultimate, but will it help against the almighty Hulk? With his bajillions of damage. And once again, they have walked completely past each other. Made like a complete circle around each other at this point. Oh, and he just peers Endless, or sorry, Rune through the teleport. And tries to go through, tries to get the knockup, doesn't quite get the knockup, does get the throwing arm ability. Rune goes for the health pack, but Endless is getting some great shots here, shooting through that, but Rune has the answer. It's going to be his ultimate. Now, Endless does have his ultimate, but this may not be the best time to use it as he just runs away from this massive Hulk coming barreling toward him. He has to jump onto that health pack, and he does. He manages to stay alive and run out the clock on that Mega Hulk. Goes for the Armed and Dangerous, does hit, does get the uppercut, is severely damaged, and does get him bannered, but it's not over yet. Rune can still get that pew-pew shot. Narrowly misses as Endless grabs some health, does get the grapple, does not get the kill, however, but does get the arm. And is on the board. Endless now 1 and 2. Rune having their Hulk back now as they come spawning back in. Endless doing a very, very good job running away from this Hulk, getting some nice shots there as Rune is unaware. Good grapple by Endless as well on the banner. That is the perfect time to grapple a Hulk, is when he's not Hulk anymore. We also need to keep in mind, too, that whenever Bucky gets a kill with his ult, it will reset. However, it's going to matter whether you can find someone while that ult is still active.
Here they come.
For what I believe is 8 seconds? I don't remember how many seconds. Ooh, we got the banish from the Hulk. Endless trying to get away, using that dash to get away. Trying to use that grapple to get a hold, but Rune is just running in the opposite direction. They do not even know where each other are at the moment, but Rune turns around and sees Endless skulking after him. Endless tries to go in with the arm and the dash. Both hit, grabs the health pack. Armed and dangerous, gets the banner, able to shoot the banner. Gotta kill the banner, though. Good uppercut and a shot by Endless. Good wombo combo. And the ultimate has reset. Don't grapple the Hulk, grapple the Twink. Words to live by. Endless on the board, 2-2 now as we are even. And just almost nearly avoiding each other now. As Rune waits for Endless to pounce. Moving positions now. As Endless tries to go. And for once, we are seeing someone run towards a tank and not the other way around. Endless trying desperately to find the Hulk before Hulk finds him, and he doesn't know that he's behind him. Is Rune going to be able to get a good shot off now? Did Rune even see him? We're not sure. Both being extremely cautious right now. Rune trying to go for the clap and the banish. Neither one hitting. Shielding up, jumping, but not quite making the jump. Having to get closer and closer to Endless, who has not been able to land a hit just yet. Getting a couple of hits there, getting a lot of good hits there. Hulk is low, Hulk is shielding up, but Endless is now in his sights. The banish does not work, the clappy hands do hit, but he is bannered, and this is the time for Endless to make a play. And Endless goes for the ult. And will he manage to finish him off? He does, but narrowly. That was extremely close on that banner kill. Banner holding his own there with his pea shooter. As Rune goes in for another hit. And this resetting the ultimate now as there's not enough time and getting absolutely pummeled by the Hulk. And it is 3-3 again. Endless unable to get out of that corner and away from Rune's wrath. So far, I think Endless has had some really good damage against Rune. It's just a matter of can he stay far enough away and damage him down enough. Luck of the draw, Inkro. Luck of the draw. Rune now choosing to stand on the top of the building as Endless goes back into the foyer. This area having worked pretty well for Endless so far. Well, let's see if he can find the Hulk who's waiting at the top of the building. Rune also has his Hulk up ability, his ultimate ability, whenever he wishes to pop that. And if that is the case, then Endless will have to run for his ever-loving life. Endless now checking outside. It does not realize that Rune has now dropped down and is now ulting right in Endless's face, and Endless needs to run. Missing the slap, but getting the banish. Not able to complete a wombo combo here. Rune waits to then teleport. I don't know if he is able to teleport while in his ultimate, which was the problem. He had to wait it out. Beating the crap out of Endless now in the streets, and Rune gets another point. It's 4-3. We're no longer tied, but there's only a minute left. And Endless needs to make some power moves here. He needs 2 more points to make the win. Rune just barely hanging on to that point.
Only 60 seconds left.
Barely hanging on to that lead. And that was incredibly unfortunate for Endless, who got bullied off of the building. Having the upfield advantage would be great, except for the fact that Rune is now taking that advantage away from Endless. Choosing instead to teleport around the buildings and try to find him.
Down to 30 seconds.
And Endless is back outside, but unfortunately missed Rune by just a second as they both keep squandering time trying to find each other, and Rune just barely avoiding Endless there. Endless only having 10 seconds to find Rune, and it doesn't look good. You can hear his footsteps, but it's not going to be enough. He's banished, and it's not going to be enough in order to get a kill. He's trying his best, but unfortunately goes down as Rune takes the win. GG's. And congratulations, Rune. You are now in the semifinals. I will say, I would condemn anyone who was running the timer. However, Rune was actively looking. I was watching both of you. You guys were both trying to run around and find each other. You guys actually missed each other by literally like a split second. Like, but it was extremely close, valiant effort, and honestly, probably the best fight we've gotten against Hulk so far, keeping up with Hulk and being able to damage him down, being able to damage down a tank just in general. It was a very, very good showing, and you should be proud of it, Endless. But congrats to Rune. We will move on to the semifinals. First up, we have Gage and Skrilp in our first semifinals matchup. Let's grab Skrilp here, move you over there. Bada bing, bada ba ba boo 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 boo. There we go. And can we get a prediction? Should have banned Hulk? That's true. I mean, I did ask. Someone had brought that up before because of the fact that you can, like, shield and banish, but everyone said there were ways to deal with Hulk, and I said, okay. Alright, Skrilp going in with the first Mr. Fantastic of the day, and Gage going in with Rocket Raccoon. Now, will Skrilp actually do the re-roll? This will be extremely interesting. No reroll from Skrilp. He's going in with Mr. Fantastic. Now let's see what we got statistics-wise. Skrilp going in with 0 experience with Mr. Fantastic. Now that is interesting. Choosing not to reroll, by the way. Meanwhile, Gage has about 19 minutes on Rocket. Rocket being considered one of the easiest strategists, but unfortunately for him, strategist may not be the best. Now, I say this while having also watched Gage win his first match as a Mantis. It is possible for a strategist to move through, and it is also possible for Gage to be able to heal himself. Will he be able to heal himself enough in order to stand up next to Skrilp? Skrilp is going to be incredibly tanky with Mr. Fantastic, but he also does not know how Mr. Fantastic works, necessarily. Unless there is another account that he has that has more time on Mr. Fantastic, we will never know. Now, I ask you this. We have banned Invisible Woman because she can't put up her shield because there's no teammates, which is one of her abilities. Should we ban Rocket because he cannot use his resurrection ability? That is something to consider. Other strategists can use their abilities on themselves, but he cannot use his resurrection on himself. That's also the reason why Adam Warlock was banned, was because he can't use resurrection on himself. So that's something to consider. Now, the respawner does give shields and boost jump. So I leave that up to you guys if you think it is still fair because he gets the shields, but he does not get the resurrection. Yeah, like the boosted jump, the little packet that gives you a boosted jump. Make a poll. Do we want to make a poll? I don't, like, I'm not biased either way, but like I said, I want people to tell me when things should be banned. ban if he can't use his full kit. I mean, that's kind of what we've been running off of, and no one really has brought up Rocket, but now that I'm thinking about it, part of his kit is unusable. We got the poll up. I'll have you guys decide. This is from the people, okay? This is not from me. I'm just bringing it up. Should we ban Rocket just based solely off the fact that part of his kit is unusable? He can't res himself. It's an ability that's only usable with other people, much like Invisible Woman's shield or with Adam Warlock's res. Lev does bring up a good point that you can still get shields and the boost jump from it. So, consider that fact that Rocket could shield himself with it. So far, we are leaning more towards ban. And while we're on the topic, there's no other characters that we can think of that can't use their full kit, correct? Mantis couldn't use full kit either. She can buff herself, and she can ult herself. And she can I don't see what part of her kit she can't use. I mean, buffing other people, sure, but if she can buff herself, then I don't think it matters. Because buffing herself also heals herself. No. Again, this is me saying it, not Gage. To be fair, Gage only asked for a reroll. He did not ask because he can't use his full kit. I'm asking because he can't use his full kit. It wasn't Gage, to be clear. This is on me. I just want it to be fair because technically we have banned other characters because they can't use their kit. I also don't know if this is a riggable. I'm assuming it's not a riggable poll. Alright, we're leaning more toward keep now. But it's up to you. I mean, again, like, it's not like his entire kit. Like, he can still use the shields, but the res is unusable. But that also means that his res can't be used, and so he can, like, replace it anytime and anywhere he wants. Like, it's never gonna be, like, used and put on cooldown. If that makes sense. It's a pretty close poll. But so far, I think people are leaning toward keeping it. Make polls fair again. What do you mean? We don't want a real democracy, a real American democracy where you can pay to skew the polls? Come on. Oh my god, is it literally 50-50? Oh my god, you guys, we have to fucking... Guys. God damn it. Is this gonna come down to me? Is this gonna come down to me? That is crazy. That is crazy. It's 11 and 11. Damn. It's a coin flip? Alright. You know what? That's an even better way to do it. I'm gonna coin flip it, because I don't want to put any of my bias in this. I'm gonna coin flip it. Alright, heads is keep, tails is ban. We're keeping it. It's heads. Alright. We're keeping the rocket. I already called it. Heads is keep. Heads is keep. It rolled heads. That's it. Like you get the you get the armor kits. You do get the armor kits. I mean, wait. You can't throw it out, right? Like, you can still throw out your respawner. Wait. He can't throw the respawner at all? You can't throw it at all in this mode. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to ban that. That changes things. No. I thought you could still throw out the respawner for shields and stuff. Okay, never mind. Reroll it. That's not fair. That is a complete ability not able to be used, and that's exactly why we got rid of Invisible Woman. We got another fucking Psylocke. Jesus Christ. This game loves Psylocke. If we can't do Penny, it's Psylocke. Jesus, it loves the peas. All right. Jesus Christ. Okay. Yeah, Skrilp. It would only be fair for you to reroll as well. So go ahead and reroll. We both got a reroll. Iron Man versus Psylocke. It's a reroll. It's an automatic reroll, and again, that is on me because I did not think about Rocket not being able to use his res. I'm gonna put that down as a ban. That's on me. Like I said, it's kind of hard to think about, but like this game mode is very particular where it has its own bans. On top of the fact that it's hard to think about what abilities can't be used when you're not in a team, you know? Because this game is not really built for 1v1s. Alright. Iron Man versus Psylocke, and predictions were just barely in Skrilp's favor. Okay, very interesting. Very interesting. Alright, let's get to it. No, I'm glad you brought that up. I was thinking maybe we should go and test it, because I have no idea if Rocket would be able to throw that out or not, if it even works.
You're on your own this time.
Because you're technically not in a... Like, even in this game mode normally, you're not on a team.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I didn't get to check the stats, but that's okay. Alright. Gage versus Skrilp. Iron Man versus Psylocke. First to 16, or whoever gets the most kills in the time period allowed. I mean, of course I'm winning. That's because I don't have to play. It's because I get to just cast this. I'm always winning. Alright. Here we go. Off to the races. Now this is going to be interesting because we're going to have a flyer versus more of an assassin-like character. They're both DPS. DPS versus DPS has been very interesting, other than that Storm and Human Torch matchup. So we'll see how this works out for him. Gage getting a lot of really good shots there on Skrilp. Skrilp getting the shields. And it looks like the health pack. Gage unable to get more damage off as he tries to get higher ground now. Shooting up into the air, but alas, the autos from Iron Man have just been much more deadly. Sneaking back into the house now, looking for a health pack, presumably, as he is extremely low. Grabs the health pack. Looking to go back outside. Meanwhile, Skrilp is not letting go of his high position here in the skies. Most likely unwilling to go into the building as well, because that would benefit him to stay outdoors. Trying now to get any kind of damage that he can. Gage looking like he's trying to bait the Iron Man into the building, but who's going to give first? We're gonna have to get a kill here if anyone's going to win. It's a battle of attrition. Gage comes out, tries to get a couple shots, is able to get a lot of decent shots on Skrilp, and as Skrilp runs away, gets the kill. It's 1-0. Gage on the board.
Everybody ready?
Here we go. New info. He could throw it down actually lied. God damn it. Anyway, doesn't matter. This is probably a better matchup anyway. Gage going in to try to get more damage. Skrilp going in with the ultimate. Tries to shoot it into the house, but it does not hit. Taking a risky move there. Grabbing a health pack to up his health a little bit more as he looks to bait out Gage yet again. Gage now knowing that his ultimate is gone.
Farewell.
Zipping through the portals now at breakneck speed. Looking to fight Iron Man in the skies once again. Skrilp peeking into the portals now. As he's trying to look for Psylocke, who's now looking for him. Gage getting a little concerned that maybe he did go in the house.
The enemy has arrived.
being smart about it, going invisible as he goes outside, finding Skrilp coming out. Oh, and just narrowly avoids death as he pulls off the ultimate and is able to reach Skrilp in the sky. That is one good thing about the Psylocke ultimate, is it will go up.
Farewell.
And there's absolutely no one else to hit. Gage now using the teleports to his advantage, but he's getting lasered down, and he does go for the kill. Skrilp
I'm back.
going
Mind,
1
body, and
versus 2, getting on the board. Now, I do think in this scenario, Skrilp may be benefited by this laser beam. Being able to track Gage wherever he is and wherever he zips to, instead of trying to hit him with these slow rocket autos. Gage now going up for the high ground, deciding instead to go back down into the house, grab the health pack, go back out, potentially seeing a couple of those rockets flying past the teleport, thinking maybe not, going instead for the invisibility up into the top, hoping to catch Skrilp unawares, jumping around, giving away his position, but getting a couple of good shots. But Skrilp is there with the laser beam. It's 2 versus 2 now, and 6 minutes left. This is very, very evenly matched.
My light cannot be snuffed. You're mine.
Gage now looking to pop outside again, as Skrilp is waiting for him outside. Getting a lot of good shots and is not able to get his ult off as Gage takes the kill. It's 3 versus 2 in what was probably the fastest I've ever seen someone die in this tournament so far. Just executing that perfect wombo combo of damage. Excellent play by Gage. Now Skrilp is aiming for the entrances and the exits, getting hit by Gage. Couple of shooty pooties from the bottom. Exchanging blows now. Half health, gonna go for the health pack. Thank you for the follow. Gage is up top, and he's gonna try to ult him in the air, and he does, which I don't know if he even needed to. Gage just securing the kill, 4-2 now, and Skrilp needing to make some plays. This is definitely coming down to strategy, honestly. There is definitely some skill on both sides, with Gage just able to find Skrilp's blind side and securing those kills. Now that ultimate is definitely coming in handy as well, and if Skrilp wants to utilize that ult, he's gonna have to get in close with Gage and make sure that he cannot escape. Bait out those invisibilities and those dashes. And this is very, very interesting considering that Skrilp has the advantage of being way up in the air. Psylocke does have some ranged autos, and has so far not been successful in baiting Skrilp into the building, which is also extremely interesting. Skrilp now using the missiles, trying to see if he could catch Gage sneaking out of the portals, but so far has not been able to. Gage now waiting inside of the foyer, not taking the bait, trying really hard to bait Skrilp in. Skrilp edging his way in, shooting into the foyer, getting really good damage. Is he gonna be able to commit to the kill? And he does. He does commit to the kill, taking the bait that Gage laid for him, but not falling for the trap. Gage going down now, but it's a 4v3 as Skrilp is trying to catch up. 3 minutes left. Skrilp's gonna have to get 2 kills to secure the win here, as he's baited once again back into the foyer. Pulsing into the front, unable once again to get a kill because Gage is not there. And it makes me wonder if Skrilp was able to see where Gage's shots were coming from. Gage doing an excellent job of getting around the Iron Man, up into the sky with the dashes, and getting a nice 360, or sorry, excuse me, 180 shot there.
Out of sight.
Gage hiding a bit now, as Skrilp has taken to the inside, but does he see Psylocke? He does. Gets a nice shot on her. Uses the laser beam to his advantage, but it's not enough as he's taking too many hits. and is unable to secure that health pack. It is 6v3 now with Gage up by 3. 2 minutes left. It's not impossible. The Scrope is going to have to do something pretty incredible here. Baiting the ultimate. Gage unable to secure Iron Man in the ultimate as he zooms away. Scrope almost securing the kill. But Gage is skulking away. They're both going for a health pack. Gage is still 17%. Haven't not gotten the health pack yet. And there's the health pack once again. If Scrope had just committed to go in after Gage there, he might have been able to get the kill. Laser beams yet again. Is Gage going to be able to squeak his way out of it? He goes back toward the health pack. This time Scrope tries to get him in front of the health pack, but isn't able to. And oh, it's so close, but Scrope's laser beam is just a little bit more accurate. It's 4v6 now. Gage is still up by 2. There is a minute left.
Maximum!
Oh, and he's shot out of his ultimate. That is so sad to see. Because that was the one time I thought Scrope might be able to actually use the ultimate and get that kill, but Gage gets the kill instead. It's 7v4 in Gage's favor. Gage grabs the health pack in invisibility, but it's not enough. Scrope is 2 damage from their last encounter, and Gage goes up 8-4. This is turning out to be an excellent move by Gage. Gage now using the ultimate. Scrope just barely getting out of it, but it doesn't matter because Gage is hot on his heels, and it is 9v4 now with 30 seconds left. The ultimate just doing enough damage for him to eke out another kill. And now Gage is just jumping out of the way of those rockets, trying to avoid the laser, and he does for another kill. And it's 10v4 now with 13 seconds left, and unfortunately for Scrope, I think this is where his tournament days are over. Oh, he does the laser beam. It's a good effort, but Gage just gets around him too fast. He's not able to 180 fast enough, and that is it. Gage for the win. GG's, everybody. And we have finally gotten a good Psylocke play from Gage here. Excellent usage of the dashes, being able to get around his opponent and be able to get into his blind spot. Scrope, to his benefit, did a lot of really good shots up in the air, kept to the air, which was smart for an Iron Man, but unfortunately, Gage was still able to get those shots on him even while in the air, just by getting a good vantage point either at his level or above him, or just simply dashing into the air and getting behind him. Thank you, Bobo. That was an excellent matchup. Thank you guys for competing. That was a really, really good showing. And Gage moves on to the finals. Now, I don't know what happened with the rocket. Again, kind of weird how it works out, because we didn't go and we didn't try the rocket in, like a practice match or something to see how it worked. I mean, we would have to go into this same map and see how it worked with his res. But since we didn't have the information, and since I had assumed that you could not use the res for anything other than the shields, which could have been a benefit, could not have been, it really just depends. It's on me for not putting Rocket into the ban list. Me personally, had I thought of it, I probably would have banned Rocket. Just from the get-go, just simply because his res doesn't work, just like how Adam's res doesn't work, and it doesn't really benefit him other than the shields. So, for me, I would have said Rocket was banned from the get-go. But, again, we voted. We flipped it. The people have spoken. We weren't sure how it worked in this game mode. And just for the uncertainty of it all, I think it was just a good ban overall. And, on top of that, we also gave them both the ability to re-roll, which I think is only fair. I timed out the liar. I mean, again, like, I don't know if Gio was actively trying to lie or if he just wasn't sure. None of us were really sure, and none of us tried it ourselves. But even if he could roll them, I still think the fact that he can't actively use the res makes it to where he can't use most of his kit. And for me personally, that counts as a ban. Like I said, if I had thought about it before the match, I probably would have banned it regardless. So that's my take. It was also up to Skrilp really if they wanted to re-roll or not. And it sounded like they wanted to re-roll as well. Because in the event of a banned character, the other person does not need to re-roll. I mean, at the end, you asked if you were re-rolling. I mean, you could have, like, we could have just kept it. I was gonna keep it. But again, I don't know how it would have benefited you. Who did you have before? Okay. Because it was a weird situation that was mostly on me, do you guys want to have a rematch? Do we have time for a rematch? Saval, Rune, are you guys good to wait a little bit longer? It would, in my opinion, I think it would be most fair to just both re-roll, but again, that was just because we were up in the air on whether it was banned or not. If we have time for a rematch, if you guys don't mind waiting a little bit longer for another 10-minute match, potential 10-minute match, we can do a rematch. Just because I know that was a really weird situation that we weren't prepared for. Cause I thought that Skrilp wanted to reroll. We weren't sure about the rocket. It was a whole thing. So we could do a rematch. We could do a best of two. I mean, I'm not trying to cheat or anything. Like I said, I would have banned Rocket from the beginning. I was on the side of we should ban Rocket, but I wanted to leave it up to you guys. But I also I was fine with the reroll too, but I thought we wanted the reroll for both of them. For rematch, we were lied to. I mean, we were a little bit misled because we thought that you weren't able to throw it out. Do we want to... If you were going to ban Rocket the match stands, I agree. But I also, I kind of befuddled the reroll. If it honestly... Again, I don't know. I had done the reroll on, I had done the roll on heads or tails to keep it, because chat couldn't decide. Chat couldn't fucking decide what they wanted to do. But I personally think that Rocket should have been taken out. Like, technically, if he'd been able to throw it, we should have been able to do it, but... Yeah, I mean, but again, I didn't want it to come off as like, I'm saying Rocket is out because I'm biased. I wanted it, I truly think if I had thought it through before the tournament, I would have banned Rocket. I just hadn't thought of Rocket's res ability. That's on me, and I don't want it to sound like I'm putting it on anybody else. That's on me. I personally would have banned him, but at the same time, if you guys were okay with it, then we're okay with it, you know? Okay, okay. Gage, do you want to do a rematch? I feel like a rematch, just because we were super weird about the results, I think a rematch would be the most fair. I think it'd be the most fair since we weren't sure about the reroll and everything else. Now, what was the original roll? Let me just say this. What was the original roll for Skrill? Does anyone remember? Because he ended up getting Iron Man, but what was the one before that? It was Mr. Fantastic. Do we want to do Mr. Fantastic versus a Psylocke? Would that feel more like fair? Because I mean, technically, you had never played Mr. Fantastic before, so I'm surprised that you wouldn't want a reroll, a free reroll. Because like I said, knowing what I know now, I would not have Rocket. Thinking about it, I would not put Rocket. I would ban Rocket. I would have banned Rocket before he could even be picked. Because to me, Rocket can't use his full kit, which I think is what makes him unusable. Not because Gage got him or whatever. I just personally think he's unusable. Reroll rematch. I'm fine with that. But again, we gotta, I just wanted things to be fair. I want everyone to feel like they're having a fair match. Thing also can't use his full kit. He can't use his E. This is also true. And like I said, if someone had brought it up to me before this and said, hey, Thing can't use his kit, he can't get his like shields or whatever, I would have been like, that's bannable. But no one said anything when we had the thing come up. I didn't, honestly, I forget that he even can do that. But, I mean, as we also saw, the thing won pretty handedly. So it didn't really seem like that much of a detriment. But, alas, if someone had rolled Thing and then brought that up, I would have said, true. I think the fact is that Thing is not necessarily hampered by that. Because he's already so tanky. And I know a lot of people have already said that we shouldn't have even had tanks, period. Like, is he missing his shields? Not necessarily. Rocket doesn't necessarily miss his, respawn. But it is essentially the entire point of his kit is to respawn somebody. And he obviously can't do that to himself. A lot of strategists, in my opinion, have abilities that, like, do not benefit themselves whatsoever and then benefit only their team, and that's why they're strategists. Honestly, if you're up to me, I would say no strategists at all. But that's beside the point. Point is, that's for another game. That game is passed. Do a poll. Just do a poll and say rematch or no. Both lose. we just do the finals right now. I say complete rematch. We re-roll, we rematch. But I think Rocket should still be banned. We do have to consider whether we want to ban Thing or not. Mr. Fantastic. How does Mr. Fantastic use his kit? What are we missing out of his kit? But also, Gage, are you saying then that, like, Rocket should be reinstated? His E jumping to teammates. So it's kind of similar to what Thing does then. Can't give back shots. We do not have to ban Thing. It's so tough because, like, that's why I was asking people if there's any other bans, because I was like, it's hard for me to come up with every single ban based off of everyone's kit. And it's like, do you just pull everyone who can't use all of their abilities, or do you not, you know? Is it a person by person basis? Where you can jump to enemies? Yes, but does that give him an actual advantage? Like, does it give him like a shield? He gets shield just by using E. So you can use E and not pull to an ally and still get a shield. We're overcomplicating a little bit. Again, this is not a good game for 1v1s, which is why we're trying to make it work as well as we can. We can do another freaking poll, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Alright, it looks like we're wanting a rematch. E can go on enemies. That's also true. But does he get the shields? Does it matter? I don't know. Like, to me personally, I don't think like the thing not being able to use his jump ability is as important as like Rocket essentially not doing the thing that he is like meant to do, which is rezzing people. Same with Adam. Adam is, his whole thing is rezzing people. If he can't do that, then he's kind of not usable, in my opinion. Like, part of his kit is something that just does not work in a 1v1. Alright. It's one skin. I mean, that's also true. I mean, again, I'm just trying to make it fair. If Scrope doesn't want the rematch, we don't have to do the rematch. What it comes down to is I would have banned Rocket. We didn't ban Rocket. We probably should have banned Rocket. I'm willing to do a rematch if we felt like the reroll was the thing that was unfair. Scrope, do you want to do your rematch or no? Because we can just move on. We're burning Nightlight. Sure? Okay. We will do the rematch. Both you guys can re-roll. I'm gonna keep Rocket banned, but I'm not going to ban... I'm not going to ban Thing or Mr. Fantastic. We did a poll. We held it to the people. The people decided. It's 13-4, pretty handedly. Let's just sweep the whole last match under the rug because it was already kind of weird from the start. That's my opinion. We should have probably done the Mr. Fantastic versus the Psylocke, but that was on me. I thought we were asking for a reroll on both. It's all good. It's on me for not doing the ban and asking for the reroll when I shouldn't have done the reroll. No. Yeah, reroll it. No, we're banning Rocket. We're banning Rocket. Like I said, I honestly, to God, I'd just be cool banning most of the, if not all of the strategists. I think Mantis actually works, but majority of them don't work at all. Actually, I take that back, though, because Cloak was really fucking good in a 1v1. So, oh, shit. Oh, it's a mirror match. It's a mirror match. It's a mirror match. All right, you know what? This is the best way we could do it, I think. Yeah, you know what? We don't need, forget the prediction. We're just gonna roll it. All right. Namor mirror match. This is the best way it could have worked out because now we can definitively say which one of them is quote unquote the bestest.
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely.
Nah, you know what, Ingro? We should have just done both Rocket and called it a day.
Starts in 5, 4, 3,
like, yeah, you know what? Fuck
2,
it.
1.
You both play Rocket. How about that? You're both fucked.
You would be wise to
Yeah,
show
now
some respect.
this comes down to pure skill. It's straight up just who's the best with Namor.
You've
Boom.
got one job.
Go.
Take down as many enemies as you can.
I mean, if we really want to get into it, we could do a best of 3. But I say we just do this. We call it a mirror match. We call it a day. If we had an entire journey with mirror matches, there'd be no need for bans. Well, I mean, there would be, just because, again, it's not really fun to play Adam when you can't res people. your ultimate just sucks. It's just nothing, Burger. Alright, we're off to the
This
races.
should help me
First to
recover.
16 or whoever gets the most in 10 minutes. So far, we've been pretty back and forth here.
Protect your king. Protect
We got
your
squids out the
king.
wazoo now. We don't have the added benefit of a Hulk. So these are just straight default squids. Alright, Squirrel grabbing the health pack there, getting leveled up. Gage getting hit by what I assume is a turret somewhere. Also getting a health pack. Squirrel waiting for that health pack to come back again. Battle of the health packs at this point. Who is going to land on the board first? We got Gage getting a lot of really good shots. Oh, Scrub almost getting caught in the corner, but Gage comes around the corner and finishes them off. And it's 1-0. Gage is up and on the board. I would agree. I just find mirror matches to be kind of boring. In my opinion, I think it's a little boring, but it's something to consider for the next 1v1 tournament if we ever have one. Could consider only doing DPS, could consider doing matchups. It was a bear. Alright, we're back to throwing out the turret. Scrope is looking a little damaged, but not by much. Gage does have his ult though, and he throws it out first, and it is 2-0. Gage is up. Now Scrope does have his ultimate. Now will he be able to use it in such close quarters like Gage was able to right there?
Subjects turned against me.
Because that was almost a guaranteed kill. Ooh, and Scrope takes a big dinger right through the teleport. He's stuck and unable to get out of that tight corner. It's 3-0. Gage
I
and
will not be
Scrope.
stopped so easily.
We are back now. Scrope might want to consider potentially going in a different way, as this doorway is going to be heavily guarded by a crap ton of turrets. And Gage himself, of course. Gage grabbing a health pack. Scrope going in the back. Still having his ultimate, by the way. See if we can maybe not get stuck in a doorway. Ooh, getting some big hits there with the turret. Is he going to be able to clutch up? Almost gets around the corner. Gage bubbles up, but it does not matter because Scrope is there with a bolt to the face. It is 1-3. Gage is up, but Scrope is on the board. And now he waits, having a couple of turrets up there. Putting another one. Gage trying to bait him out of getting behind that column, and Scrope is looking real low. And oh, Gage gets the final hit there as Scrope is unable to find a health pack. He probably should have backed up into the other room there, unsure of whether Gage would be able to hit him or not to try to get a health pack. Both of them now having their ultimate. Scrope still having not used his ultimate. And I did not check the stats beforehand, but oh, and both ultimates are out. And neither one of them falls. Scrope taking just a teeny tiniest bit of damage there. This Gage goes in to clean up, taking a couple of shots himself.
Here they are.
Taking a lot of damage, but Scrope is hanging out near the health pack and able to grab it.
Denizens of the deep.
Throwing out turrets as much as you can. Both of them have health, but Scrope finding yet another health pack, trying to gobble them all up before Gage can. They're both about full health now. And it's a snipe out to see who can get the other around the corner, but Gage gets a nice throw uphill. And it is 5-1 with Gage up. They have about 5.5 minutes left, about halfway through the match. Scrope gonna need to place some really good turrets here and try to catch Gage unawares. Oh, and that throw falls a little bit short as it goes underneath where Scrope needs it. And he needs to be careful around this. Both of them going for a health pack there. Scrope definitely needing it. Gage getting a nice hit off of Scrope before he can jump away. Scrope covering his ass with a bunch of turrets. Gage saying what turrets as he just goes for a couple of shots.
Here they are. The fools.
Grabbing a health pack, it appears. Both of them looking fairly hurt, but Scrope a little bit more hurt. And oh, Scrope falls. Another kill for Gage, and who also has their ultimate. 6-1 now. Scrope definitely hurting. Trying to find any purchase he can. Scrope getting a good bubble there. And a really good hit into the air. An unfortunate bubble from Gage as well. And it's 6-2 now. Scrope making up a little bit of those kills. Gage not quite getting that kill off of that ultimate as he had wanted. A nice bubble there. And that turret security system pinging Gage. Oh, and going for the ult in the doorway. Trying to catch Gage unaware, but alas, it was not enough. Gage outshoots Scrilp, and it is 7-2.
Namor always rises again.
Now we got about 4 minutes, a little under 4 minutes left. Scrilp could make up this damage. But he needs to get some well-placed turrets, and he falls again to Gage, 8-2.
Not be stopped so easily.
And now, like I said before, I did not check the stats, but I do know Gage is an avid Namor player. And this is going to be incredibly difficult for Scrilp to overwhelm. Gage does have the snipes. Once again, throwing it uphill into Scrilp, 9-2 now, with 3 minutes left. Oh, and happy birthday for him. Couple of turrets there. It's a turret fight, battle of the squids. As they try to use the terrain to their advantage, Gage bubbles up, but so does Scrilp, and Scrilp gets out of his bubble first, and oh, there's an ultimate, and he falls. I'm not sure if Scrilp heard the ultimate throw, but Gage gets a 10-piece off of that chicken. It is now not looking too good. Nice hit there by Scrilp. Just throwing as many shots as he can. Ooh, and just barely edging around that column. Good shots by Scrilp. Barely even utilizing the turrets now. Gage goes for a health pack. Scrilp gets a health pack. Now, they're just waiting to see who pops out first. Scrilp in here with his ultimate. Could get a nice cheeky kill. Only has 2 minutes to do it, though. And for Gage, it's just going to be a race to either get to 16 kills or just live long enough to win. Gage wanting to end this one quickly. Ooh, good try by Scrilp, trying to catch him in the doorway yet again. Gage knows better than that. Runs out of the doorway immediately. Good hits by Scrilp. Both of them trying to edge each other out. Good throw in by Scrilp, trying to get that turret damage. Scrilp going to go for the health pack. Gage also having gained some health. Going back into the house. Scrilp right there to meet him. It's another turret out. Oh, and the turret damage hurts. It's another kill by Gage.
You cannot wash your hands of Namor.
Gage is 96% of the way on his ultimate. So much edging. A lot of really, really good throws, but unfortunately, Gage just seems to have the upper hand each time with his positioning. 12-2 now with Gage up. Scrilp desperately trying to throw down some turrets to get that turret damage, but alas, it just comes down to straight trident throws. Scrilp also needs to remember he does have a bubble to avoid this damage if possible. Maybe even get the higher ground. Oh, and Scrilp does avoid yet another ultimate from Gage, but he's on 11 HP. He needs to get those hits, but he does it. 14-2.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh, and it is not looking good. But alas, this has been a valiant effort, both times by Scrilp, showing immense skill here. I mean, when you make it to the semifinals, you gotta have some sort of skill. Even if it hasn't been luck with the picks, it sure has been skill. Scrilp once again trying to hit with the ult. But unfortunately, Gage is just not taking the bait, and Gage will win 15-2, almost getting the 16 before the time is up. Victory to Gage, and once again, GG's to both of them. Scrilp, you put up one hell of a fight. Twice! But I think at this point, Gage has earned his spot in the finals. Good stuff, everybody. And thank you guys for being good sports. I know that it has been really awkward and it's embarrassing on my part. I apologize again for the weirdness with the bans and everything else and the rerolls and all that stuff. But I think that was a good determining factor. And thank you guys for agreeing to the rematch as well. Alright, now we will get to Rune and Saval's semifinals. I never touched them more. Oof. Well, honest to God, man. I mean, I know it looked bad, but I saw your shots. We were looking at your perspective most of the time. It was some good shots. You did your absolute best. But yeah, it was a good effort all around. Do you guys know what you rolled? Because I don't. Alright, let's see. Rune playing Groot. And Saval playing Hela. Very interesting. Also, very interesting that Rune keeps getting a tank. Now, it's not Hulk, though. So that's something. Thank God we didn't get, like, the Rune clean sweep of the Hulks. Wait. Same characters? Wait, the exact same characters? You guys I couldn't write this. I couldn't write this if I tried, chat. That's insane. We rolled the same thing as the original. That's insane. How does that happen? We haven't even had a Groot yet. That's insane. Wow. All right. Good shit. Let's take a look-see here. So, Rune playing as a Groot, having 54 minutes on Groot, not too shabby. Saval being more the tank player, having been able to play 2 tanks in this competition so far, but now he's gonna have to bring out his DPS chops in a Hela play, and only 12 minutes on Hela. Shoo! Not a lot of not a lot of play between either of them, and Rune running away with a prediction. So, let's see how it pans out. Groot versus Hela. DPS versus tank for the last finals spot. What will it be? Bless you, RNGesus. 'Twas destined to be, chat. 'Twas destined to be.
You're on your own this
Let's
time,
get it.
So choose wisely.
Good luck. Have
battle
fun,
starts in
everybody.
5, 4, 3.
Let's do this
2,
thing.
1.
Now, it'll be very interesting because Hela obviously got a lot of damage, mostly on the headshots, and Groot a pretty big target to hit headshots or any shots on. However, Rune does have the benefit of having
You've got
walls.
one job. Take down as many
Can
enemies
wall
as you
off
can.
as many hits as he needs to. The only downside to that is that Rune also needs to be able to get some kills here. Will Rune be able to overcome his tanky deficit and be able to get some damage? Now, Hela already getting the high ground advantage here. Rune deciding instead to go run into the building. Unfortunately, running into the death trap. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that should have counted for a death. Why did that count? Is it because Saval did damage? It might have been because Saval did damage before he fell. Ooh. Okay. Well, okay. I guess that one did count. I don't know. The last one I'm pretty sure did not count. So it might have been because of the damage done by Hela. That damage before the fall. Since Hela shot him, then he fell in, it counted as a kill for Hela. I see. That is very unfortunate for Rune in that case. So Saval on the board with 1. And unfortunately for Rune, it's just that teleport is a death trap. That portal's a death trap. No one should go through that portal. It sucks. That's what we've determined throughout all this. Should that be counted? I believe so. If that's the rules of the game mode, that's the rules of the game mode. The last fall did not count because there was no damage. This time around, Saval did do damage. And in a way, chased Rune into that hole. If the game says it counts, then it counts. Because if you consider this game mode is typically played with, you know, the full 12 people, correct? So, in that case, if someone just randomly fell into a hole, it wouldn't just give a point to everybody else, right? It would only give a point to the person who killed them. which in this case would be Rune using their ultimate to their advantage and getting a point on the board now, trapping Saval in their viney vines. Very good call by Rune to use their ult there. They were doing some decent damage with their autos, but alas, it probably would have ended up in a death on Rune's part had he not used the ultimate. So that was a good ultimate pull by Rune. Saval now having to respond in kind. Now Saval going up to the building that Rune was on, but not knowing that Rune was there. Rune trying to get a couple of hits. Oh, and I don't know if the vines are going to be long enough to be able to hit from that far. Going around town with the teleport. Being on even footing now, but Rune needs to be extremely careful because Hela definitely has the advantage of range. Now, Saval does have his ultimate. Is he going to be able to use it? Especially given the fact that Rune has kind of been in and out of portals here, and it's pretty easily avoided. Ooh. And I think that was not the ult throw, that was just the nut throw, and it did miss. Both of them now in the foyer. We're now putting up walls, hopefully keeping Saval at bay. Now Rune can wait out the ultimate if Rune wants, or Rune could just go in and beat the crap out of Saval too. Either way, either which way, they're both about the same health at the moment. Ooh, and Rune getting shot in the face a little bit there. Deciding to run back to the health pot, which Saval also does. Gets another couple good shots. Gets a good nut throw onto Saval. Missing on the vine auto throws, though. And oh! Not the ult bait. And the ult was used by Rune. Unfortunately for Rune, it did not make contact. Saval takes the kill there, 2v1. Still an incredibly close match, although we are almost halfway through our matchup here. Decent effort by Rune, but unfortunately, those hands are just not hitting the way that they need to be. They're not hitting the way that the Hulk hands have been hitting. Rune has definitely got to space out those hits and really, really zoom in on Saval. If he wants any chance of winning this matchup, he's got to get those hits. Groot, another tank with surprisingly decent auto damage. You just got to land them. We're getting a pot shot there through the front door, deciding to retreat, make a tactical retreat with some walls, get the high ground. Unfortunately, there's no health packs up there, but you have to go inside. Rune does grab the health pack inside, deciding maybe to wall off the entrance, which is an interesting tactic, given that Rune does need to get a kill here in order to keep up with Saval and Saval's kills, Saval's damage. Now, Rune is not going to want to take this uphill battle. Deciding instead to hole up inside, which I think is a smart move by Rune, because trying to shoot upward against a Hela, I think, is a death sentence. Saval instead coming down, Rune going up a bit. Saval using the teleport to go up again. Rune not falling for it. Deciding to go inside instead. Now, Rune does have their ultimate, but so does Saval. Saval could potentially use the ultimate to get out of Rune's ultimate. But unless Rune sticks around, that ultimate's not going to be super viable. Is there going to be an ult off? Which unfortunately, for Saval, I think the Groot ult is going to be a much better use. Both of them just looking out for each other now. We got 3.5 minutes left, and oh, they can hear each other, but they can't quite find each other. And I think Rune is trying desperately not to have an uphill battle against Saval being on top of this building. But Saval's taken the high ground and doesn't want to give it up. There is plenty of time for Rune to make a play here, but unfortunately, Rune is not in a very good position to be making a play unless Rune gets on the same ground. Rune goes up. Does not see the Hela. Tries to go into the building, but is unable to go into the building. Uses the ult instead. Gets the kill. And a very good use of the ultimate on Rune's part. Securing that kill against Saval. We are 2-2. Neck and neck. Saval still has his ultimate. But unfortunately, it's not going to be super useful unless he traps Rune in a room somewhere with it. Going back now. Saval taking up perch yet again. Like a bird on top of the building. Wanting so desperately to have a fight up there with Rune. But if Rune can get on even ground with Saval, it's pretty neck and neck. We're not having a whole lot of confidence in those auto shots, but having a lot of success with this ultimate, which just continues to keep ticking up, by the way, regardless of whether Rune does any damage or not. Saval potentially sniffing out where Rune is, but both of them just narrowly missing each other. And once again, if you guys want to meet up, just meet up in the middle room, I'm telling you. Just meet up in the middle. That's the easiest way to do it. Hopefully we do not have a tie situation. We have 1:30 left over. Oh, and Saval might have just seen Rune go through that portal, but does he know where Rune popped out of? A jump pad was used. Don't know if they know to go to the middle. Saval is desperately looking around for Rune, but Rune is just running. And they are just ships
Only 60
passing.
seconds left.
Passing in the ocean right now. Alright, and both of them having their ultimates now yet again. And it could be possible that Rune is waiting out Saval so that Rune can build up the ultimate. However, it would be a lot faster if Rune just fought Saval and gained the ultimate that way. Rune might be in the middle now. Let's see if Saval goes to the middle, and Saval does, and Saval catches Rune unawares. Not able to get that right click, unfortunately, but getting a lot of decent shots regardless. Getting that ultimate off, and did bait out the Rune ultimate. Getting lots of damage on Rune. Those walls doing nothing to keep the damage at bay, and that is an ultimate kill from Saval. Finally, a Hela ultimate kill. We've not been able to see one yet in this tournament, but there it is. Both ultimates used now. Rune unfortunately getting nothing for it, and just by the skin of his teeth, Saval is able to eke out that win. Whew, jeez. That was close, but oh my god, that also simultaneously took freaking forever. Just ships passing in the night, man. Oh my goodness. Yeah, very, very unfortunate that we weren't able to sort of like converge into one place, but I do think that that was a really good performance by both of them. Really happy to see Saval get that kill with the ultimate. Really happy to see Rune get kills with the ultimate. I think that's exactly what you want as a group player, but unfortunately, it was not enough. GG's, everybody. It's a little late now. All right, everybody. And we got the prediction going over to Saval. And no one voted for Saval somehow. All the points went over to Rune. Every single one. So no one gets any points. Saval moves toward the final game of the evening. And we have Big Bad Gage versus Sir Saval in the final matchup of the night. After all the debating, after all the watching, after all the predicting, this is it. Gage versus Saval. Get your predictions up. One game to end them all. Ooh, and a very interesting one. We have a Hulk versus a Moon Knight. Spicy. DPS versus a tank. If I had a faster character, it would have been more fun. Potentially. I think the thing is, like, you guys just kept missing each other. You guys just kept, like, going in the complete opposite directions of each other. Like if you guys had kept meeting up, I think it would have been, like, actually a really fun, like, interesting matchup. But unfortunately, you guys kind of kept circling each other. Reroll or ban? Wait. What are we trying to reroll or ban? What are y'all talking about? Do we want to reroll? I mean, it's up to Saval and Gage. Gage says no reroll. Both of us ran the time on accident, pretty much. Like I said, I could tell neither of you guys was trying to run out the clock. It just kind of happened because no one could find each other. But like I said, if you guys can never find the other person, just go toward the middle. Go toward that foyer room. That's like the main part of the building. Just go to there. Or go in front of there. Like somewhere in there. That way you can find each other easier. Because it's like, if everyone's just running around the map, then nothing gets done. God damn it, Incro. God damn it. Stop confusing me. I thought maybe I missed a ban or something. Alright, 82% of the... Oh, 87% of the votes going toward Gage. This is all or nothing. This is the 1600 credits on the line right now. We have Hulk versus Moon Knight. And I want to check just real quick the statistics here. Gage has played a total of 39 minutes on Hulk versus Saval, who has played a total of 4.1 hours on Moon Knight. So definitely a bigger advantage here in experience for Saval. However, Saval is more of a tank player, dabbling in DPS. Gage more of a DPS player, now dabbling in tanks. So in that way, it might be a little more evenly matched. Both of them playing the thing that the other is better at. We will find out. This time on Dragon Ball Z. Let's go! For all the marbles! Yeehaw! Let's do it. Gage got real lucky with the last one. He fought 2 matches and won both of them. I think he earned it.
The battle starts in
All right.
5, 4, 3, 2.
Now watch out for that portal, y'all. Watch out for that dang portal. Don't go through that death portal, okay? Don't go through that one. That one's just death. And converge in the middle if you can't find each other. All right, let's get it, baby.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
Gage going in with the awesome Hulk skin, the best Hulk skin. First to 16 kills, or whoever's got the most after 10 minutes is going to be a very interesting one. We've seen success with both Hulk and Moon Knight in this tournament so far. Gage unable to jump up to the top of the building. Instead using the teleport, running right into the Ankh that has been set by Saval as a trap. Trying to get some damage done, and oh my goodness, that was a close one. Gage just barely ekes a kill there and gets on the board first. 1v0 against Saval. Saval doing some very good damage there. Unfortunately, wasn't enough to evade the punches by Gage. Now gets another Ankh in. Tries to leap away out of the danger zone, but unfortunately was not able to get away from Gage, who was able to pluck him right out of the air. It's 2v0. Gage up once again. I will say, I think that Saval may have had that first fight there if he had utilized that Ankh a little bit more. Sitting on top of the Ankh and being able to shoot into Gage like that, especially with those heavy hits on the Ankh, could work to his advantage. Gage now just running, jumping after Saval. Saval desperately using his ultimate as well as some Ankhs to try to do some damage, but Gage gets a nice clap ability through the portal, and it is 3v0. Hoka hands, Hoka clappy hands. Gage now coming in, getting a banishment on Saval. Saval trying desperately to throw in some damage on the Ankh, but Gage is just able to punch him through within arm's reach. You cannot stay within arm's reach of a Hulk. It's not going to end well for you. 4-0 in Gage's favor. He's going to try to jump towards Saval. Saval's got to get some good damage from far away. He gets banished and immediately pushed out of it, but just absolutely mauled, just punched to death in a corner. And it is 5-0. And once again, as I was saying before, experience means nothing. Sometimes it just comes down to the matchup. Sometimes it comes down to the plays. Saval going in with more Ankhs. Oh, and Gage popping the ultimate right of Saval's face, trying desperately to catch up, and he uses the clappy hand range to get Saval as he's on the lam is 6-0, and this could end up being a quick match. It's hard to say. We're 7.5 minutes in. Gage having gotten 6 kills within such few short minutes. Saval now trying to set up on top, setting up his ultimate, pelting Gage with the ultimate, but Gage is not having it. He got down to half health, but Saval is unable to follow up on the ultimate. He leaves behind 2 Onks, which are now destroyed as Saval is running on the lam away from this big hulking beast. Hulk is extremely scary in 1v1s, especially when he's hitting those banishments like Gage has been hitting. Saval's gonna have to be extremely careful. He should probably run. He needs to be able to lay a trap with his Onks and get some kind of damage here. Getting some good hits there with the heavy hit, but it's not enough. He's just not able to run away from Gage, who's got the Fists of Fury. It is 0-7 with Gage in the lead.
Back where I started.
Now we still have plenty of time. If Saval can figure out a good strategy against this just absolute onslaught of damage and tankiness, tries to zip away, but Gage is not having it. 8-0 now on Saval.
Still not dead.
Saval now opting again for the high ground as he's gonna try to hit Hulk from above. But Hulk is onto his games. He slaps him out of the air. He whacks him down, and there's the 9th kill for Gage. And that is tough. Tough to match up. Now, I will say, Moon Knight not necessarily considered a tank buster. He is able to... Oh, he is able to just barely squeak out a kill and gets on the board. But that was after he dies to Hulk's hands. Gage not quite yet turning into Hulk, potentially giving Saval a chance. Well, he uses his pea shooter. I was gonna say, Moon Knight not necessarily a tank buster. However, that Onk does do a decent amount of damage. With the right avoidance and the right hits, it could work out. But tanks are extremely hard to master. And I will say too, Gage has had a lot of different kinds of picks in this tournament and has been able to work with every single one of them. Gage now has his ultimate, getting his 11th kill. Ulting right on top of Saval as Saval is banished, trying to jump and swat him out of the air like a fly, but to no avail. Jumping instead up onto the building. Saval just trying to avoid him as much as possible, like a bad X. Ooh, misses on the banish. Saval now jumping in and out of portals and trying to use height to his advantage, but again to no avail. 12-1, and this could be decided extremely quickly. But as I was saying, Gage has now used a tank, a DPS, and a support to get through this tournament. Saval, unfortunately, unable to squeak away another win with a tank character. Having had the benefit of having tanks this whole time.
Another Onk.
Each of them playing each other's strengths. But Hulk has just so far been unmanageable in 1v1s. Gage now looking around for that Moon Knight. Moon Knight actively avoiding him, jumping in and out of portals. Getting banished immediately by Gage. Throwing down the Onk, throwing down the ult, getting some good shots. Gage narrowly avoiding, and oh, just barely getting bruised, but Saval is hurting. He's only got 15 HP to his name, but Saval's got to get this kill, and it's not enough. Oh, it is just enough for Saval to squeak out another kill. 2-12. Gage now actively trying to avoid that Onk. Saval throwing down another one. This is the perfect opportunity to get some kills while he is bruised out. Oh, and almost gets another kill, but Gage is able to Hulk out just in time. Saval now throwing down as many Onks as he can, trying to stay away from Hulk. He's got a chance now to get banner.
On your toes. Here they come.
But Gage grabs a health pot. Oh, and he does get bannered out. Saval's got to make a big move, and there it is.
Started.
Using those onks to his advantage, jumping and flying over Hulk. Getting a third kill. But he's only got 2 minutes left to make up all of those kills. Gage now hulking back up. And as Penny was banned in this tournament, Hulk will probably end up being banned in the next one, as we kind of learn to figure out, you know, which characters are the most annoying and which characters are the most unusable.
Good.
It is rather unfortunate that we weren't able to get Emma in this tournament at all. But we've had a pretty decent slew of picks so far. Gage a little bit hurt, but not worrying about it. Saval throwing down onks now, trying desperately to get some damage going. Ooh, avoiding the banishment, flying away, grabbing that health pack. Getting a couple of hits, but unfortunately Hulk has got the shield advantage.
Good. You needed it.
Ooh, and Saval does get the banner out. Gage now retreating to the rooftops, hoping to get a couple of pot shots from above.
Is that everyone?
But it's not enough as Saval has got those well-placed onks. 12-4 now. Only a minute left. Unfortunately, I don't think it's enough time for Saval to make a comeback, but this has been a very nice comeback from him as he's tried to figure out how to work the terrain and his onks to his advantage and get away from those Hulk hands.
Down to 30 seconds.
Once again, staying well out of the way of Hulk's hands. If only Saval could have figured out this strategy before. Ooh, does get a pretty decent hit, and Gage does hit him out of the air as he gets his 13th kill. Gage now hulking out, and with 15 seconds left to spare,
Get up, my
there's not much else to be done, unfortunately. And with that, Gage has successfully won the 1v1 community tournament. GG's. Saval, it was a valiant effort, but alas, Hulk has yet to be beaten in these 1v1s. Congratulations and GG's everybody who competed in these games. It has been really, really interesting and really fun to see the matchups. It's been interesting to see how people who have barely played some of these characters actually triumph in some of these matches. Absolutely good games to everybody. You guys all played your heart out. I really appreciate it. I appreciate you guys also dealing with the scuff and you know, dealing with my silly poor decisions. But I hope you guys enjoyed playing. I hope you guys enjoyed competing. I enjoyed casting. That was really, really fun. Congratulations to Gage. I will be sending over your skin. Just let me know. Ping me, DM me, whatever you want. Let me know what skin you want, and I will send it over to you. It's got to be any of the 1600 skins. And I think, I'm not sure if those also come with other stuff. Whatever is 1600. Like this would be 1600. The whole bundle is the 1600, so you get the whole bundle if you want. Or if you just want a skin or whatever it is you want, just let me know. As long as it's the 1600. You want the new Bucky one? Oh, wait, hold on, this one. Right? Okay, cool. Hold on, let me... I need to, like, top up my gold by just, like, a little tiny bit. I have literally 1500. Very nice, very nice. I sincerely hope you guys had fun. I had a ton of fun. I'm also just glad that it ain't me. For once, I'm not the one doing the 1v1s. I get to watch all of you guys do the 1v1s. And go with it, you know, to go with it all of the trials, the tribulations, the ups and downs. The excitement over getting a character you actually know versus a character that you don't. Salty, thank you for the follow. Alright, now that I got my lattice, I got a gift. And I'm assuming you want that on your main account, right? Not even prepared. Not even a little bit. Why did it even change? Why did it... I literally searched. Why did it, like, unsearch? Yeah, okay. Alright, this one, yeah. Alright, Winter Soldier Thunderbolts, a bundle. Why is this not the... Hold on. There we go. Winter Soldier Thunderbolts bundle. Bucky skin, 2 gauge. I present you this mystery gift. Okay, whatever. Alright, perfect. There we go. Evidence that I live up to my word. There we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Congratulations, Gage. Good shit. Gage won the tournament. I'm feeling even more excited right now than when Captain America did when he received his vibranium shield. That's adorable, Gage. I'm sure you wrote that yourself and everything. That's really cute. You're welcome. Thank you guys. Thank you guys for participating. I appreciate it. Do we want to do more 1v1s just for funsies? Do we want to just play some games? It's up to you guys. This skin is really hot. That's a hot ass skin. You guys want to do more 1v1s? Like, what do you guys want to do? Because we still got some time. We still got like an hour and a half or so. Drunk ranked? Nah. Not Jeff only. Not Jeff only. We use the same 1v1 rules we always do. Yeah, it was very surprising. The results, I mean, it's like I said. It does not really come down to your individual skill. Sometimes it is really just luck of the draw. Next time, I think I will probably... I'll have all the same bands that we did tonight. I will add Rocket. I will probably add... I might add Hulk, just because he is annoying to 1v1 against. Just like Penny was. I mean, I think Penny is, like, fine in a 1v1, but just the fact that, you know, she's annoying. You have to set up in a room. You have to basically, like, camp. People found that to be very, very obnoxious. So if Hulk is obnoxious, then we'll probably ban him too. Do I try 1v1? Yeah, you guys, if there's anyone who did not get to do a 1v1 and would like to, we could totally put together some 1v1s. Get some of the people who were, you know, maybe the bench warmers or whatever. Let's see. If you guys just want to compete just to compete, you are welcome to do so. If anyone wants to do a rematch, you're also welcome to do that as well. I didn't lose round 1 with 200 ping. That's true. Ping, honestly, didn't seem to matter as much as I thought it would. I mean, I'm sure it made somewhat of a dent, but it wasn't like the end-all be-all. Let's see. Actually, you know what? This will be much easier. Let's do it this way. I'm gonna open up my queue. And then I'll just match you guys up with whoever's underneath your name. So that way we can get some more 1v1s if you guys want to. Let's see, we'll get Rune versus Pen. Oh, there we go. Perfect. For our first matchup. Oh, for sure, for sure. See, Akami couldn't enter the 1v1s because he would have had a clean sweep, man. Like it would have been disgusting. All right. Rune versus Pen. Do we want to do predictions? We want to do some more predictions or nah? Fortnite has the Star Wars Battle Pass as Palpatine and Grievous. I did see that. Yeah. I did. I think I saw someone pinged me. I think it was Dank has said that they had like baby Yoda Crocs or some shit, and I was like, what the fuck? Why does this game have Crocs? I mean, the Baby Yoda Crocs are kind of pog, but like, the whole shoes thing is really weird to me. I don't even know. Oh, also, Gage was the winner of the prediction as well, so that was pretty cool. Let's see. Okay, did you guys roll for your characters? Let's see. Pen rolled for Psylocke. Rune rolled for Mr. Fantastic. Oh, now we finally get to see some Mr. Fantastic play, yeah? Those are my Crocs! They took a 3D model of Bear's Crocs. Very nice. Okay, cool. Can you pick me up a pizza, Kami? Thank you. Thank you! No, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be great. Mr. Fantastic versus Psylocke. Let's get it, baby! And now I'm sure Farim's got enough alcohol in them to really loosen them up,
You're
yeah?
on your own this time, so choose wisely. The battle starts.
Yeah,
in
as
5,
long as Akami
4,
buys the pizza and
3,
doesn't make the
2,
pizza.
1.
Oh god, we have to look at Pen's
Yokai, and
horrible
villains.
fucking crosshair.
They all fall by my blade.
That's true, that's true. It is Farim's birthday, it's true. I mean, I'm not, no judgment, I'm just saying, Farim wins when Farim is drunk, so it kind of works out in Farim's favor.
The enemy has arrived.
Ugh, I'm gonna lubricate my throat. Alright. That was a lot of casting. Alright, here we go. Good shots from Pen. We're trying desperately to get some shots off, but Pen just got the... Just absolutely... Pew, just sniping those headshots. We're trying to get those grabby hands. I thought you said femboy. Hey, whoa. We're not talking about veggie right now, okay? But yeah, happy birthday for him. 5 shots and I'm stone sober. For him, we need to be concerned, I think. Oh, there we go. Rune was on the verge of death there, but managed to squeak out the kill. 1v1, let's go. Happy birthday for him. All right, here we go. Pen almost has his ultimate. Looking around for Rune. I don't think he's popped his ultimate yet. I don't think either one has popped their ultimate yet. It's been a quick like 1.5 minutes. Oh, thank you. We're even Stevens on the board. We did not ever find out what happens when we have a tie, which is kind of funny. We still don't know what happens with a tie. I'm assuming it just keeps going, but I don't know. I don't know what happens in like the actual game if you get a tie. I don't know if it just like ends and it's just like, yeah, congrats, you got a tie. No idea. Ooh! Alright, hold on. After this match, remind me to give you your VIP. Remind me to give you your VIP. I want to feel important. Offer him, you are important. Don't let anyone tell you any different. Everyone should give Farim all the things in Marvel Rivals. Ooh, that was close. Oh my god. Pen just managing to get a couple more shots off, but Rune had a pretty good effort there, actually. That was some decent damage. 2-1 now in Pen's favor. That clock said 12:10. 12:10 in like the morning? It's late in this map. Alright, Pen is just sitting pretty in Invisible World. Ooh, getting a lot of good shots on Rune there. Oh, a good dash as well. Getting the whole wombo combo. Trying to ult, but not quite finding Rune because Rune dipped the fuck out. And I don't know if Rune was able to teleport, but Pen did get that health pack. Both of them full health. Rune getting a couple shots. Rune gonna now ultimate, and oh, Pen is able to get away just barely through invisibility. And unfortunately for Rune, you cannot jump all the way to the top of this building with that ultimate. Rune trying to get those grabby hands on this gal. But Pen's gonna be a real slippery bugger. Oh, and just barely gets the hit, but Rune did bulk up.
I'm back.
Which worked out in Rune's favor, getting nice and tanky. 2-2 now. Very evenly matched. Good hits by Pen. Good wombo combo by Pen. Getting yet another kill. 3-2 now. Still pretty even. Could be anyone's game. We still got 6 more minutes left in the match.
Step aside.
Pen now up on the roof. Waiting for Rune to make an appearance. Pen now 80, almost 90% of the ultimate. I'm hopefully going to be able to actually squeak out a kill with this ultimate. As long as Rune does not run away. Now, Rune has learned the Pop-Tart technique now, sending back the Shuriken, but it does not matter because Pen comes in with the sneaky, peeky ultimate. Coming back outside to where Rune has respawned. Rune now trying desperately to get some hits with those grabby, stretchy arms. Coming in with the Pop-Tart method, but is not enough as Pen just patiently waits. 5-2 now. With Pen having a pretty commanding lead. It's about halfway through the timer. Pen once again goes up top, waiting for Rune to come back out. Rune trying really hard to get up there, trying to grab Pen, but Pen dashes through the grab. We're doing a nice little booty bounce there, and another booty bounce there. Good grabs all around from Rune, getting chunked up. Rune now feeling it a little bit. 5-3, still doable for Rune. If Rune can get a nice couple of kills here, we'll be all tied up. I can do math. Now Rune is hurting, but does have his ultimate. Pop-Tart's up. But Pen is not even there as Rune really desperately needs to find some health, and quickly. Sneaking around Pen now. Is Pen going to be able to catch Rune out? He does not, and Rune is able to get the health back. Pop-Tarting up to avoid that damage. Oh, that's a good time to Pop-Tart up, but it's not enough. Oh, and it's just enough as Rune pops out the ultimate himself. And it's not enough as Pen does the rest of the damage, even despite the ultimate. Rune going down 3-6 now. Really, really unfortunate to see. I definitely thought that Rune was donezo in that ultimate. Popping the ultimate was a good choice, but unfortunately was not able to catch up to Pen in the ultimate and get those final hits off. Good play by Pen to get away from the Mr. Fantastic ult and wait it out, do some damage. Rune not completely invincible while in that ult. Trying now to grab Pen. Grab, do a little booty bounce. Pop-Tarting up. Pen patiently waiting for the invincibility to go away. And there is another kill. One up for Pen. We're 7-3. Another booty bounce from Rune. Another grabby from Rune. Rune trying really hard to live here, but Pen did get the health pack, and Rune is not able to find one. Pen gets another kill. 8-3 now with Pen having their ultimate up. Will he use it here? It's good grabs by Rune. Ooh, another good hit by Rune, and oh, punched out of the ultimate by Rune. Very good plays from Mr. Fantastic here. Just constant damage and sussing out where Pen had gone in the invisibility. You'll love to see it. 8-4 now. Man of God, you already done come in here about your tapeworm. I don't want your tapeworm. I deny your tapeworm again. Rune now searching for Pen, who is searching for Rune inside of the building. They can probably hear each other, but can't quite tell where is who and who is where. You sure have been here, man of God. I would recognize that tapeworm anywhere. We're still running around inside the building. They have about 2 minutes, a little under 2 minutes now. It's not impossible for Rune to squeak out a couple more kills, but it's going to be tough. So very tough. Especially given the fact that they cannot seem to find each other at the current moment. Remember, always go back to the main room if you can't find each other. And as they are coming back into the foyer, Rune is sussed out by Pen. Pen is going to hit a couple pot shots far away. Rune is unable to get any shots of his own. He's going to Pop-Tart up and hopefully keep Pen from doing any more damage. Decides to ult, unable to find Pen any longer, unable to get any more damage off to continue the ult. Rune's hurting now, hoping to go get a health pack, which he does. Pen full health. Rune now full health. Really unfortunate to see that ultimate fail a second time. We really, really don't like to see it. But unless you get those bounces, the ult will not continue. That's alright, man of God. You got a lot going on in your life, okay? I get it.
That almost hurts.
Oh! Pen just using his ult on cooldown now, getting another kill with it, 9-4 now. Unfortunately for Rune, he's not saving the Pop-Tart mode for those ultimates. He'd be able to withstand them.
Down to 30 seconds.
Rune once again looking around for Pen, who is sussing about in his Psylocke way. Oop! Did I see it? Oh, maybe not, maybe not. I thought maybe I saw it at the corner of my eye. A little penny pen. There goes Rune with the damage, trying to get the grabby hands. Did get the grabby hands. A little reach around from Rune. Grabbing. Oh, the health pack almost didn't grab it, but it is too late as Pen has secured the win. Congratulations, Pen. You get street cred. Here's your sprinkle of street cred. You're welcome. GG's, everybody. GG's. Yo, what's up, Mitch? How you doing? All right, good stuff. I was gonna do something and then I don't remember what it was. I'm gonna close these tabs. That's all I'm gonna do. All right, there we go. Boo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Very nice, very nice. Ooh, is Mitch looking to do a 1v1? Is Mitch looking to do a 1v1? Oh, ba 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 ba. Alright, let's get the Dokes up and in here. There's a Dokes, and then let's get, let's see, Naka. Where's a Naka? There's a Naka. Naka, Naka, Naka on Heaven's Door. Alright, you guys roll for those random picks. Oh, the VIP, that's what I was doing. That's what I was doing. That's what it was. That's what it was. I knew I was supposed to do something. Alright, VIP. There we go. Happy birthday for him. Alright, Naka's rolled Venom. Ooh, first Venom. And Dokes has rolled Human Torch. We have seen some good and some bad happen with some Human Torch. So that'll be very interesting. Very interesting. Now, Venom can be scary, especially in a 1v1 situation, but unless he grabs you and keeps you close, you might be able to fly out of his hands. You might be able to get lots of damage going. It depends. He might be able to swing up to you as well. We'll see. Start it up. 1v1s are going good. We actually just got done with the tournament. Now we're just doing 1v1s for funsies. How was your night so far? I'm winning just because I get to be here.
You're on your own this time.
Because
So
I get to
choose
be here
wisely.
and I get to be casting and I don't have to do the 1v1s.
The battle starts in 5,
That's how I
4,
win.
3.
Although I did lose money because someone won the tournament, so I guess in a way I'm also losing. I don't know. But it was worth it. It was worth it. It was pretty exciting. Pretty dang exciting. Alright, here we go.
Take down as many enemies
We
as
got
you can.
Orange Phantom Monster versus Spicy Boy. Let's get it. Good first hits here. Doka's trying really hard to keep out of the grasp of Venom. Venom trying to avoid the fire on the ground. Doka's going for a dive bomb, but not quite hitting. Naka's trying to sling around and, oh, just burning away. The pain, it hurts. Needs to grab a health pack if possible. Does he remember that there is a health pack there? Has it been grabbed? It is not. Grabs the health pack. Comes back to treat treat Human Torch with some more tentacles, and ooh, taking some more damage. 53 health now, and that is not enough to sustain the Dokes damage. 1-0 in Dokka's favor. Dokkas taking to the skies above Venom now, as Venom desperately tries to swing and slam into Dokkas. Now that would have been a good shot had it have hit, but it unfortunately did not. Naka now going in to take a health pack, trying to avoid that fire on the ground, that stinky, stinky fire trap, as Dokkas is seemingly nowhere to be found. Dokkas now inside the building, going back and forth in through the teleport, in through the portal, looking to pick a fight with that Venom. Oh, and he's found him. He's going to throw down some fire real quick, try to throw down some of those fire bombs, maybe make a pretty little picture. Cooking up some Venom in a nice little oven. Make a nice little cute little triangle. Getting lots of really good hits on that Venom now. Naka forcing Venom to use his shielding ability, taking a lot of damage as Naka desperately needs to find some health. He does ult up to give himself a little bit more shield, but meanwhile, Dokkas uses his ultimate not to his advantage. I thought for sure Naka was cooked there, but Naka was able to squeak away with very much damage, but also a kill. Dokkas on the board. Naka on the board for 1v1. Cooking up some more triangles on the ground. Dokkas grabbing that health pack, but Naka is right on top of him, trying to do more damage. But he has taken up all the health packs, and that is enough for Dokkas to get the kill.
I think we're done here.
And you know, I never realized, but Human Torch got that booty. He got that booty. 1v1s are kind of fun, I guess. I still hate fighting friends. I mean, that's fair. But it's just in friendly competition. I mean, it's the same as whenever I fight you guys. I try not to take it too personally, because I know that some of you guys are better. Sometimes I might get a better pick than you. It just depends. That's why I like to do randoms, because at least that way it's completely random who gets who, and no one's just absolutely stomping with their mains. Because no one wants to get stomped with a main. Even if you're using your main. It just feels bad. Dokkas with another kill. 3-1 now, as Dokkas takes a nice little lead for himself. We got about 6.5 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time for Naka to come back. Unable to get away from that big Johnny damage. Hey, welcome home, Tom. We just finished up our tournament. Now we're doing some funsy onesie 1v1s. Dokkas going Supernova now as he tries to use his ultimate to do some damage on Venom. Not quite hitting the Venom with it though, as Venom dodges and weaves around the cones of fire. Shields up and is able to outlive the ultimate, but Dokkas has got so much damage going on and he's barely getting touched by Venom, surprisingly. And Dokkas gets that last hit on Naka. 4v1 now. Naka's tankiness just nothing to withstand the constant onslaught of damage that Dokkas is dealing out. Unless they're into that. True. Dokkas once again hitting with the wombo combo, drawing pictures on the ground and roasting Naka alive. Naka trying really hard to get a hold of Dokkas to no avail. Does end up grabbing him in the air and tries to tentacle him down, but the damage is just not enough. Naka having to retreat in order to get a health pack and try to survive this. And Dokkas is just non-stop, just shotgunning fire to the face of Naka. 5v1. And it's looking very dire now for Naka. Having 5 minutes left. Dokkas getting a couple of pot shots, none of them quite landing as Naka tries desperately to throw more tentacles up into the air. What's interesting is that Dokkas doesn't even have to be outside in order to be doing all this damage and to avoid the Venom. The Venom is just unfortunately not being able to land those tentacle hits, which are essentially melee hits. Naka forced to use the shield now as he roasts alive inside of Dokkas' hot box, but it does not matter because he does get those tentacles inside of him for a 5v2 in Dokkas' favor. Finally a kill for Naka. Hopefully that gives him a little bit more confidence. Dokka's now gonna go for a supernova, gonna try to hit him with those ultimate hits. Naka forced to use the shield now as Dokka slams it to the ground on top of him, doing a lot of damage. Naka a little less than half health now as Dokka's is taking up all of the healing. And Naka just roasting again and again, but unwilling to actually leave, and instead using his E ability to get some more shields. And Dokka's is getting damage now, unable to withstand the amount of damage that Naka's able to put out just simply by existing and living longer with that E ability. Dokka's still throwing as much as he can against Naka, but Naka just keeps coming back with the shield, keep coming back with the health. Dokka's taking up all of the health packs in this room, but is it going to be enough? Naka now just aiming upwards, doing whatever he can, trying to do the ultimate, but missing. Dokka's forced to leave with 70 HP left. Naka not quite hot on his heels as he lets Dokka's leave and get a health pack for himself. Got a bad guy wrestler yelling in my face for the first time? What? Oh, well, thanks, Mal. I like doing tournaments. Dokka's getting a couple of shots in through the doorway, choosing to stay safely outside while Naka has to go through the wall of flames in front of him. But Naka getting a lot of really good shots. Is he able to hit the E? He does hit the E, and he's able to hit Dokka's with more points. Dokka's does grab another health pack, but it is enough to live longer than Naka to get a couple good hits himself. Those shields not outlasting that damage. Not career in announcing? Definitely not. My throat already hurts and it's only been like 5 hours. So much talking. Dokka's once again taking to the skies, the highest point that he can inside of this room. Naka grabbing a health pack, but it doesn't help too much as Dokka's is still there with the damage. Dive bombing down on Naka, forcing Naka to use those shields. Dokka's grabbing a health pack now, as that is just enough to be able to do enough damage for Naka. Naka trying to get away, but not quite able to, unfortunately. It's just too tight of a room. I actually do think that it would be beneficial for both of them to fight out in the open. Dokka's and Naka both having their ultimates now. Who's going to use theirs first? Is not going to be able to even hit Dokka's with his ult. And he is not able to, as once again, he is unable to reach the heights that Dokka's is able to reach. And Dokka's gets another kill, 8-2 now with 1.5 minutes left. And it's looking even more undoable. But that's okay because Naka has that fighting spirit. He comes in swinging with those tentacles. As Dokka's just sits pretty and is able to dive bomb on those health packs. Of course, that health pack was not available, but that's okay. He got another one just for this purpose. And he goes and grabs that one again and gets another kill. 9v2 now in Dokka's favor. Dokka's having the ability to hit 2 health packs at once, either with a dive bomb or just by flying up to the other one. Lots of health to be had, and unfortunately Naka has not been mobile enough to be able to nab them first. Does grab that one, but it's still hurting quite a bit, having to use his shields. Dokka's now trying desperately to hit him with his ultimate. Neither of the ultimates really killing, but that one does the trick with a couple of autos thrown in Naka's face. 10-2, and Dokka's is just happy to be sitting there and putting down some fire traps. Naka going through the fire traps, uncaring at this point, just wanting to do as much damage as possible, just wanting to bully Dokka's a little bit in the air. Grabbing Dokka's out, but unfortunately not able to hold him for long, and that is it. 10-2 with Dokka's with the win. GG's, everybody. Congrats. Here's your street cred sprinkle. And thank you for the hydrate. He was ringside for a woman wrestler on his team. He saw me take a picture of her. He went right up to my face and you don't take a picture of her, you weirdo. Damn, called you out, Tom. Bro, I think I would cry if someone yelled in my face. I got the one tank I don't play. Oh, isn't that always the way, man? It's always the way. Luck of the draw, or I guess I should say unluck of the draw. Hey, what's up, Zach? GG's though. That was still fun. That was still fun to see. I do think that like Dokka's being able to fly is tough for Venom. Like if all like the tanks, like, you know, the melee tanks are just gonna have a hard time with flyers. You could have flown up to, or you could have like swung up to him, but I think it would have been difficult to hit him in midair. So I think you tried your best. I don't think I could have done much better in that situation. Alright, we got a Farim versus a Sand. Let's get it, baby. What are your guys' rolls? The date is done, no luck. What do you mean, no luck? She's in a complicated long-distance relationship, so Loki got rejected. Wait. Is this the same girl who asked to go on a date? No, this is the girl who, like, friend-zoned you. Or is it both? Venom's nasty range? It's not bad. But I do think that, like, Johnny being able to just, like, pelt down damage at you while you're trying to hit him without being able to really juke all that much, like, it's tough. I mean, you could swing a bunch, but, like, you gotta also be doing damage. It's tough. If you're more used to Venom, I think it would be doable, but if you're not used to playing Venom, then I think it would be tough. Gym Girl. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. So wait, but you guys still went on a date, though? Even though she's in a long-distance relationship? What? It was like a friend date? What, did you know it was a friend date? That's awkward. He's trying to be a heel. I know. You should have, yeah, you should have booed him. Even if it was a joke, even if it was an actor, I don't think I could handle it. I don't like people screaming in my face, man. I cry every time. All right, Farim playing the Moon Knight and Sand playing the Venom. Well, damn. But hey, listen. Sand got Spider-Man once and still lost, okay? So it's still possible. Anything's possible for Farim. Don't have that negative attitude for him. It could still happen for you. She considered a coffee chat more than a date. What's a coffee chat? Like, that sounds like a fucking date to me. It sounds like a coffee date. So, like, what?
You're on your own this time, so choose wisely.
I don't know. To me, it's kind of sounds like she's being a little sketch. Going out on like a non-date with another dude, but whatever, man.
Being a living avatar
Not my place.
takes a lot out of a guy.
Can barely hit people who aren't flying. Yeah, right. And like I said, I suck with Venom, so I would be in the same boat, even if it were possible to like juke and hit things and stuff. It doesn't matter. I'm still bad at it. You chat while drinking coffee, but that's like a date. That's like a classic first date thing, is to go out for coffee. Yeah, that's true. Oh yeah, let's take a picture of him in his face. See, yeah, I wouldn't have been able to think on my feet either. For him going in with the onk, hitting Sand where it hurts. Can't believe we have another Venom, like back to back in these matches. Sand gonna go ahead and take that health pack, although it doesn't heal him up completely. Gonna take a couple hits to the face as he's gotta get in Farim's face in order to do anything. Farim desperately trying to avoid those attacks, gonna grab the same health pack. Back up, try to get some hits, gonna need to get some good onk hits. As we've seen before, Moon Knight versus a tank, you're gonna need to get a lot of good damage if you're gonna have any hope of winning. No one on the board just yet. For him laying down that onk and managing to get the first kill. 1-0 with Farim in the lead, very nice. Both of them extremely close to their ultimates, for him getting their ultimate now. My definition of day is two people hanging out on one-on-one. Yeah, well, in like a romantic way, I guess. I mean, there's friend dates, but like, you know, like you gotta know ahead of time what kind of date you're on, you know. Yeah, like if Mitch invited me to like a coffee date, like I would assume that it was just a friend date unless spoken otherwise. But like, you know, I feel like most people, unless they know each other already, are probably not going to go on like a friend coffee date. Like that just seems weird. Like if you're just getting to know someone for the first time and you ask them out, like that seems romantical to me. But whatever.
A little pick-me-up.
Rim getting a couple hits, but unfortunately Sand is just too tanky as he sustains all that damage. It's 1v1 now as Sand secures a kill. Oh no, Mitch. Getting turned down for the coffee date. I go on a coffee date with Mitch. I don't even drink coffee, but I'd still go. Let's go on a pizza run, not even a date. I'm just hungry. Me too. I should ditch all of y'all and go get food.
There, a gift from Contra.
Ring around the rosy a little bit as Farim finally makes contact with Sand, and it is an absolute battle. Oh, as Farim gets a Venom right up the ass, and the ultimate from Sand, and Sand secures another kill.
Back where I
2v1 now,
started.
still doable at 7 minutes. I freaking love iced coffee. Fuels me. I love iced coffee. I cannot drink iced coffee, but I do like it. It is very delicious. Put a little cream, little vanilla in there. Little cold brew action. For him taking some tentacles up the booty as he tries desperately to get away from Sand and get some damage done. Will he be able to put down an Ankh here? He's backing up into a corner that he is not aware of, and Sand gets another kill, 3v1.
Back where I started.
And unfortunately for Rim's ultimate does go off there with nothing to show for it. Sand now going to try to climb and find Farim. Swinging around, getting a lay of the land here. Jumping down right on the trap that Farim set for him. Still standing within the Ankh range. Getting quite hurt, popping the E ability. As Farim tries to take a couple more pot shots, looking very low themselves, and Sand is on 17 health, looking desperately for any kind of health pack, and he finds one in the corner. Farim also still half. Sand having to grab more than one health pack as he's got so much health that he has to recover now. Farim on the top of the building, having not found any health packs, unfortunately for them. And Sand secures another kill on Farim. Unlucky. I think Farim tried to get the high ground to try to suss out where Sand might have gone, to no avail.
Some sort of enchanted object.
90% creamer and 20% coffee. Yeah, I like it. I like it creamy and just a little sweet, not too sweet. Like the vanilla cold brews from Starbucks. That's that good stuff. That's that good stuff. Yum 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 yum. No, I don't. I still don't like the tentacles. I'm just glad that I don't have to go up against the Venom so that I don't have to get the tentacles up the ass. Okay. Farim up on the top part of the building now, both of which have their ultimates. It's gonna depend on whether Sand knows to look up here, and Sand finally catches a glimpse. Farim trying to get the Ankh out on Sand while they can. Sand sustaining a lot of damage, but giving it as well. Unable to get that ult off in time for Farim to just absolutely dip out. Farim getting the ult out, but it's not enough as Sand's little tentacles just pierce through the veil, and it is 5v1 with
Back
Sand
again?
up.
Great.
About 4 minutes now on the clock. Both of which have now used their ultimates. Neither one of them getting a kill from them. But Sand being able to just completely out-sustain Farim. Farim getting a little lost in the sauce here as they try to find their way through the map. There we go. Sand gonna go ahead and pounce up on Farim, which is an unfortunate situation for Farim. Farim did do a crap ton of damage, but Sand still has that shield ability.
Back again.
And you know what I would love to
Great.
see? I would love to see A Venom and a Hulk fight it out. Shields versus shields, baby. That would be very interesting. 6-1 now in Sand's favor.
There, ahead. I found him.
As Farim slips behind the lead that Sand has set for himself. He's going to put it down a couple of onks. He's going to hit a couple of times. Sand is looking low. Is Sand going to run and try to get some health, or is he going to try to finish the job? He does push the E button to grab some shields for himself. He does grab that health pack. Farim does have his ultimate yet again, which is kind of incredible given that he just used it. Able to get some pot shots, but Sand is able to push those shields again, much to Farim's demise. He is 10 HP and needs a health pack pronto. Gonna have to run inside and grab a health pack real quick. That helps a little bit. Is he gonna go in for more? Sand is still half health, but does have his ultimate. Is Sand gonna find a health pack now? As Sand is on the chase despite his low health. Farim's got a chance here to make some big plays and do some big damage, but Sand knows Sand's got his E ability up and ready and waiting for Farim. Big damage, and finally Sand is able to land an ultimate just to you know, do that little bit of damage that is left on Farim. 7-1 now in Sand's favor. Farim putting up a good fight, but alas, just like with the Hulk, unable to keep enough distance and get enough damage to really make it count. Valiant effort though on Farim's part. So cold, so crisp. Double onk damage, but it's not enough as Sand just absolutely pelts Farim with the tentacles. 8-1 now. And Rebel is hungry. Rebel hungry. Farim now looking to suss out Sand with a minute left, hoping to just get at least one more kill on the board if they can. Sand just scrounging around on the top of the building, watching, waiting, climbing, skulking, as a Venom does. Farim having now sussed out.
I found them.
Almost signaling Sand now, trying to bait Sand into the onks as they put down the ultimate. Ooh, and it does do some decent damage, but so does Sand as Farim is on their last leg with 10 HP. It's another kill for Sand, 9-1. Sand getting incredibly lucky with these picks, I will say. Sand being able to get not one, but two of Sand's favorites. Oof. That is tough. That is tough for the matchups. Sand really needs the win for his mental. I mean, it's just nice to win in general, you know? Sand once again getting a nice chomp on the booty of Farim, who goes down 10-1 now with 11 seconds to go. Double unks, bro. Where my hug at?
Thank you very much.
Onk you very much. That doesn't. I don't. Is that even a pun? I don't know. Either way, victory goes to Sand. Congratulations, Sand. GG's, everybody. Good stuff. Oh, I want a burger. Oh, I want food. Oh, I'm so hunkies. And alas, unfortunately, Farim's drunk buff does not pay off here. Sand couldn't have at least let Farim win for their birthday. For shame, Sand. Alrighty, we got Lev. Oh, Lev's in a quick match. We got Sapet. Oh, shit. What did I just do? What did I just do? Oh, you're in here. No wonder. I was like, what? Where is everybody? Let's see. We got a Pen versus Akami. Akami, do I have you added? By chance? Geez. Not bad. I think you definitely you showed how the Venom should be played in a 1v1 for sure. But we also we're not really surprised given that you play so much Venom. Also, I'm realizing I'm saying alas a lot. There's a Lev. Hey, what timing? Look at that. Bing, bam, boom. Booyah! Yes, this is still randomized. Also, let me know if... oh, no, there you are. I found you. I got you added. Alright, Pen, Lev, if you would, please roll your randoms. Venom might be very fun for you, but I do not play Venom well at all. Neither do a lot of people, I guess. It'd be really bad at this game to lose a 1v1 against a Moon Knight. I mean, Moon Knight's good. I don't know what you mean. Wait, Pen got Psylocke again. Why does the bot love certain characters so much? They love Hulk, they love Psylocke. Didn't we literally do that exact same matchup just a second ago? They're so biased. Last time we did this, they loved Penny. They kept popping Penny left and right. This time it's Psylocke, dude. So much Psylocke. I'm saying this because I lost against the Moon Knight earlier. I was like, wait a minute. Moon Knight good. What do you mean? Alright, well, we start her up. We let her rip. I left the game, don't tell Netties. Well, I mean, obviously the 1v1 is more important. I mean, pff, duh.
You're on your own this time, so choose
Duh.
wisely. The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I'm not Hulk. He's part of me, but he's not all of me.
Bro, Pen, how is it cold? How is it so cold where you live? Can I have some of that? Oh god, look, there's tentacles in the fucking
You've
fridge.
got one job. Take down as many enemies
Alright,
as you can.
Lev versus Pen. We got a Psylocke versus a Hulk yet again. Is Lev gonna go in and banner it all? The banner play? We'll find out. Not even bothering, unless he wants to Hulk out right in front of Pen, just as a show of dominance. No, Lev really is gonna go in banner main.
Feels good. I'm Hulk.
And there it is. Once he took some damage, he said, "No sirree, Bob." Actually, a decent strategy though, given the fact that if he hadn't died, I mean that would have been a bad play. But decent play to just do some damage as banner and then Hulk out and do the rest. Not a horrible play. Didn't unfortunately work out for him. Pen gets the first kill. 1-0. Going back in with the banner play again. Will it work out better for Lev this time around if he can get some damage going? And then pop Hulk whenever he's in trouble. Kind of like a Venom Shields play.
Refreshing.
But Lev's gonna have to be very careful because he can easily die as banner. Lev hears Psylocke but does not see his Psylocke as Pen is slowly encircling his prey as they try to find each other. And once again, if you cannot find each other, just go to the middle of the map. You should be able to join the room. You can also join the room as a spectator and then I can just drag you into. Either or. Pen once again finding the banner with this horrific crosshair that we now all have to deal with. Getting a lot of good hits on Lev. Lev not bothering to Hulk up just yet. Still waiting to Hulk up. While Lev grabs the health pack and refuses to die. Pen trying desperately. It's just a shootout in here. It's just a fucking duel out here. As they try to go for range kills, and Pen does get the kill on Lev. Lev still having not popped Hulk form. Is Lev just messing with Pen? It's hard to say. 2-0 in Pen's favor. Pen once again going for Lev, who is just banner. Banner grabbing a health pack. easy pickings for Pen as Lev, I guess, is trying to make this happen with only Banner. Pen does have ultimate now. 3-0. Pen just standing still, having maybe forgotten where they were, just disassociating. Lev once again going down in Banner form, 4-0. Pen just letting Lev come to them. Rar, ooh, XD, yo, what's up, Panda? Yeah, ooh, Nico, and I still can't tell if Lev is just looking for a good time to pop Hulk or if he doesn't bother to play Hulk. Instead, going for the old Banner main method, which has not been working out so great for him so far. He goes down again, 5-0. This may end up being a 16-kill match. It's hard to say. 6 minutes to go now. Lev trying real hard, maybe just practicing their shots with the Banner pea shooter. Pen standing still for most of it. Not needing to try too hard here.
Refreshing.
You know, some would say you wouldn't like me when I'm angry, but Lev just never gets angry. What a chill guy. Not much, Panda. We just got done with the tournament. Now we're just doing 1v1s for funsies onesies. Ooh, Lev getting real low, but Pen was getting about half. Is Pen gonna grab that? Nope, Pen does not need to grab that because Pen could just kill people in invisibility. 6-0 now. I'm having absolutely no clue where anyone is. Finally deciding to Hulk out after losing 6 times to nothing. Jumping over towards Pen. Getting a nice banish, but deciding to lay off after getting half their health. Pen getting some good damage again. Half health again. Lev getting low, even in Hulk form now. Pen able to juke around in invisibility, dashing around Lev so Lev cannot seem to get a grasp. And Lev getting caught up in Pen's ultimate, which Pen has been holding on to for a long time. 7-0 now. And honestly, I don't know if it even benefited Lev to go into Hulk form, because Pen was absolutely juking out Hulk completely. Pen now just hitting a car. Getting banished there. Lev trying really hard to find the invisible woman. Get what I did there. And finally getting a grasp on Pen, but it's a little late. He's trying to get a couple good smacks and almost jumping over the health pack. Pen getting range on Lev now, as Lev is forced to shrink back into Banner form. And at some point, you have to imagine Lev gets an ultimate. 8-0 now in Pen's favor. 4 minutes left. Gage won the tourney. A lot of really good games, though. Lev saying enough is enough, but Pen finally showing that it is possible to outplay a Hulk with the right character and right set of skills. Sometimes you just gotta John Wick that bitch.
There's gonna be a fight.
To be fair, he almost had to play Rocket, but then we all kind of decided whether Rocket should be allowed, and then we kind of voted on it, and then there was some weirdness where we decided with a coin toss that we should keep Rocket, but then we decided we don't keep Rocket, and then it was really weird. Technically, Gage had to win 2 games in a row just to get to the finals, just because of all the confusion that went around this Rocket ban. We were like, we thought he couldn't use his, like, E ability. Oh, Lev on the board, by the way. Sorry, I've been talking over this entire match. Finally on the board with a Hulk kill, having finally ditched Banner, but with 3 minutes left, I don't think there's going to be a way for Lev to catch up to the 9-1 lead. But yeah, we weren't sure, because, well, obviously you can't self-res, but also we were thinking since he can't use his res, like, part of his kit is unusable, and therefore he should be banned, but we didn't decide that ahead of time. And then Geo said that he couldn't put down his res machine to get shields and stuff, so then I was like, oh, if we can't put it down at all, then he definitely shouldn't win. Also, Pen just got literally flung across the map with that 2-9. in Penn's favor. It did take Lev finally pulling an ult off to get that kill. I say finally because I don't think we've seen a Hulk ult this entire matchup. Lev getting some good hits in on Penn. Penn finally succumbing to the Fists of Fury. Going in for an ultimate on Banner, which just feels petty at this point. 10-2 now, as Penn gets another kill. But anywho, what's despite that little hiccup, I'd say Gage did pretty well. He won with a Mantis and a Namor mirror match. Considering Gage had to do like 4 matches instead of 3, I guess he's earned the title. Ooh, Penn getting smacked around by Lev. Oh, Lev just I guess deciding enough was enough and just got tired. Getting another kill on the board, but again, it's a little too late. As he is able to catch up with Penn, but 1 kill is not going to be enough. Getting a lot of damage there now, having not fully healed up from their last matchup. Getting shot down now by Penn. Penn deciding to ult on Banner yet again. 11-3 now. Penn has taken this disrespect personally. Hey, Noaku, how you doing? I've been practicing. I haven't done a lot of, Well, since there was no damage before that fall, that one did not count toward Penn's goal, but it was really funny to watch. But no, yeah, I've done a couple of tournaments now, like a handful, and it's fun. I actually like commentating. I like commentating more than actually participating in tournaments, because when I play in tournaments, I get very, very nervous. But yapping, I'm good at. That was a something. That was a play of all time. Lev getting lots of damage here in between the jumps, and Penn able to get him down to Banner form. Penn now having a bit of an advantage, but Lev getting a couple good shots, but alas, not good enough. And I said alas again. Penn takes the win yet again, and even though Penn says he does not play Psylocke, he has been playing Psylocke actually pretty well. 11-3 on that win. GG's. Holy schmoly. I would love to know what Lev's thought process was at the beginning there, only going in as Banner. Very interesting play from Lev. And I can't tell if it was because Lev had confidence or because Lev was just doing a funny, but either way, gotta say, didn't work out. Who'da thunk? Playing as Banner only, doesn't really work out. I think I'm Banner main already. I just assumed since this was for funsies that Lev was just having funsy onesies. Let's grab a Kami. I have an eyelash in my eye, I think. Ow, that hurts. That is owie. It's in my contact. It's in my contact now. God damn it, eyelash. Okay, I think I blinked it out. All right, there we go. There's a lot of Hulk abusing, so I tried Banner mating, but the pea shooter was ass. Yeah, I kind of felt like Lev was trying to nerf himself, but maybe went a little too far. Maybe too far with the nerf, the self nerf. But either way, it was kind of funny. Rune and Akami, go ahead and grab your guys' picks! ! Hero. Akami is such a high rank that they don't even have a rank for him. He went so far past top 500 that they've dropped him back down to bronze 3. But it's more like a prestige bronze 3, you know, like kind of like in Call of Duty when you hit max level and then it starts over. Captain America versus Penny Parker. Oh wait, roll the penny. I mean, unless you guys don't care, but Penny was banned in the tournament, so it's up to you. It's up to Rune if Rune cares, because Penny is kind of annoying. But no. Alright, we run it. Captain America versus Penny Parker. Let's get it. Hey, I'm all for unbanning Penny, but everyone last 1v1s was like, meh. Reb is cheating. Reb is just sitting in a room. Meh, 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 meh. Reb is cheating. Reb is hacking. Meh, meh, meh. She's too good at Penny. Meh, meh, meh,
You're
meh,
on
meh.
your own this time, so choose wisely.
We feel small and our dicks are tiny.
The
Meh,
battle
meh,
starts
meh,
in
meh, meh.
5,
That's what chat said.
4,
Verbatim.
3, 2, 1.
My Penny made their peepees feel small.
Pretty sure I'm still the coolest spider hero in our reality.
I was somehow cheating by playing Penny correctly.
You've got one job. Take down as many enemies as you can.
Alright, here we go. Kami going in with the spawner off the get-go, hoping to maybe bait Rune to go into the portal and through the spawner. Ditching the spawner now to go look around to see where Rune might be at. Let's see, Rune is running through the building right towards the spawner. Is he gonna run into the spawner? He does, but he jumps it right back out of it. Is he gonna try to disable it? He's going to try to disable it. But Okami has found him. Wraps him up real nice, and oh, let me tell you what, I bet you that crit's gonna come in handy in this match, and there it is. Got him stuck right on the spawner. 1-0 in Akami's favor. That was rough, but actually not very poorly played by Rune, however. I think Rune made the best of that situation. Akami now not having yet set up their spawner. Duking it out in the main room, getting some shots off. Missing the wrap, I believe, is what I saw. Zipping on out of the way. Still connected to the web. Zipping out of the way again like a goddamn spider yo-yo. Getting some shots in, but Cap is looking halfway, looking low. Penny popping that ultimate now, hoping to get some good hits on Rune. Rune grabbing a health pack and getting out of dodge of that ultimate, which has finally ceased. Kami looking a little hurt, but not too bad. Getting the spawner out, but a little late. That spawner is gonna go as Rune pops their ultimate now. Getting nice and shielded up. I don't know if Rune is able to heal off of their own ult, but they were at least tanky enough to withstand anything that Akami was slinging, but Akami kind of dipped out and didn't sling anything. Rune looking very hurt now. Two tanks going at it, man. It's going to be a very low-scoring match, but it's been very interesting to see. Rune grabbing a health pack now as he goes and susses out Akami's spawner again. Rune now copying Akami's movements, looking for Akami in the webbing, trying desperately to stay outside of that spawner. But of course, as is Penny's style, Penny's going to stay within that spawner range so that they can heal. As Rune is getting a bunch of pot shots to the face, has to run away, won't be able to run too far, tries to go in for a bash on Akami, but misses and has to escape to the top of the building again. Grabs another health pack. Gonna need a lot more health packs to get all that health back. Oh, lands right into the web full of mines and gets shot immediately by Akami, who is hiding in the corner, not even near the spawner this time. Backs up into the health pack and zip zap zoops on away. Gonna have to find more though, because Akami's hot on Rune's tail. Rune now ulting, but only has shields and a little bit of HP to their name, and they're both ulting each other, just smacking each other left and right. That ultimate is gonna run out and Rune's gonna be in trouble, and there it is. Akami takes a second kill now. 2-0. Rune once again trying to outmaneuver Akami in the Penny. Akami very excited about this Penny pull. Avoiding the spawner as much as they can, but not able to avoid the ultimate. And unfortunately, I think that Cap ultimate is just not going to cut it against some of these other ultimates in the game. I wouldn't say Penny ult is worthless. It's been quite a decent bit of damage on top of the fact that you're pretty tanky. Rune has not been able to outwit that Penny ultimate yet. All Penny has to do is spread mines all over the place. Now they're going to run around trying to look for each other. We'll swap back over to Akami's viewpoint as Akami tries to suss out where Captain America went. Akami goes around town, deciding to stay outside, interestingly enough. Oh, and just saw Rune, but maybe didn't realize they saw Rune. Rune saw them coming back from behind, jumping right into the spawner, as was Akami's whole purpose all along. Akami zigging, zagging with the webbing. Back and forth, Rune trying desperately to get rid of that spawner, which is the bane of their existence, but to no avail as Akami gets a third kill on the board. 3-0 now. There are people in this VC who've never seen Kill Bill. Well, we know what to watch next now. Actually, I think I've only seen Kill Bill 1. I've never seen Kill Bill 2. And I don't know if there's a 3. I don't think there's a 3. I think there's just a 2. But I've never seen the second one. Well, Gio hasn't seen anything. Gio doesn't even know what actors are. Gio thinks that movies are real life. Rune going to assemble now in Akami's face, but Akami does have the spawner, which is just furiously spitting out, just shitting out more and more mines back to back to back to back. Rune not quite dying yet, but Akami now pulling out their ultimate as they ult right in Rune's face. Rune trying to hold against the ultimate with their shield, running out of shield now and desperately trying to back up. Akami grabbing the health pack away from Rune, so Rune does not even have a chance. Now it's just an absolute beatdown as Akami wraps up Rune, but Rune blocks the rest of the damage. Now there are even more mines in Rune's face that Rune is not able to block. Rune actually going for more damage despite being like 2 HP, but it is not enough as Akami goes 4-0 against Rune now.
Better.
You didn't know Lucy Liu? Gio, you ignorant slut. How do you not know Lucy Liu, one of the hottest women of all time? That's fucked. That's fucked up. Yeah, I mean, Gio, he's done enough bannable shit today. You know what? Ban him. No, I'm just kidding. Just time him out. Time him out, though.
I'm counting on
you know what? Mute him in the VC for 5 minutes. That'll do it. Gio not only fucked up our 1v1 earlier, but now he doesn't know Lucy Liu. Has he not seen Charlie's Angels? He is. He's an ignorant slut, and he should be timed out for 5 minutes.
Done.
That's disgusting.
Time for some fireworks. Here comes
Honestly, bannable offense. Even more so than the 1v1 mess up. Ooh, and Akami gets another kill with the bombs as Rune is unable to escape the onslaught of little baby spooters inside of that spawner. Akami now just bouncing on that thing as he goes looking for his prey. 5-0 with 2 minutes to spare. Rune could get some kills here, but it has been difficult to nail down Akami. Akami putting down spawners pretty much anytime Rune shows up. Rune taking out the spawner first this time, but Akami does have an ultimate to work with. Rune is ulting currently, but decided... Oh, now they're doing Ring Around the Rosie. And Rune just ran into more mines, having now lost the ultimate, unfortunately. Akami still has his ultimate to pop whenever he wants. Doesn't look like he really wants to. Oh, there it goes. And just in the nick of time as both of them were fairly damaged. Akami going in for that kill, hunting for it, clawing and biting their way toward Rune with that ultimate. But it's not enough. Neither one of them have died yet. Surprisingly, even though both of them used their ultimates and both of them have been on death's door, somehow Rune has been able to squeak away. Akami setting a trap now against the teleport, against the portal, setting up a spawner alongside with it, hoping, praying that Rune might run through it.
Only 60 seconds left.
There's rats in your server. Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, snitches get stitches unless they're snitching on, like, you know, the important stuff. Rune trying to take out some of those mines with his body. Akami grabbing a health pack, trying to wrap up Rune, but Rune is blocking, so it therefore did not get wrapped. Akami setting another trap upstairs, setting another trap downstairs, hoping to God that Rune will run through every single one of them. It's like me with bear traps in Resident Evil. Rune now ulting with low health, but having some shields to spare, hoping to God that they can outlast this Akami onslaught. Get something on the board. Get anything on the board, so this isn't a blowout. 15 seconds left, getting wrapped up. Not able to get enough damage. Oh, and just enough with Rune having had maybe 20 health to their name. Finally on the board. But of course, Akami takes it 5-1. Oh! That was spicy. GG's, everybody. And some good penny plays. I really enjoyed seeing the like baiting and the planting of the traps. It was very fun to watch. It was very exciting to see whether Rune was going to run through the traps or not. I think Rune did a decent job trying to block, but like I said, in terms of ultimates, I think Akami takes it with the penny ultimate. Unfortunately for Rune. All right. He chewing tricks on it. Nah, he just bouncing on that thing. Penny's ult heals way too quickly. Yeah, no, Penny's ult is gross. She just fucking lives, man. I mean, like, you can still, like, you can CC her out of it, but, like, I don't think Cap really has a CC, so it's kind of a tough matchup, to be honest. Kind of a good counter. All right, we'll do these next two, and then I'll call it, because I'm very hungry and my throat is very sore. So we'll do Dokes and Farim versus Sand and Lev, and we'll call it there. Man, I don't know what it is. I feel like I'm talking as much as I normally do, but for some reason the casting is causing me to lose my voice even faster. Oh my god, I guess it's just like so much talking. It's so much talking. I actually do have cough drops here from back when I had that really bad cold. I don't think it would help though. I'm just losing my voice. Like my voice isn't, okay, my voice isn't actually sore, but like my vocal cords are like, bleh, nah. They're just like, nah. Right, let's pick our heroes. Who we got? Farim and Dokes. Who we got? Hawkeye. Another Hawkeye. You know, I'm sad that we haven't seen any Squirrel Girls. Hawkeye versus Groot. Interesting! Interesting! I think if I drink any alcohol, it'd get so much worse. I lose my voice when I drink alcohol. It's got cough syrup. I'm not coughing. I'm fine. My voice is just like leaving me. Bye, Mitch. Have a good one. Feel like I could have came to one spot. I feel like it's better to move around a bit. True. I think it was smart to put the spawners around the portals. But it was interesting that you'd like kind of move them and place them down whenever you fought Rune. I think if Rune had been more of a damage dealer, that might not have worked out as well. But since you guys are both tanky and you both don't do like a lot of damage to each other, like you were able to sit there and let the spawner do its thing for a little while. And Rune has to come to you. So, you know, like getting Rune to get closer to you and putting down the spawner just means that Rune's going to be sitting in that spawner, like taking every single bomb at that point. Oh, happy May the 4th. Not quite for me yet, but close. Drink some ice. I don't think you can drink ice, but I am drinking drink. Put cough drops into your alcohol. That just sounds like
this time, so
poor man's lean. All right, Hawkeye versus Groot. Now,
4, 3, 2,
Hawkeye kind of known to be a bit of a tank slayer.
Every fight I say to myself,
but I don't know
I
if
might go
Dokes
down,
plays a
but
lot
I'll
of
go down
Hawkeye.
swinging.
And Farim could put down a lot of walls to keep Dokes from hitting them. So I could see this really going either way. It's going to come down to, does Farim play Groot? Does Dokes play Hawkeye? And can Farim actually hit some decent like headshots with the Groot autos? I think the Groot autos are going to be everything. I think that's what lost someone the match earlier. Is that like they weren't able to hit the autos.
We got company.
For him taking an arrow right to the face here from Hawkeye, putting up a frantic wall as Dokkas just pelts for him with some damage. Getting up high, getting down low. Too slow for him putting down those walls. Not able to get to the health pack, and boom! That is a KO from Dokkas. 1-0. Nice headshot. For him coming back for more Groot action, having a lot of health, being a tank, putting up that wall, and forcing Dokkas to go and find Farim. He's beating up a drunk, and not only a drunk, a birthday drunk. Shame on you, Dokkas. Shame on you. Taking advantage of the disabled and the birthday. Not allowing for the birthday win. Hey, what's up, Envy? He's not an old man. He is just Groot. Alright. We're doing a little bit of ring around the rosy now. For him posting up on top, putting down walls, kind of questioning the walls. The wall placement's a little off. Throwing down the nut, but just getting doinked after doinked after doinked from Hawkeye. Hawkeye jumping up and baiting out the ultimate, which unfortunately does not hit Dokkas whatsoever with all those walls in the way. Poor Farim's just frantically putting down walls. Dokkas 2-0 now. Oh, we are doing this today, and my voice is leaving me. It's feeling the tournament. We did go through the tournament though. It's pretty fun. I think the alcohol buff is wearing off. Yeah. According to Farim is stone cold sober, so I guess we can't even call it a buff. Farim was never buffed to begin with. Dokkas has the ultimate, but so far hasn't needed to use it as Farim tries to put up walls to save themselves a little bit of hassle here. Nice tall walls, but Farim unfortunately needs to get up to Hawkeye, needs to start doing some damage as Hawkeye is just going to keep getting some pot shots from far, far away. From a land far, far away. Throwing down the nut, which I think might have missed as it hit the side of the floor. Dokkas just pelting again with some more arrows. Farim trying desperately to get some kind of melee damage, but unfortunately not looking at Dokkas enough to actually hit them. 3-0 now, Dokkas in the lead. Farim trying really hard to stave off some of these attacks. Throwing the nut, actually hitting with the nut, but not for a lot of damage. Dokkas finding a health pack and healing it up almost immediately. Farim trying to get some damage up, but this is going to be a tough matchup. Like I said, a bit of a take slayer, this Hawkeye. Farim going upstairs now to hopefully get a health pack, but Farim may not be able to get there, and Farim does get there just barely. Still hanging on by a thread as the health is not enough to fill up that bar. Farim does have the ultimate again. Dokkas still has not used their ultimates. 4-0 now. The ultimate might be the only way that Farim is able to eke out a kill. If Farim can nail the Hawkeye with it. Oh, throws out the ultimate, but it just misses? I think it went outside and Dokkas was inside, and I think it did not grab Dokkas through the doorway. Very, very unfortunate placement for Farim. You hate to see it. 5-0 now with Dokkas in the lead. Farim needs to get on the board. 5.5 minutes left. There's still time, but we need to do something. Getting some nice hits there, but Dokkas pushes Farim away now. An excellent move as Farim was starting to gain a little bit of the advantage there, just pelting the Hawkeye with damage. Dokkas up 6-0 now. Choosing to stay in the foyer as Farim tries to throw some nut action over there, grabbing some walls, walling off frantically. Throwing down more nuts. Getting some decent damage with it, but really needs to get those autos in there. Hiding behind the walls, taking some excellent cover. Dokkas now outside of the building, trying to avoid any of that damage and the walls. Getting a nice doink off the left side, but Farim does grab the kill with 250 HP to spare. It is 4.5 minutes. 6-1 now as Farim's on the board. Now Farim has to be incredibly careful, being half health, but Dokkas still has that ult, and Dokkas decided it is now time to pop that ult, which is just easy pickings. Gets hit by the nut. Farim hitting with the ultimate, finally getting that ultimate hit and kill. 7-2 now, 4 minutes. Again, not impossible, but going to be an uphill battle. Farim's got to get that health back and got to find ways to keep that keep that health rather. Staving off any of the hits with some walls, but it's not enough as Dokkas can just work their way around the top of this building. Farim needs to back up and get some health somewhere. Throws a nut, does hit the nut, but only 114 health. Will it be enough? Gets those hits, needs one more hit. Oh, the nut does not hit, but Dokkas was making a break and run for some health and doesn't make it. 7-3 now. Farim making a bit of a comeback, finally getting their mojo jojo. Looking hurt though as they're half health and Hawkeye is just pelting in those arrows one after another. Definitely not worthwhile to try to throw things through that doorway, as it doesn't seem to always go through. Farim's got to think about that health. Dokkas also incredibly close to an ultimate charge. Throwing out the nut, not making contact, but Dokkas does make contact and gets the ultimate. Farim looking mega hurt now. Has to consider getting some health, blocks off the view from the Hawkeye, very smart, grabs the health, drops the wall, pops up a wall again in the front, not knowing where the Hawkeye is going to be. Meanwhile, Hawkeye way up top, exactly where Hawkeye wants to be. Getting a nice vantage point on Farim. Dokkas getting some good shots, getting a nice charge shot there. Farim putting up some walls now. Dokkas looks to maybe use their ultimate. Nope, may not need it. They're trying to hit with the melee, but oh, it's so close. And Dokkas, oh, just barely squeaks out of there alive. Grabs the health pack, and it's 8-3. Dokkas getting another kill. That's true. Farim could set a trap and box in Dokkas. However, as we found out, oh no, the miss of the ultimate from Farim again. It hits the wall in such a weird, awkward way.
That came in handy.
As we found out before, getting close to a Hawkeye also is not very advantageous. Dokkas pops the ultimate now, pops a couple of hits into Farim. Doesn't even necessarily need the ultimate, just absolutely just fires off a bunch of arrows right into Farim's abdomen. It's 9-3 now. Farim coming in through the front, throwing down a nut, getting 75 damage, but Dokkas quickly gets the health back to replenish. Farim taking a couple shots now. Needs to get on Dokkas' level. Needs to get not so far away from Dokkas, as Dokkas has got pretty good aim with that bow. I'd love to know how often Dokkas plays Hawkeye as well, because it's looking pretty decent. Farim putting up a wall, trying desperately to make some space between them. Dokkas jumping up, trying to get that high overhead shot, but instead goes for the melee and gets the kill. 10-3 now with 45 seconds left. Farim, unfortunately, not going to be getting the win, but getting some interesting kills nonetheless.
That came in handy.
I think it really came down to the utilization of the walls, and instead of trying to block the damage, maybe should have been used to corner Dokkas somewhere where they could easily get a kill. I also don't know. Oh, there goes a kill. Farim down, or sorry, Farim up now to 4, down by 6. getting a kill like right at the last second. I do think that, oh, and another ultimate from Farim and another kill with the ultimate, 10-5. Not looking quite as dire now, but it's still too little too late. I do wonder if Farim had gone in more for the melees and less for the range, if it would have worked out better. I'm not sure. Either way, the Hawkeye wins. Congratulations, Dukas, and GG's. I barely play Hawkeye. Well, again, I think maybe you guys should start picking these characters up, because goddamn, you're pretty good at it. It's working pretty damn well. GG's. You guys are popping off. Alright, in our last match of the evening, we have a Lev and a Sand. Oh god. Oh god. There we go. I don't know if it matters, but there we go. Alright, let's pick our characters. Yeah, no, you did great. Hey, I like giving people the options, okay? It's just, it makes them feel good to pick their own character, alright? Oh, Lev got a Jeff. Let's go. Our first Jeff of the evening versus a Punisher. Oh my, oh me, oh my. That is very interesting. That's a small problem. It doesn't hold M1 all the time. Oh. Well, yeah, that would be a problem then, I guess, yeah. There we go. Very nice. All right, Jeff versus Punisher. Now, you might be saying to yourself, you know, I mean, Jeff is just a strategist, you know, against a DPS. Like, it's not going to happen. But you forget that Jeff is a good flanker. Jeff actually does a decent bit of damage. And Jeff has some really good sustain that gets him out of trouble fast.
4, 3, 2, 1.
I actually don't think the ult is going to be an issue. I think the biggest issue is going to be Lev shifting out of there, getting away, getting healed, perpetually being able to heal himself with either bubbles or the shift ability, and Sand being unable to catch up. Smallest hitbox, extremely hard to hit while underwater, while also healing. I've fought a Jeff, and it's one of the worst things. Sand going in with a shotgun is a pretty good call, but alas, Lev does get the first kill on the board. Doesn't even need to worry about the health packs even. Next 1v1 all Jeff. Sand caught unawares by the lurking Jeffy boy. Getting quickly shot down, but however, Sand comes in with those expertly placed shotgun hits. Very nice, Sand. Gets a kill on the board. We're 1-1 now. Jeff having to sneak away with his shift ability. Full health once again. Goes in, tries to shoot the Sand. Decent damage coming from the Jeff shots, but Sand goes in for a health pack. Lev does not have a health pack, but he does have built-in healing whenever he wishes. Not utilizing the bubbles, now utilizing the bubbles. Also goes freaky fast with those bubbles, another thing to consider. And is able to shoot at the feet of Sand, who goes down. 2v1. Ryan Reynolds started running a Deadpool X-Men team-up movie. No, I've not seen that. I wonder if everyone stopped being mad at him. Because I feel like after the whole Blake Lively thing, people were kind of souring on him a little bit. But I honestly, okay, as much as I would like a Deadpool X-Men team up, whatever, like let's get an X-Men movie first and then we'll talk. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Lev now searching for his prey. Dun 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 dun. Meanwhile, Sand is a little bit above. Sees Lev, but Lev does not see Sand. Sand could use. Does not look to use the zip line. Instead, goes indoors to try to find Jeff indoors, which is a surprising move. Getting some range on Lev, although I don't think it's going to end up working in Sand's favor. Sand does need to get up close. And I do believe Lev was able to sneak away the health pack before Sand could grab it. 3-1 now with Lev up by 3. I think in this matchup, it's going to come down to Sand breaking that distance and being able to shotgun that little shark right in its face before it can shift away. 1 hour? Well, that's not bad. That's more than what I played when I did my 1v1 with Hawkeye. Nice. Sand is able to get the sneaking Jeff kill. It is 3-2. Still anyone's game with 7 minutes on the board. Does a grapple, but is unsuccessful to get upstairs, up on the roof. Jeff coming in hot with an ultimate, but Sand is able to get out of the ultimate with the turret. Very interesting play. Very smart by Sand to utilize the turret's capacity to keep you from being displaced. Well done by Sand. Unfortunately, the Jeff damage is coming in hot, and I don't know if he's landing his shots. Lev still gets the kill. It's 4-2, but Sand does have his ultimate. If he can get enough range away from Lev and keep himself alive, he will be able to get a kill with it. Sand now looking around for that deadly little shark shitter. Going in for some shotgun shots and does get the Lev right in the face. Utilizing the strategy that we just talked about, getting right up in his grill. Lev has the range, and if you get up in his face, Lev can hit you. But moving around into his blind spots might be able to win you the game. Lev coming in hot, hitting him with, just pelting them with those little, I don't know, what are they? Water bursts? I don't know what they are. 5-3 now. I guess they're only ice when you have a Luna. I think it's just water. It's just balls of water. Water balls. Sand still has his ultimate if he can catch the shark out, and the shark just absolutely pelts his booty with shots. Sand unable to grab the health pack. Probably should have gone for the health pack there. Did not go for the health pack. Instead, going in for the kill, and Lev takes advantage of that. Low health, 6-3 now. 5 minutes left in the match. Still doable, but Sand's going to have to think here. Sand's going to have to use this noggin against this deadly little fish. Now, there is a potential here for Sand to corner up, get into the turret, but Sand might be utilizing his turret for the Jeff ults and is not willing to use it otherwise. He does still have ultimate, probably waiting to see if he can find a Jeff far enough away. Lev sitting out in the open, jumping around like a silly little fish, the silly little fish that he is, easily healing throughout his shift ability. Sand utilizing his ult to get out of the Jeff ult, and Jeff narrowly avoiding death. Oh, but he comes back around. Is Sand going to be able to get a kill off? He is not able to get a kill off. He has to swap over to the shotgun.
Nice little boost.
But Sand grabs the health pack and is able to get the kill eventually. Unfortunately, not with the ult, but another good move by Sand to bait out the ultimate and use his ultimate in return. Because, of course, when Jeff is done with his ultimate, if he grabs nobody, he'll pop right out of it. That was a good move by Sand, but Lev is getting pop shot after pop shot. 7-4 now.
I re-upped.
Sand is unable to meet the accuracy. Lev now jumping in place as Sand pot shots a little himself. Trying to find this shark. Swapping... Panicking over to the assault rifle, swapping back to the shotgun, shooting Jeff right in the face. 7-5 now. Sand grabbing that health pack before Lev can. And it really, at this point, just comes down to who is going to have the superior aim. Lev just narrowly avoiding death. 8-5 now with Lev up by 3. And we only got a little under 3 minutes left. Will Sand be able to overcome this deficit? I do like how Lev is using echolocation to help Sand find him by flopping around like a fish. by just slapping and flapping it. Ooh, and Sand was unable to use the strat that he had used before. He's gonna get downed by Lev in the ultimate, just absolutely eaten and gobbled right up. 9 and 5, and it's getting even more dire for Sand.
I'm not done yet.
Unfortunate for Sand, he was not able to pop into his turret. I can't tell if he tried to pop into the turret or if he plumb forgot, but Sand does get another kill on Lev in kind. 9 and 6 now. Trading blows. Lev now on the run, searching. Sand not seeing him, getting blindsided by the shark in his tiny little hitbox. Lev getting a little caught up there in the tree, but managing to get some decent damage, and he will take the kill. 10 and 6 now with a minute 30 left. I just realized that building says Frost International. Related. Jeff is 85% head, shotgun is free crits. This is true. However, it takes aim, it takes precision, it takes accuracy. And unfortunately, Sand is on controllers, whereas I think Lev is on mouse and keyboard, which might be making up the difference. Lev is able to get away just barely from Sand, as Sand is trying his damnedest to stay alive and to get this shark. Able to heal just a little bit. Sand pulling out the turret now. But Lev says, I don't give a shit. Jumps right on top of him, does damage to the turret, swims around the turret, but the healing is not enough against that turret.
Down to 30 seconds.
The good news is that Sand got a kill. The bad news is that if Lev ults again, he will not have it. But Sand does have his ultimate. Unless he uses it here. But both of them have their ultimate now and are able to use it. Lev going to use it. Sand going to use it. And it does work this time. 10 and 8, but there's only 10 seconds, and I don't think there's going to be enough time. They're not even going to be able to find each other, unfortunately. The clock is going to tick down, and Lev is going to win 10 to 8 on Jeff. Woo! GG's. That was a close match. As I kind of thought it would be. Like I said, don't discount Jeff. Jeff fucking sucks. His damage is stupid, and his sustain is even stupider. You were the goodest boy. This is true. All right. About that pizza. Let's get that pizza, baby. Let's get that pizza. All right. I'm gonna dip on out of here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me and being awesome and being amazing and being my community. I'm so happy that we were able to grab this many people. And I think it made it a really, really fun and interesting event. Of course, as with all of these events, we got to keep tweaking it. We're going to keep tweaking it. We'll keep adding more band heroes. We'll keep rethinking the way that we do these. But I think, barring a couple of hiccups here and there, we did our best. It turned out to, I think, be a pretty fun tournament nonetheless, and a pretty fair tournament, which is what I want always. Let's go and find someone cute to go raid. And then we will ski on daddles out of here, and I'm gonna go get some food. Who do we got? Oh, yo! Saf is playing with Tempest and playing some Repo. Let's go say hi to Saf. I feel like I haven't seen Saf on in a while. Either that or maybe she's just on at different times. I don't know. I don't know which is the case, but that's really fun. If you guys enjoyed, let me know. And you know, we'll do these again some other time, either against me or against each other or whatever. And if we can get more people, we also could end up doing a team-based tournament as well. Yo, Anubis, thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Or sorry, 12-month resub. I read the 6 month, but that's the I don't know, whatever it is. Thank you for the 1 year resub. I appreciate it. Go say hi to Saf, and if you guys have not yet followed, I hope that you do so I can see your pretty faces. We're gonna play probably some Oblivion tomorrow, And if you guys haven't yet already, be sure to check out the Discord and the Tweetar. And, you know, if you're feeling extra frisky, maybe go give a follow over to the TikTok, because I'm trying to grow it again since my other account got hacked. So go check that out as well. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye!